Welcome to the Rolling with Difficulty Halloween special. I'm Sophia Ricciardi, and in the first of many twists, I will be your game master this evening. Joining me are my terrifying tenants tiptoeing around trouble. Say hi, team.
Hello.
Why is this spelled
the term is keeper if you're
not you two.
Yes. My bad.
Well, actually,
bonus points for the alliteration. Danny gets
it only felt right. Hell yeah!
It's important that everybody at home knows we're all in costume too.
Yes, we're all in costume for our 1920s based Call of Cthulhu adventure, and we're joined today by the ever lovely Dominic Noble. Dominic, say hi.
What's up? It's me. It's your boy.
Special guest for the episode. As we embark on our spooky adventure, I just want to remind the audience to keep in mind that this is not one of our regular holiday games. We'll be playing Call of Cthulhu in a special one-shot adventure of my own design. Now, this is my first time running a game in the Call of Cthulhu system, and for many of our cast, their first time playing it, so please bear with us as we learn and explore this new game system together for as long as our adventures may live, because it's not certain that all of you will survive this evening.
Not certain.
We're gonna live forever.
I don't know.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Yes, and I would like to shout out that I requested that everyone come in costume to receive some sort of boon at the start of the game, and because everyone did come dressed to the nines, they all are getting 5 additional luck points at the start of this session that they get to add to their character sheet to maybe help them out in their grand attempt to survive this spookiest of nights, mid-October, since we have to record this episode in advance.
No, don't break the immersion. It's Halloween night.
Halloween night. The spookiest night, October 16th.
Sophia spent all night editing this so it can come out the day after on Halloween.
Yes, but with introductions out of the way, why don't we jump on straight into this session, the spookiest of events, as we go to that most frightening of locales, the intersection of Sansom and 12th Street on an unassuming evening in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, circa 1920. I set this in my hometown so that I wouldn't have to do any accents, and everyone's playing a character who's not from Philly.
Yeah. Well, we could have made this easier for you, but it's more fun this way.
Sure. But as we enter the scene, a clear evening, the sun just beginning to set, tourists and locals alike are shuffling along the gridded paths of Center City on their way to historical sites, maybe in search of a meal or just home for the evening. As happens at such a location where people come and go, 5 individuals of note find themselves at the intersection in a single moment. A moment which soon finds itself prolonged as a man, shabbily dressed and haggard, even out of the corner of one's eye, steps out, arms reaching down as though chasing something into the street. A squeal of tires, the scream of a woman, the frantic honk of a horn, and the crash of car on body, and the serenity of the evening is cut by the tragic death of the man lying in the street. Minutes later, all witnesses found themselves lined up, giving statements on what they had seen of the accident. 5 such witnesses are of note to us. So let us now go to their persons, chatting to the officer in front of him, giving his account of the events. Austin, could you introduce your character?
Yes. Tonight I will be playing the role of Professor Cecil Earnshaw. To say that Cecil is in the worst shape of his life means quite a great deal. He's never been in good shape, but at this point he's in his 40s, and it's showing. The hat he wears hides the pulling back hairline, and his tweed jacket does no longer quite fits around him, which is not to mention that he's a little bit worse for wear, considering the events that just transpired in front of him. So even now he nervously clutches his sort of briefcase and adjusts his glasses as he's interviewed.
Excellent. And the officer continues to ask you questions about what you saw, giving a standard account. Do you think that Cecil would have been paying particular attention to the street at the time of the accident, or is he...
I think that Cecil probably would have been in a hurry, but as is often his case, got distracted by some stray, some interesting lichen growing upon a tree that was planted at this intersection, and a planter, something of the sort. And so, if it's possible, I'd perhaps maybe like to make the first roll of the night, maybe a retroactive, to see if, since he was focused not on the intersection itself, but was paying attention if perhaps there was anything he saw beyond just car, man, splat.
Got all those points in spot hidden put in the work.
He's an observant dude.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say this is going to be a difficult spot hidden check because you weren't paying attention at the time, but I will absolutely allow you to make it. So please use your middle percentile.
Gotcha.
You can roll
So I will
equal to or lower to it.
And no, that is that meets my regular, but does not just meets my regular, but does not hit the difficult. So
unfortunately, you were a little distracted
by
at the moment. Yes, quite an engaging boss it was.
So he would answer in as roundabout a way as possible the most basic answers to these questions of like, what were you doing? Well, I was on my way most hurriedly. I have an engagement actually that I'm already running late for, it would seem. That's not important. Never mind. I was observing that's never mind. The man was struck by the car. Yes, that's the order as I remember it.
The cop gives you a long, defeated look and just writes a single line on his notepad and slams it shut before
do you need
turning.
Me to repeat any of it?
No, sir, that's quite all right. The debonair fellow, could you corroborate this? And we turn now to Noir, if you could introduce your character for us.
Yeah, the officer in charge sees a very sharply dressed man, previously wearing, I would think, sort of a heavier black overcoat, but I'm assuming that since this is being done inside the station...
Standing on the corner, kind of around on the street nearby. If
it's on the corner, then yeah, he has his overcoat on still. Not a single hair out of place. Not really all that rattled, but obviously still concerned. He's doing his best to accommodate the officer's questions, but I would imagine that he was a couple cars behind the actual culprit car that had hit him. And even then, he wasn't driving it. It was his butler Brandt, who may or may not also be questioned in this.
Rich and storied character, Brandt.
Yeah.
He's standing a little distance away, giving a respectful space to his employer. Because you were driving right behind, I'm going to say maybe you didn't have the opportunity to make that spot hidden check, but you can still continue to recount your events to the officer.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was, I regret to say that I wasn't exactly paying attention to the road. I was sort of occupied in my own thoughts, looking out on the sidewalk, basically everywhere except the road in front of me. I can't think that I would be all too helpful for you, officer. I really do apologize.
That's quite all right, and I'll ask you a few more questions. And as you continue to be questioned, we see having a little conversation off to the side, a very elderly but firm of stance man, and just a real gumshoe reporter seem to be having their own little conversation off to the side. Red and Dom, would you care to introduce your characters for us? Let's start with Dom.
Okay, before you stands Colonel Victor Wicks Wickham, retired from his Britannic army. He is, against all expectations, dressed as if he's gone on safari, because of the very limited research he did into what the US is like before coming here. He's got those glorious large mustache and mutton chops. And despite being, clearly in his 60s, he is surprisingly built because of some unusual dice rolls while I was making the character. So, quite the barrel bulging chest, but grey hair. And yes, he's also standing there with his driver. And if the conversation has gone on for more than 20 seconds, he's probably already started telling a war story. So, so back when I was in India, you'll say, the people had real respect for the road back there. These days, the Americans on the wrong side of the road. And what was your name again? Anyway, so we went down to the riverside.
Red, who is your character and how are they reacting to this engaging tale of wars gone by?
I'd certainly hate to interrupt such a story, gentlemen, but this is Lexi Capella, journalist from New York City, baby. She's here on assignment from the New York Times. I did some research into this. Formerly owned by Adolph Ox, the Philadelphia Public Ledger. Now he's looking to undercut it on interesting stories coming out of this glorious city that's not as good as New York City, that I like a lot more, but that's okay. So I'm here as a bit of a secret agent, as it were. I'm not exactly the most subtle person in the world. I'm a very glamorously dolled up, dressed to the nines, but like in a way where it's like, it was pristine when I left my apartment this morning, but the hair's gone a little loose and like the necklace has gone a little crooked and I haven't really been paying that much attention to it. It's like getting dolled up is like my grounding thing for the day, and then after that, all bets are off. I'm here trying to eavesdrop on as many conversations as I can, and I also happen to think that I may have recognized local, like, rich boy Alistair DeKecko over there, and I'm sort of trying to figure out what he's doing and if there's a scoop in that, and it's a little difficult with this extremely large mutton-chopped man telling me how much better things were in colonial India, but it's very interesting, and I'm sort of, I'm kind of hoping that the policeman doesn't ask me too many questions because I fully wasn't paying attention to the road. My thoughts were elsewhere.
Absolutely fantastic. I'm just gonna double check which check I would ask you to make here, but I am gonna let you roll something to see if you can glean any information from trying to listen into everyone else's conversations.
Good.
Let's
Roll for
say.
shotgun.
Yes, one of these days you'll let me roll for shotgun, but I don't think that'll be the first roll of my game.
Let's make all their symbols. This is going to be a difficult listen check. So use your middle number. You have to roll equal to or below it to glean any particularly useful information.
Right. Are you sure this couldn't be spot hidden?
No, it's definitely not spot hidden.
A difficult listen check. Roger that. Yes. Oh, that actually could have done it, but no. I rolled 25 and my difficult listen score is a 10 because I didn't put any points into it.
Yes, unfortunately, you're not really able to glean any information outside of the thrilling tale coming from Colonel Wixwickham.
Well, that's all right.
As this is all happening, the cop finishes taking Alistair's conversation and turns to the next in line. Wally, would you care to introduce your character for us?
Yes, my character is Bo Milson. He's a fairly tall African-American who has been coming back from his local boxing gym where he has been training, trying to keep in shape for nearby for the upcoming auditions for the Philadelphia Athletics, which are just up and starting. He's currently
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Auditions. That's the word. Oh God.
God, I hope I get
Full of theater people pretending to be literally anything else.
Yes. He has his bat and equipment slung over his back, and he is sort of shocked to see that these sorts of things happen in every city. He is also from New York City. He's from Queens, and has been in town for probably only like a week or so. So this is the most exciting thing that's happened in a while.
Excellent. You said the car, you didn't really see much of it hitting him?
Nah, I was just coming back from the gym, tired, not really looking where I was going, and then out of nowhere I hear this loud crash, and he continues to sort of look around at sort of the scene, and he's taking in all these colorful characters. Like, it's like, this is quite the scene you got here, officer.
Yeah, he brings all the weirdos out of the woodwork. I think we got everything we need from this, so if anything comes to mind, you can come down to the precinct, let us all know. And he kind of turns to the group. You're free to disperse. And the officers walk off, leaving the five of you, your various attachments, butlers or otherwise, and chalks all of this up to an accident, a tragic but ultimately blameless event. And before you can properly disperse, you notice that you are joined by a small man, young, maybe mid-20s, but with bags under his eyes that speak to a great many sleepless nights. And he turns and sort of herds you all into a little bit of a huddle on the street corner. Hi, hello, so sorry to bother you all, but I wanted to warn you, since, you all just saw what I saw, that you're in terrible danger.
Excuse me, young man, what exactly did we just see?
Well, what do you think you, what do you think you saw?
Lexi's gonna try not to let on that she was fully looking only at the moon the entire time that the car crash happened and didn't see
My
shit.
goodness.
So I think she's gonna wait for somebody else to say something.
That there's a car crash. I mean, they happen over in New York, and I guess Philly's just like any other city. I don't see how that's dangerous.
Well, you know, automobiles are indeed quite perilous, especially if you're not looking where you're going, but...
I think you know danger, boy. If I'd had you in my company of sepoys, I would have shown you real danger.
Oh my. Well, it looked like an accident, right? And maybe it was, but the man, he knows the same things I knew. It's easier if I just show you, because they're resting, they're saving themselves, but right? You're in this now. I have this ornament, and he pulls out of his pocket an ornate silver amulet carved with almost claw-shaped reliefs, and inset are 9 circular divots, 2 of which are filled with large tiger's eye gems in hues of kind of like muted greens, and the rest remain empty.
That looks quite expensive, young man. I wouldn't flash that on this kind of street, but...
He pockets it. I am a student of anthropology and archaeology, and I found this when I was digging.
Go on, good sir.
Do you know anything? Because we found this in a dig in Jersey, and I haven't been.
Jersey, you say?
Yeah, you know.
Well, I'm pretty much from there.
My
Right
condolences.
over the Schuylkill. Slipping into Danny. Ever since I found it, I haven't known a moment's peace. There's been these things, and I need you to just listen to me and don't scoff, because I see you all scoffing. It's these illusions, there's these eccentric confusions and things, and I found 2 stones.
I'm gonna need you to breathe. I need you to breathe.
What the devil are you talking about, you
You
ridiculous
got
urchin?
something real shiny.
Did it?
Saying all sorts of weird words. The only
You said
person who
you-
looks like they're in trouble is you right now. So
I'm
just
going to need some
take your
tangible
time.
descriptions. I'm furiously taking.
I don't mean to be a burden on the conversation, but did I miss something? I feel like perhaps I wasn't listening and something was... What?
You said you knew.
You
the-
all.
You
Sorry.
said you knew the man.
You located
who-
some strange artifact, and it's been causing you to have visions, you say.
Yeah.
I didn't know the man. He tried to steal this from me, and he saw it, and then when he went into the street, he got hit by that car immediately, and I would chalk that up to an accident, but this has happened so much to everyone around me, and you've just been standing next to me for like 20 minutes while those guys took our statements. You're all in it now. I'm sorry you've been roped in. Also, you looked at the amulet, it's a whole thing.
But no, you showed us the amulet. We didn't look at the amulet. You showed... That's...
You're handling this very
Reckless
irresponsibly,
endangerment.
young man.
I'm very frazzled. I've been nearly murdered 6 times this week, and I don't know what it is, or what's happening,
All right,
or why
slow
it's
down,
happening.
slow down. What exactly has happened to you? We can start from there and then extrapolate.
Okay. I found this amulet on a trip with Drexel University, and then when I came back and I was logging it, I found one of the stones, the eyes, and I noticed that it kind of fit into the amulet, so I put it in, and it seemed to almost glow for a moment, and I heard, I swore it was like a faint tune, but I couldn't quite land on the notes, and I thought nothing of it. I had to carry the amulet with me for some time. I was taking it to the laboratory, and in that time, I encountered something, and no one I've told about it believes me, but I was with my partner, and he and I live in this home in Old City, and inside one night, the amulet began to glow slightly again, and it played that faint tune, and again I couldn't place the notes, and suddenly, you're gonna believe me, right? You're all gonna believe me.
Well,
I will.
Let's have you finish the story first, and then we'll see what we believe or don't believe.
Well, I can't speak for a rich boy over here, but I'll listen to you.
All of the cockroaches in our house moved together in a horde. There was thousands of them, and they ate my partner.
Ew.
Goodness.
Well, thank you for sharing.
What
That's
manner of-
horrifying.
Do you
Okay,
have
buddy.
it? What sort of... Do you have an identification on the species, perhaps? Because that is unlike any behavior that's I've ever read about.
What are you talking about? They're cockroaches. They're all the same. Like,
This does sound rather par for the course for Philly in my experience, but that's
What was Rebel Wilson dancing around in a catsuit at the same time?
different eldritch horror.
Different eldritch
He hasn't
horror.
even been born yet. I don't think.
No, it's... I don't know how to explain it. I don't know what kind of bug, like cockroaches they were, but they ate him, and when they left, there was another stone. That's why I have 2 now. And since then, I've been trying to ignore it because I don't want this thing with me. But every time I leave it somewhere, it finds its way back. And
I'm sorry. So your recently eaten by cockroaches friend was left behind a stone, and you thought, well, let me put that in the amulet too. That's.
I didn't know what else to do with it. I mean, leaving it out clearly didn't work because I had one in the amulet and it still happened, and I don't know anything about this. I've tried to do some research, but everything I've turned up is only strange rumors and mentions of these beings, and I don't understand them. But every
what kind
night,
of beings?
it's a variety of strange creatures. They seem to be, from what I can tell, sort of the things that exist on the fringes of your worst nightmares. All of the accounts of them are from shortly before people die, and I'm so scared that is going to be me next. It keeps, every night that I ignore this amulet, things get stranger and stranger, and I don't know how much longer I have before I can just deal with it, and I think I need to find the rest of the stones, because that seems to be the only way to at least get more information to work off of. And everyone who's been around me since I found this amulet has had strange accidents happen to them, or anyone who's witnessed it has found themselves going mad, and unfortunately all of you are now included in that number, so maybe you could help me find the rest of the stones tonight.
Well,
I do
I'm off
feel like-
hours, but you know.
Like
I feel like we moved past the roaches pretty quickly. Are you sure that they weren't some manner of ant? Because the behavior described seems typical of eusociality, which has not ever been discovered in.
Has a horde of thousands of ants ever eaten a person in Philadelphia?
There are many things that would be possible of the sort, given the nature of the hemipterans. Off the top of my head,
I
my
believe all the
experience,
stories I've
and he'll
heard
just
about
keep
ants
going.
people. Yeah, I believe all the stories I've heard about ants eating people happened rather across the pond. What do you say, Colonel?
I'm starting to think when my doctor recommended I come here for my gout, he vastly underestimated the danger of this city. From a character, like, role-playing perspective, I feel this is the point where he would scoff and walk off, but from, like, a metagaming perspective, I suspect that would make him Slipknot from the Suicide Squad, where he's the first one to die horribly
Yeah,
to
you
prove...
just explode
call.
immediately.
Yeah.
to-
You just get hit by a second car, the cop's
Yeah.
like, damn it!
and I was like, aha, that disposable character is now why we believe this is happening, so...
No,
Let's
it's the
say-
same car.
That's what happens to your butler.
Hasn't moved yet.
Oh, no!
Starts moving again.
Not Jeeves!
Not Jeeves!
Not Jeeves.
He was 3 days from retirement!
Oh no.
I know I sound insane, but I've done a little bit of research, and a lot of the mentions of these creatures happen in particular locations, and I think with help, I could find them all, and I don't know who else to turn to, frankly. I don't want to go to anyone I love and care about, because what if they get hurt? And
Well,
you
it's God
people are
forbid
all...
people you like die horribly around
No,
you.
that makes sense. I respect that.
And you all
Glad
have
to know where we
seen
stand
the
in your
amulet, you
mind.
saw the accident, you've been near me, so clearly you've been in the radius of things going wrong, and if it's your lives too, so help me.
It's our lives too, yeah.
Well, now.
Do you have the stone that was left behind? Yeah, yes,
in
sorry,
the
I'm
amulet.
skipping over the unimportant part. Yes, yes. Do you have the stone that was left behind from the described as cockroaches?
It's in the amulet.
Yeah.
Yes, may I
Yeah,
see?
it's got.
I was being polite.
So how many stones are left to find?
7
So
slots.
there are
Se-
9 divots, 7 of which need to be filled with
Yeah.
gems. There are 2 that have been slotted in already.
If you've already cursed us, then it can't do any harm.
It's not like we have much of a choice.
I really
Well,
recommend you don't
we
try
don't
and
even
run
know
off
if
with it, and he'll take it
this
out of his
curse is
pocket and hand
real.
it to you.
Believe me, I'm not much of a runner. I will examine it.
I'll pull out my magnifying glass and hand it over to you.
Certainly.
Oh,
If
I
you would-
brought my own, but thank you so much. I
Oh,
overread
my
things.
apologies for assuming.
If you would like to make me a regular appraisal check, you can go ahead and do that.
Appraise, of which I have no. Would is this anthropology maybe?
I'll let you make
Does it make a
anthropology
spin?
for it. I'll let you.
Even if it's at a
those at home,
difficulty or anything.
I'll say it's a regular
starts out at
difficulty.
5, so
Yeah, but I've got some. All right, come on, low numbers. That's not very low. It's very high, in fact. So interesting.
Yes, it's unlike any particular identifiable culture that you've seen before. The metal seems to be something
Typical New
silver-ish, something local to Jersey, and but you can't quite place a point of origin. It's outside of your particular realm of expertise. The gems themselves do seem to be tiger's eye. They have a particular reflective pattern that is reminiscent of a cat's eye, the way that it reflects light. But the color is unusual for that kind of stone. Usually they're more of an amber hue, more of a brown, but these ones are kind of greenish in hue. They seem to be set in, they fit right into the slots on the amulet, so it does appear that the instinct to insert them into the amulet was, if not correct, at least appropriate for the materials that they were handling.
You said you had an idea of where the other gems might be?
Yes, so I've done some research into the various ways that these creatures appear, and there's a few locations that they tend to show up in, and they tend to all be there at the same time. I haven't quite figured out to what end. All of the accounts are really scattered, and again, everyone who sees them tends to not survive the experience long after. But there's transportation hubs, crossroads, that sort of thing. I thought, well, the only logical one here would be the transit authorities hub, maybe something there. That's how most people travel in and out of Philadelphia in the 1920s.
That's how I got
Here
it.
it is. Yes, go on.
Yes. We always state the era that we were in.
the current year.
Yes. Some are more prone to trawl the wooders, so maybe I thought maybe it's down by either the docks or Boathouse Row. Maybe it's something on the Schuylkill. I haven't quite figured that one out yet, but it could be. The Schuylkill, the river, one of the two rivers that runs through Philadelphia. Does anyone know the second river for an additional luck point?
The Hudson.
No.
The Titicaca.
What the fuck? Hudson.
It's the-
Good, strong name.
Hey, stop.
Not the Hudson. The other
Can I
river
roll
that
a
flows
history
through.
check
The
to
other
find
New
out?
York one.
This is
the
player
river
knowledge.
need a
This has
name?
nothing to do with your character.
The
It's the
Pencil
Schuylkill.
Waterer.
And
I
the
did not ex-
Delaware.
Oh,
The
I did not
Delaware.
Get
expect.
good.
Sean.
I did not expect to be
This
tested
is my back.
on
The scariest thing this
Philadelphia
episode is going to be
geography
that
and
all of you are
history.
going to be forced to learn about the geography of Philadelphia.
Look, I'm
Look
in
forward to the
Delaware.
learning experience.
Some of
Alright.
them seem to feed off of emotions. I thought maybe like, I don't know, one of the parks, the squares, or a theater. Maybe there's the Walnut is always around. There's a few other locations, but those felt like the strongest leads that I could find. Everything else is just sort of grasping at straws.
And when you say creatures and beings, you don't just mean cockroaches. You mean other things.
No, the descriptions of them are horribly vague and vary slightly from creature to creature. Some are shambling mounds, others just vague feelings that people get when they enter a space. It's impossible to really nail down any one description. It would be a thing you'd have to see for your own eyes, and unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, I haven't seen them.
My God. We might be on the cusp of the greatest scientific discovery of the century.
Really?
I don't
Yes.
know about all that.
All manner of interesting creatures have started as no more than conjecture and folklore. It was believed that the great ghost of the Congo was nothing more than a spirit haunting the forest until a few short years ago we named the okapi itself. Perhaps there is some manner of swarming insect that bears some resemblance to cockroaches that could be as yet undiscovered, behaving in some predictable, dare I say, intelligent way.
Philadelphia.
The implications are, I mean, I'm as surprised as anyone else, certainly.
Well, let's get our priorities straight and secure our own lives first before winning any Nobel Prizes, right, Professor?
Yes, my old friend Major
I can multitask.
Major Raycons was killed in the Great War because he ignored a curse. So I'm not taking any chances on this one.
You believe him then?
I certainly believe that he's experienced something quite startling, and
Yeah,
I
this,
can
this
never
boy
resist
is
an
sick.
investigation.
Yes, we must help out this small, strange, sweaty gentleman, and
Speaking of that, let's backtrack.
Find
let's
these
backtrack a
mobiles.
little. What's your name, friend?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm, Felix. Mr. Felix Possum.
That's
Pause.
ironic.
Okay.
Yes. I thank you all for listening. I can't explain this to no one's believed me, and I can't do this alone. I can't face whatever these are alone. I'm just a grad student.
A scary.
Lucky I got nothing else going on this afternoon. There's not much to do in Philly, but we'll do a little scavenger hunt. Get you.
Wally, if you could deduct 5 points from your luck score for me.
Dude, she's the one who can kill us.
Okay.
Keep it
Two
cool.
big old birds right into the.
Ooh. But I'll sort of like sit down my old timey lunchbox, pull out some crackers,
Beautiful.
some water, and be like, okay, first of all, let's get some menu before we start walking around all over the city. Nice to meet you, folks.
Feeding people is very important.
Finbar?
No, he's too sweet for this. Get him out of here.
Felix will nibble on a cracker.
All right, Felix. Well, where should we go first?
Well, maybe we're pretty close. Or maybe we should go to the faraway place first.
Waterfront sounded promising. I'm
Waterfront?
sure there's lots of space there yet that doesn't have often passerbys, so perfect place for
Okay.
something to be
Okay, yeah.
concealing itself.
Yeah, we can
Decisive
do.
decision.
Based on
Oh.
my research, I think
Thank you.
maybe it's going to be more Boathouse Row area along the river. There's a lot of abandoned locations there that one of these creatures could maybe be occupying.
I have a slightly pertinent question.
Yes.
What are we expected to do if and when we encounter one of these creatures?
Well, that's a
And
great
how
question.
will that lead to acquiring the stone you need?
I'll kind of take my bat, put it on
Wait,
my
wait.
other shoulder, and I'll be like,
We're going to feed someone to cockroaches or something. I wasn't really paying attention.
Well, I don't know that it would be cockroaches.
Yeah, potential cockroaches.
There are-
yet
there
to
are
make
7
a
of
positive
us.
identification.
There are 7 of us.
if it's just
include our
cockroaches.
manservants.
Jeeves and your butler.
Yeah.
I didn't
Don't
count them when I
particularly
designed
like the
this
sound of
adventure.
that.
No, the cockroaches got my partner. I sealed them out of the apartment. That's when the stone was left behind and when they were gone. I don't know that you need. I hope that you don't need just to sacrifice, but it seems that if we're able to, in some way, seal off these creatures, that we leave these stones behind. Which is why I think that we need to find the stones as opposed to trying to destroy them. But
And the goal is to complete this amulet, and then the amulet will break
Go
the
away.
curse. Or are we? Is this? I thought the amulet was what was cursing us.
Yeah, what's your end game here?
well, you
to
try
not be
getting rid of
cursed
it, right?
anymore.
Yeah, that makes
Why
sense.
don't we
Every
just
time I-
destroy this amulet? Hand it to me, and I'll hit it with something heavy.
It's like, I'll do that right now.
Yes,
I'm
the
gonna take
sportsy
a
man can
step
hit it with his
back.
bat.
Okay.
He'll
Gimli
put
steps
the-
up to the ring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He'll put the amulet down on the corner and sort of
I'm just
step
gonna
away
start
from it
backing
slightly.
up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gonna
Alistair's
put my
got the right
face behind the briefcase.
All
ahead.
right. I'll give it a whack. It's just, I
All right,
bring
go
the
ahead
bat.
and I'm just roll damage for me. You can hit it. It's laying on
Okay.
the ground prone. You can hit it.
Sure. That's a 2 plus the damage bonus, which is a D4. It's 4, so a total of 6.
You reach over your head with the bat, with the practice that can only come from someone who is dreaming of someday appearing on the Philadelphia Nationals, and smash into it. It is completely unharmed.
Kind of.
I don't see your baseball career going very far, young man. I'm afraid.
Well, this is supposed to be hitting baseballs, not amulets, old man.
You have
Would anyone else like to take a crack
Surely
at
you
it?
have a weapon on you, don't you, Penzan?
I would draw from my
sort of-
pocket my
Good lord!
yep, my comically oversized army pistol.
If I'm... Everyone, I
I'm
would
sure like
suggest
physical
taking
acting is
another...
not doing so much use.
This
in
is
doing
like
so much
in
use
the
on
middle of the
podcast, is
strip,
it?
right? Like,
Yeah,
we're
the
just,
police
We are on the
man
corner
just
of a
left.
very busy
Yeah.
street.
No, like this is an old crazy man. He's going to whip this thing out anywhere.
Everyone, I would take a... Felix will kind of like mutter under their voice, I would take a couple extra steps back.
I'll take a couple extra steps back.
Oh, I'm like on the other side of the street already.
Yeah.
Behind the car,
behind
but like
the car.
advancing. Yeah.
If you'd like to make an attack, go for it, Wixwickham.
Sorry, I have 99 points in pistol. I just rolled 100.
Oh no!
That is a critical failure.
Did I shoot myself in the foot?
Can you make a difficult
dies? Roll a
dex check
D6.
for me real
Have
quick?
Maybe-
any of us succeeded on a check yet?
Maybe you are the Slipknot of the
I don't
group.
think Call of Cthulhu is really about succeeding.
Statistically, I mean, we know this.
Clearly
It's the
not.
1
It's
in
literally a
100 chance of that
1%
happening. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm delighted by this turn of events. I'm so happy
Yeah.
that I came out tonight.
Dom, could you roll a difficult dexterity check for me?
God.
That's your half
Do you know
score.
how many games you could play and never roll a 100?
Is that like dodge or?
Yeah, you know what? I'll let you do dodge.
Oh, I failed at it.
I was gonna say something an old man would surely be awesome at.
Yeah. No, I definitely didn't dodge or dexterity my way out of that one.
Because it's so early on the game, I'm going to be a little nice to you. But you are going to take half of the damage as the bullet does skim past your shoulder. It doesn't quite make contact, but if you could roll one half of a D8.
Shoulder?
Roll the D8, take half
So
the
it like
damage.
bounced off the amulet and shot back.
Oh yeah,
It'd be
that,
really funny if
Oh.
the failure was just he pulls out gun and then cop who was there just opens fire at him.
He's armed.
the bullet, when you fire, ricochets directly off of the amulet and skids past your shoulder. Roll your damage and take half of it to your health. You are
What I-
bleeding.
4 points of
Happen,
damage.
would I happen to have like a first aid kit with my gym equipment?
I'll say you have enough to this isn't a serious injury. You can staunch it. Stop
So
the
I am
bleeding.
hopping around screaming in British swear words. Like, oh, bloody buggering, wanking shit, balls
All
of
right,
balls.
all right. Old man,
God.
old man, sit down, sit down.
No.
Let me look at it.
First time
all
I've ever
gonna-
missed anything in my life.
We're all
Well,
gonna die.
Really?
You technically didn't
You were in
miss.
the army? And you never missed before?
I was. I put all my stats in fire.
Well, at least the gout isn't the worst of your problems anymore.
Wow, okay.
I did try to destroy the amulet, but I had the feeling maybe you'd need to see it for your own eyes.
Feel it in my own foot.
And you wondered why people were so unlucky around you.
Well, I can't say this has been the best week of my life.
You have tried
Week?
just.
It's only been a week?
Yes.
Oh man.
Good grief.
You have just tried throwing it out, right? And
It
just
always comes
said
back.
putting it in a
back.
room and walking away.
I threw it in the Schuylkill. Nothing. I
Right.
buried it at the Jersey
Did you
Shore.
try the Delaware?
Nothing. You think I didn't try the Delaware? 2 rivers in Philadelphia.
You know, maybe the Hudson would give you better luck. Things is always
Hudson
falling
would
into
give
Who
better
wants
luck.
to go to New
Good,
York? It's
strong
like a whole
party
trip.
river.
Look, Felix.
Hey, don't insult the place I'm pretty much from.
Well, I think we've
There's a lot of that
proven-
going around tonight.
I think Felix has proven his point enough. So
Yes, I agree.
Hopefully this is as bad as it gets. I'm looking at the old man bleeding and I'm just like, make sure you keep pressure on that. Let's go get the stones and hopefully none else happens.
Yes, I'm sure this will go great.
All right, so you guys are heading for Boathouse Row, a renowned Philadelphia landmark that was in and out of repair all through the early 1900s. But are you driving there?
yeah, I mean, I'll offer to. I don't know if I can fit everyone. I go to Wixwickham, and you have a butler, right? Did you travel
Yes,
here by
yes,
car,
Jeeves.
or were you just?
Not entirely sure if his name is Jeeves, but he's over there.
Well,
Don't
Brant and I
understand.
can take about half of you. I don't know if Wixwickham and Jeeves has their own mode of transport, but
Yeah, so bring the rolls around, Jeeves.
oh, you have the rolls. I'll bring my coupe around.
I gotta get in the car with Alistair because I'm trying so hard to be like, yeah. So has anything interesting happened in your life lately, sir?
I don't mean to put anyone out, but I do get motion sick unless I'm in the front. So
I'll be in the back
Fine,
with the
you're
old
right.
man, making sure the blood doesn't get everywhere.
You can ride with Brant. Yes.
Thank you.
Fantastic. We've got this
Excellent.
well in hand already.
Also,
Two
you guys have
cars.
no difficulty navigating to Boathouse Row, so unless you have any little conversations you want to have in the vehicle, you arrive without incident. As it's about sunset now, so the sky is painted with all
the
sorts
sun's
of
going down.
pinks and things. Yes.
I shall regale him with the story of the time I was half eaten by a tiger.
Which
Which hat?
I don't believe.
He alternated. He was a very picky tiger.
I don't believe this old man for a second.
I had a bit too much hack that
Yeah.
night. I wandered out into the Sahara.
He hasn't
Which is
lost
not
that
in
much
India,
blood.
but-
Like he should not be this.
So, Mr. DeKeko, I've heard your name in the local gossip circuits, but no details. Anything interesting going on in your life?
Oh, I'm afraid that's a little bit by choice. I couldn't help but notice that you were trying to get a bit of a glimpse of me, but you'll forgive me for not trying to give too much of any personal details to the officer and
Oh, no,
by
no, I
proxy to
understand,
you.
of course. I'm from New York City. I've seen this many a time, many celebrities. I'll try so hard to stay out of the public light, but often what that means is what makes it into the public light is the parts they least want to show.
Oh, and
Simply
what have you
saying-
found about me in that case?
DM, what the hell have I heard about this guy?
Yeah, great question.
Make a listen check.
No, spot hidden.
It's
hidden.
definitely not spot. Is this the new Kiana wanting to roll insight?
Look, until you give me a rifle or a shotgun, that's my highest score.
Your highest score is. Hold on. we
Actually,
can't
no,
get
my
into
highest
this
score
now.
is stop hidden, but 5 points lower than that is firearm.
Yes. I'm gonna say
History? Could be history.
I would like you to make a make a easy like a normal history check, but I also want Alistair to make just a regular charm check.
Sure.
Easy history. It's still not fantastic. Ooh, that's a bad one. I didn't pass.
I also did not pass.
I failed by a country mile.
As did
Okay.
I.
Wait. Has anyone passed a check yet at all?
No, none of us have succeeded yet.
Nope, not a single check.
What'd you say,
doomed.
Sophia?
Okay, Bo did hit it with a bat. Now he
Bo
didn't
did
break
hit it with a
but-
bat.
It wasn't a check. It was on the
Looks like
ground.
them-
All I
by
had to
default.
do.
Looks like him did shoot it. It did hit the amulet.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
that the amulet
it
hit him
hit
back.
Alistair, if you could make up for me just like an outlandish rumor that would have reached the ears of our dear Lexi.
Lexi Capella.
Something untrue that you didn't purposefully put out, just like a weird thing that you do that has been
Oh,
picked up by
man,
the
what's
press.
like
a little quirk.
Has
Yeah.
a painting in the attic that ages instead of him.
Yes.
yeah, I mean, you don't necessarily know where he got his wealth from, and so there have been a lot of rumors that range from like, you know, a disgraced heir of an old oil baron to he took it himself from like a wealthy Italian, you know, like miser or whatever.
Just for context, would I know that you're like, would you qualify as new money, basically?
Yeah, basically.
Okay,
I moved
yeah.
to Philadelphia maybe 2 years ago. You do know that much.
Gotcha. All right, yeah.
Excellent. And as we're all learning about each other, your cars pull up to Boathouse Row, a series of rather unassuming, but in the future will be illuminated by LEDs every single night, boathouses. Some of them are in better states of repair than others. Some seem to be in better states of operation than others. But you're able to park off to the side and sort of approach these houses right along the Schuylkill River, and kind of gain stock of the area. I will say anyone who wants to can make a spot hidden check now.
I
Yes,
would
please.
love to fail a spot hidden.
What difficulty?
DM, I succeeded my spot hidden check, even if it's moderate
Excellent.
difficulty.
It's
Alright,
a
come
Halloween
on.
miracle.
Under 65. 66. I will spend one luck to make it work.
Oh, that's what
Alrighty.
luck is for.
Yes.
Oh, you mean I
well-
could have saved myself from the humiliation of shooting myself?
No,
with
I
this?
don't
No.
think you
No,
can.
no.
I
If
don't.
you-
I think a crit failure.
I think
you
a
can.
crit
Yeah.
failure, you're
Similar to how D&D works, I'm running this where if you critically succeed or fail, it doesn't matter if you could, somehow reduce that, because that is a flash of sheer karma, I don't know.
Spectacle.
So this
Yeah.
was just a regular difficulty spot hidden?
Yes, just a regular difficulty spot hidden. Can I get a show of hands for everyone who succeeded on it? Okay, so that is our Professor, our Alistair, and Lexi. All three of you notice that there are, a variety of boathouses here in various states of repair, as I said, but one of them looks almost a little older than the others. It's 3 or 4 houses down. It's not that it's in a bigger state of disrepair. It's about as run down as anything else is here, but something about it just strikes you as standing out from the other houses. It sort of almost screams, hey, shady shit happens here, in the way that you do when you see a house in a horror movie, or, in the pictures for the first time.
It's the 20s, right? I don't think
Yes.
the pictures are a thing.
No, they got Nickelodeons and stuff.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, it's just no movies survive from that. DM, I have a second question. Where's
Yes.
the moon right now?
The moon has not quite risen yet. The sun's still going down. So
I'm a
it's
werewolf?
just
What's
sort of like the
God, I fucking wish I could play a werewolf in Call of Cthulhu.
Surprise! We're playing Vampire the Masquerade.
Yes, good.
next year.
Ooh.
Oh god, that one's... I tried learning that one once.
But think
But,
of the makeup looks we'd have.
Yes. So
Wow.
Felix.
Anyway, does that house look interesting to you?
that
They
It's
all-
a
one.
little suspicious.
They all
Looks
kind
like
of look in
trouble.
the same level of disrepair to me, but
You don't have the eye.
Well, these first two,
You're still young.
It's the,
owned by local
curse of
companies.
privilege
The
on my
third
side.
one, I'm not sure about the owner. If that's the one you're referring to.
Ooh. What kinds of people own entire boathouses on the docks? Shipping companies?
Great question.
Is this
Boathouse
something-
Row in Philadelphia.
Oh no.
If you go to
I've
the
activated
Wikipedia
the
page.
Wikipedia.
Yep. Just to double check who owns these, because it sort of had a variety of owners over the years.
I mean, I looked
episode.
into who was owning all the major New York and Philly newspapers around this time, so I don't have a leg to stand on in the research department.
There's some
This
like
episode brought to you
barge
by
clubs, some like the Schuylkill Navy, Philadelphia Skating Club, kind of a lot of like local smaller owners. It's more of a leisure area than it is like a shipping location. That would be the docks that are closer to the Delaware.
So you'd normally expect this to be like rich people with their own boats, and
Yeah,
so it's
or
kind of
like a
weird that one
club
of them
of
has
rich
fallen into
people.
disrepair.
At this point in the Boathouse Row's history, it wasn't in the best of upkeep, so it's not necessarily unusual that 1 or 2 of the houses are not as fine as the others. But something about this one strikes you as odd. It's a little out of place in a kind of uncanny way, even though it isn't necessarily logically ill-suited to the location.
Well, I say we investigate.
what do you say, Felix?
Yes.
That's what we're here to do.
After you, then.
Felix will very cautiously, like, hand in his pocket. You can kind of see through the bulge in his overcoat, like, clutching the amulet, start tiptoeing towards the house, walking up to the front entrance. He doesn't knock. He just tries pushing on the door to see if it's open, and it swings loosely on its hinges, just the creaky door. He looks back to all of you to see if you're following. Are
I'm
you?
following, and I'm pulling out my flashlight.
I mean, I'm excited as anyone about this, but are we concerned about trespassing?
No.
That's
Who do you
fine.
think you're hanging out with today?
I don't know any of you.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
I
Look,
do
if there's a
think that-
story in it, it's not trespassing, it's research.
I
You
don't
like
think
research,
that's-
right? You're dressed like somebody who likes research.
He looks down, just the most shabby, tired man in the world.
I once again whip out my
I
army
do
pistol
like a
and
good
push
book.
past them, yelling, "Onwards!
Okay.
Enough talk!"
Good lord!
Yeah,
Butler must be
forwards,
the most
lads!
tired man in the world.
Colonel, you step into the house and it's just dusty inside. Like every room that you enter, it's just like this thick, tangible layer of dust to the point where it almost becomes a fog in and of itself. You can see straight through. There's like no furniture save a few like broken old chairs, a
My
rug
goodness,
that has
Jeeves, stop
been-
tidying this place up at once. It's disgusting
Jeeves-
in here.
Jeeves, following orders as always, whips out a little handkerchief and starts dusting the doorframe as you guys are walking in.
I hope Jeeves is the only one of us who survives.
sorry, terrible allergies.
If you'd like to push further into the house, you kind of get an idea of the floor plan just from this first room. It's not quite open concept, but there's clearly an exit towards the waterfront in one direction. There's no second floor, and there's just like an offshoot in the other room that you assume leads to a kitchen of some kind.
So it's not a particularly
is-
big building?
No, it's just small, smaller than like regular house sized, almost more of like a not quite a shed, but like storage for boats, maybe.
Right.
Okay.
Boat storage.
Well, I'll go in and I'll start looking around for anything suspicious or hinky.
Raking my flashlight into all the dark corners, seeing if there are any bugs.
Sure.
Oh yes.
Yeah, if you
Careful
guys...
though, because if they are dictyopterans, they do scatter from the light.
What are...
I am familiar with how cockroaches work, sir. I do live in New York City, after all. Hey, we're having fun while we
A
jam.
one-shot trying so hard not to be set in Philly.
Well,
yeah.
let's forget all this and just drive.
Let's go to New York.
Yeah.
Anyone who is investigating the house, can you call out for me exactly what it is that you're investigating, and then you're going to make a spot hidden check based on that. So, Lexi, I believe you're going around poking at things. What are you investigating? What are you looking for?
I'm not touching anything. I have my flashlight out.
Gotcha.
And I'm sort of like dark corners, up, down, looking for any weird shadows, anything that doesn't look right. Because the way this guy described it is like the amulet makes him see weird visions. These creatures are hard to perceive if they're even here. So I'm kind of just, I'm not looking for anything in the beam. I'm looking for anything kind of like being scattered out from it. Any shadows, stuff like that.
Great. Just make a regular spot hidden check for me.
Let's go, baby. Whoop. I dropped one of my dice. Please hold.
Is anyone else making any sort of checks in here?
I would like to investigate for evidence of any infestation, anything living in here. So I'm looking for like droppings. We're looking for leftover food.
Yeah,
We're looking for
I'm gonna-
patterns of tracks or any of the such.
Since you are a professor of these things, I'm going to have you make a natural world check and make it with
Yes.
regular difficulty.
Okay, that die is the
Regular
first casualty
difficulty.
of the night. It
Alright.
fucking disappeared the minute it hit the
Spooky.
carpet, so I'm rolling my d10 on a different one.
Spooky.
Onto the Phantom Zone.
Ooh. I failed big time.
Ooh.
I succeed
Woohoo.
Great.
with difficulty.
Lexi,
33.
looking around, this is a dusty old house. You don't see anything that immediately catches your eye. You don't notice any particularly strange patterns. Cecil, you are an expert in this field. As far as you can tell, there is no unusual insect activity in this house. Nothing short of the usual, ants that work their way in. No sign of a particularly large infestation of any particular insect, and no signs of cockroaches specifically either. Nothing that you can glean from just looking around the room. Would anyone else like to make any sort of movements or checks?
Can I look for anything that would have to do with, like, anything that might match the general aesthetic of the amulet, or anything else occultish that I might have known about just in my
Yeah.
travels?
Why don't you make me a regular occult check?
Sure. No, that's the funny haha sex number 69.
Nice.
Nice. Unfortunately, nothing here is catching your eye. You're fairly well traveled, but this is maybe outside of your particular lived experience.
Okay, failing that, I would like to pull out my camera if I can, and just like anything that looks particularly interesting, any like particularly gnarly dark corners or whatever. I want to get like a nice little Polaroid of.
Sure. You go to take a photo, and as you do, you look at the print immediately afterwards. I'm gonna say, for your sake, that's just working kind of Polaroid style, because I don't want to have to look up what a camera in the 1920s worked like.
I was gonna say, good idea. In 3 days, we can figure out what we're seeing.
It's a gift from the future. Don't question it.
Yeah.
Very
Could-
experimental.
Yes. Can you make me another regular spot hidden check for looking at this picture?
Sure. I do also have specifically a photography skill, but it's much worse than my spot hidden. Oh, I succeeded that one. 40, which is under my spot hidden of 60.
Perfect. So you're looking at this photograph. You've taken sort of a wider view of the room, going out towards the river, that doorway that passes out, and looking at the dust in particular, something about it catches your eye. It seems like when you stare at it, where the flash hit it, the further into the room you go, the light scatters in such a way that is inappropriate for the diffusion you'd expect from that kind of residue hanging in the air. It's almost like the space is different than it appears, or that this dust is a substance other than the usual grime that you'd expect in an unwell-kept house. And it seems to be most concentrated towards the exit towards the river.
Interesting. All right, I'm gonna move towards the exit, towards the river with my flashlight.
Okay.
Do you see something that's compelling?
I'm not entirely sure yet.
Well, I find no evidence of infestation, so Alistair, I think you were right. I think this was a dead end.
Well,
As Lexi, as
see.
you start walking, you feel Felix fall in step behind you. He's like, "Yeah, I got the vibe from that corner too." And you are able to continue walking through the space, and you very quickly find yourself at the exit leading out to the river. Looking out towards the waterfront, there is, down at the dock attached to this house, a small, like, not quite a barge, but it's definitely not a leisure boat of any kind. It's longer and flatter. More of like a shipping vessel for smaller objects of transport. Very cute cat sounds coming from Dom's mic.
He wants attention.
It doesn't appear to be in any sort of severe disrepair. It's definitely not been cleaned in a while. And it seems to also be surrounded with a thin layer of that dust that permeates the house.
I'm gonna take a photo of the boat as well, just in case there's something there.
Yeah, you see the same kind of effect you were seeing with the room, where the dust is somehow not the right size or shape for the space in which it inhabits, and the light hits it in a strange way.
I think there's something wrong with the dust, but don't quote me on that. I'm not certain yet.
There is something wrong. It's aggravating my nose. Something horrible.
you're the reporter. You
I
put whatever
poke
you
the
want.
dust with my cane.
You have a dustier cane than you did a minute ago.
Ah, Jeeves!
Yay!
The cane polish at once!
Jeeves goes into his butler utility pouch and pulls out the cane polish and starts polishing it up.
He is both Alfred and Batman.
There's just
Yes.
the two doors, right? The one we walked in and the one leading out through the back.
Leading out to
Yeah,
the boat.
there's an open archway that leads further into the house, but it seems to just lead into, as far as you can tell, a regular kitchen that matches the rest of the home.
Okay.
Can I join Lexi and Felix outside and
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna
toss
head
something
towards...
into the water?
You take a little coin out of your pocket, flick it towards the water. It lands in it.
Make a wish.
I wish this was
Nothing.
over.
Well,
That's poor kid. Okay, well, I say we go closer to the boat.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna go closer
Felix.
to the boat regardless.
Yeah, Felix joins
Yeah,
you in step,
I'll
heading
follow.
towards the boat. Alistair, you as well. As you get closer to it, the dust gets a little thicker. It actually becomes almost difficult to see too far into the river in any direction. It takes more of like a fog consistency, but it still has that dryness that you associate with the dust from the house. You're less and less able to see the house behind you. Who is approaching the boat?
Me?
I probably would have followed if something was happening. So.
Yeah, I don't want to be inside anymore, so...
I'm
I'll
following
follow.
around the rear. Like, I'm making sure, like, we're not being followed and nothing's, like, watching us.
We've
because
got a
apparently...
marching order.
Yeah.
nice knowing you
You all
guys.
approach the boat, and once you're all on the dock attached to it, you can no longer see the house behind you. The fog has rolled in, this thick, dry barrier almost around you. I'm sure you could try and walk your way through, but you're not certain you can navigate through it with any sort of competency. The only thing you can see is the boat in front of you, and there's the thinnest 3-foot radius of water around it, so you can see that it is still floating.
What a brisk session this is going to be.
What
We all
is-
die 1 hour in.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm
Well,
not like
joke's on
this.
you, I never know where I'm walking, so I just stop brusquely walking ahead into the fog.
We're at the river, right?
If
You're
you
right
hear
near
a
the river.
splash, then we found the river.
Oh,
God.
Dom, could you make a what's this gonna be? You just
Can't
make
we
a
even
regular.
fall in?
You know what? No, make an extreme navigate check for me.
Get ready to fall into an extremely polluted river and lose the arm to gangrene.
Yes, that's your 5th value for your navigate skill.
Right, gotcha.
If you don't have any points in it, it's going to be a 2.
Okay.
Well, you rolled a 100 on the shot, so the universe owes you.
Yeah.
I got a 16, and I do not have any points in anything that would be remotely useful in anything except for punching
could-
and shooting. So
You could push luck
You
with
could
a
push
16.
luck.
It's not far. I mean, it's kind of
You'd need to push it 14.
You need to push it 14.
yeah, no, I think I just fail.
Yeah, you walk out into the dusty fog, and after what feels like a good 5 minutes of walking, you find yourself back at the dock, looking at all of your companions standing at the end, staring at the boat.
I I'm going to pretend like that was my plan all along. Hello again.
Wait, hold on. Like he comes up behind us, or he got himself turned around and then he walked back to us?
I don't know.
Love this.
Some
Alright.
way or another,
So
he
much.
ended up
All
back
right,
with
I'm
all
gonna
of you.
start looking at the boat. Like, is there anything?
Hold
in
up,
the
hold up,
boat?
team. Hold up.
What's up?
Okay, right now we're a team. We don't need people walking in and out of fog like that. We gotta stay together. Stay within everyone's line of sight. I don't like what's going on here. You said this was going to be weird and spooky. I didn't realize it'd be this weird and spooky. So don't touch anything weird. Okay.
As you
Y'all
say,
do what
don't
you gotta
touch
do.
anything.
I've got
Felix
my
is putting a
finger in
foot
the
into the
water.
boat.
Oh.
Felix.
It's the only place to go.
All right, let's go.
Is there anything in the boat that we can see?
Yeah,
Like-
looking in it, it seems to just have some construction materials. Maybe there's some like planks of wood, a few like crates and barrels. It's big enough to comfortably fit all of you to ride along it, but
Okay.
not so large that it could make any sort of like cross-sea journey. It's definitely designed for transport up and down this river.
Is there any interior or below decks portion?
There's no interior below decks.
Gotcha.
Now, I'm not as familiar with this city. Which river are we on again?
The
Where's
Schuylkill
it
River.
going to go?
To the ocean eventually.
Ooh, how exciting.
Brant, keep the engine warm, will you?
What is he talking to
very
an
good, sir.
earpiece?
Yeah.
No, I'm assuming that he's with us, like same as Jeeves.
Very good, sir. And he turns off and walks into the fog. If you care to stick around, he'll return in about 2 minutes to this exact location, the same way that the colonel
no.
did.
Oh, great. We're stuck. Okay. Well, I'm gonna get in the boat.
All right, well.
If we can't get out of here, I suppose the boat is the easiest option.
All right, you step into the boat. Does everyone follow?
Yeah, I'll clamber in.
Yes.
Yeah, why not?
As a warning, I do get a little bit motion sick on this.
I'm gonna scoot away from the professor.
What don't you get motion sick with? Just walking?
If it's not too brisk, yes.
I've heard trains
Oh
are
my
good for
goodness.
Don't even start on the train, people, Red.
Once you're all on board, Felix kicks off from the dock with his foot to kind of take it off on hinges, the rope attached to it, letting the boat sort of float freely. And you can feel it getting pulled along by a slight current running perpendicular to the river in a way that strikes you as unusual, although I don't believe any of you could be claimed to be experts on boats.
I know the natural world pretty well, though.
Well, you do note, Professor, that something is very unnatural about this river that you're sailing down. The fog continues to surround you, maintaining that dryness but getting thicker and thicker until the point where it seems to be tickling your throat as you breathe. And you can't see even the riverbanks from side to side. As you continue, you assume further down the Schuylkill, you could swear that in the shadows you see these outlines of shapes moving along.
it is.
If I could get everyone to make a spot hidden check for me, regular
Hell,
This
difficulty.
one might be good to fail, actually. Aha! Reverse psychology afflicts my dice. I succeed.
Yes, I also
55.
rolled very high.
Succeed.
Oh, so I didn't succeed,
So
sorry.
you failed, yes.
I
I
failed.
failed.
I rolled a 28.
Ooh. Does that succeed for you?
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Do I want to succeed though?
Drat these observant eyes of mine.
You know what? If it's movement, and it might be something I want to whack, I'm gonna spend some luck points. To succeed. Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everyone
yeah,
who
let's-
succeeds, you are looking out into the fog, trying not to think about how little you know about the voyage that you're on, and each of you in your turn sees this particular shape crystallize from all of the vague patterns of light that you've been witnessing up towards now. It's big and lumbering, and you can't quite place what it is, but you know it isn't human. When you look at what you have to assume is its head, it's almost crescent moon shaped, and you think that is how it naturally appears, but then you realize it's because a chunk is missing out of where an ear would be. Only one thing on it glows, providing any light to refract out of the fog. One foreboding, forbidding eye. In the rest of the shape you see is torn and seedy looking. And in your mind, you hear a whisper. The scourge is on the loose. Everyone who passed, if you could make a sanity check for me now.
Right, what is that?
Yes. So,
Okay.
I'm just staring into the water trying to see fish.
so you roll against your current sanity
Nothing.
to see if
Okay.
you are staying.
Percentile? Same as
Great.
before.
Yep.
Don't.
Oh, that's
fuck
right.
me
Red
on
has
this.
really low sanity.
I succeeded! I rolled a 13! Woo!
Okay.
For the folks at home, my starting sanity was 25.
Is that a
I
6
succeed
or
as well.
9? That's a 6. I fail.
Nice. Oh no!
Bo!
Cecil?
With
Oh no.
yeah, no, I fail. I fail.
Don't give me that one. That was a pity laugh.
Cecil, how did you do?
I rolled really high. I rolled like an 80, so I'm just looking in the water for fish.
So that was in the spot check.
Oh, I didn't. Yeah, on the spot check, I didn't see anything.
Oh,
I
my
failed
bad.
it. So.
Yeah, so Bo, you're gonna take 4 points off of your total sanity for me.
Okay.
As the line, the scourge is on the loose, fills your mind. You can't tell where it's coming from. No one is saying it to you, and something is wrong here, and you are filled with fear in this moment. Everyone who failed the spot hidden check, if you could all make a regular, let's say, dexterity checks for me.
Oh, good. I'm awesome at these. New dice, new dice, new dice. Oh, I rolled a 3. So that's a success.
All right.
And
Oh, Colonel.
Major? Colonel? Is that-
I failed.
Oh no!
I'm just holding the railings on the boat so tight.
As this shape, this scourge starts to crystallize in the distance, getting closer and closer, you can make out now the more torn, it almost looks like fabric, it almost looks like skin bits flowing off of it. Colonel, you feel a clutch at your ankle, and you look to the side of the boat, and there's a webbed hand that has grabbed onto it.
I
clawed at the
absolutely
end.
shoot it. Like, I was waiting for an opportunity to shoot something, and this is definitely it.
100%. Go
While
ahead
he's
and
doing that,
make
can I
an
take
attack.
a photo of the spooky crescent moon fucked up thingy?
I will say that everyone can take one little action now before it gets closer, so if you'd like yours to be a photo, go ahead.
Thank you. What do I need to roll anything or?
Roll a photography check, regular difficulty.
Oh, okay. I only put 20.
How
points on
fast can
this.
you draw a camera?
Basically.
I fail.
You take a picture, but it's got a lot of motion blur going on. You can't quite make
God
anything
damn
out,
it.
which
You got the
can't make
Bigfoot
much out.
photo.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
got
basically.
the fucking Bigfoot photo. Proof
You
of
do
it's
note that there
natural,
is
but,
still
like,
that one green glowing spot in the photo.
I think maybe the eye is the stone we want to grab, but don't quote me on that.
I'm just gonna look at this scaly hand. That's all I'm gonna observe it.
Colonel, did you manage to shoot the hand?
I did, and I did 9 points of damage.
The hand
Solid.
quickly unfurls. You see claws retract into it from around where the webbing is as it ducks back into the water. And now all around you, all of you can see more of these hands reaching out towards the boat. 2 in the back
gonna
start
start
to
swinging.
grab at the planks. Yeah.
I'm swinging.
Yeah. So the way that this is going to work, since it's not like a proper combat, the hands are reaching around the boat. 2 of them in the back are trying to grab at the planks of wood and some of the construction materials and pull them into something. The shape is going to get closer to you in 2 actions, so each of you has the opportunity to do 2 things before that lumbering shape is on you. If you would like Felix to do something, call it out, and that's going to count as another player's action rather than trying to run it as an independent NPC. Bo and the Colonel, if you guys as armed participants would like to focus on attacking, you can absolutely do that. I'm only going to have you make 2 attack rolls, but it will do damage to more than one hand for the sake of streamlining this.
Okay.
So you have lumbering, shadowy creature coming towards you, hands reaching up to the deck, grabbing at all of your ankles. Could I have everyone just make a baseline dodge check for me? This is going to determine how good you are at dancing around these hands.
Okay.
I would love to not catch these hands.
Damn it.
You know what?
Oh, okay.
I failed, but I only failed by 13. I might want to spend luck to drive that down.
I did.
I
failed by
succeeded.
14.
Oh, I rolled a 10. I'm
Damn.
killing it.
Oh.
My undexterous ass is killing it tonight.
You're sneezing, and every time you sneeze,
Accidentally dodging around.
yeah.
Amazing.
Fantastic. Okay, so did anyone
yeah.
besides Lexi fail?
I think I'm
I also
spending my
failed.
luck points
Okay.
to not.
Alistair,
So I'm just gonna...
you fail?
Downstairs
Yeah,
getting
I'll-
got.
No, I'll do the same.
Okay.
It's 14 luck points in order for me to meet.
You guys
Yeah,
are all
14.
able to, through a combination of Bo and the Colonel's attacks and your own dexterity, dodge these hands from grabbing onto your ankles, but they are still clawing at you. And you can see now that some of them are scaly, but there's like patches of fur into them. You could swear like the way that they're structured, it's animalistic, it's more than it's human, but they're definitively some sort of hand-like thing. And every once in a while...
Lady, here, what are these things?
I'm pulling out my pocket knife. It's not gonna do me any good, but I need it.
I would like to do something. I feel like there's an observation going on here. I'd like to natural world this, if possible, because I'd like to see, like, obviously these are supernatural, but to Cecil's mind, like, do these look amphibious, perhaps, like susceptible to chemicals or something? Do these look reptilian? Do they look like they have big deep sea eyes? They'd be susceptible to like upright flash or something like that. That's kind of what I'd like to
I suspect they're susceptible to lead, motherfucker!
Yeah, go ahead and make a difficult natural world check, because these creatures are not something that this could be an occult check, I would say, but for you, I'll let you make natural world.
These is a high number. I don't succeed at the difficult. Should I pour just a shit ton of luck into making it work anyway? Because it would be kind of cool. Yeah, you know what? Look fast, I'm gonna pour. I rolled a 75, and I need a 40, so I'm gonna pour 35 of my luck points.
My God.
I have 59 luck right now, so might as well.
Oh, nice.
I'm gonna pour 35 luck into solving this out if possible, and I'm gonna succeed.
Yeah, you looking at these hands, there's definitely something amphibious about them. They've clearly got signs of being able to have fish-like features, but something about them speaks to being like a quadruped maybe, or using these to walk on land. Something about the shape and the way the claws retracts reads almost feline to you, like maybe a mountain lion or a cougar of some kind, but it's definitely
Those
not
cats that have
proper.
been following us this whole time.
But it's definitely not like the proper version of that creature. It's nothing that you've seen before in your research, but it does allude to some creatures that maybe you're more familiar with.
Okay, do I think that there might be a solution in there, such as like big cats keeping eyes focused on them to prevent them from attacking amphibians, trying to like damage their skin because that's a sensitive bit on them? Do we think that there might be a way forward, or is that too hard to glean?
I'll say, like, with the combination of the Colonel having shot a hand and it retracted, you get the sense that, much like with many animals, they're not looking for a difficult target. If you guys can just continue to bat at them, they'll probably aren't going to make any further moves to try and reach for you, so...
All right, I turn to the Colonel, I say, lead works, sir. Keep going.
Colonel and Bo, could I get both of you guys to just make one attack for me with your weapon of choice? This is going to be for how good you are at just hitting these creatures.
Okay.
Shockingly, I did not roll another 100, so I'm fine.
Nice.
I'm good. I rolled 13.
Yeah, I'm going to
batting
say
away
you
at
guys are
these.
able to, with that level and with the damage that your weapons do, like baseline, you're able to keep these hands largely at bay. At least the ones that are attacking all of you, the ones in the back of the boat going for the materials, are still going about their way. Does anyone else have a check they would like to make as the shambling creature gets closer and these hands kind of handled, for lack of a better word?
There's a
I mean,
possibility for me.
Am I like occupied with the hands then, or can I like fire a shot off at this creature that's approaching us? This big thing.
I'm going to see if anyone else has a check first, and then we can go to shooting at other creatures.
Fair enough.
I do have a pocket knife, but I
The
don't
construction
think that's...
materials, are there like tools or something like that? Something with which I can fashion a weapon out of?
There's a lot of like little planks of woods and dowels and things, and you see, if you look back there, that the hands are pulling at one of these planks and almost moving it in where you would expect a plank on a pirate ship to go. It seems to slot in to sort of a walk the plank sort of attachment. But that can't possibly be right. I mean, that'd be silly.
Wait, they're building
Yeah.
something?
They're building something back there.
What?
My curiosity is getting the better for me. I'll let them do it.
So the fishmen are building something?
That Nobel Prize might come a little earlier than you thought, sir.
The fishmen are building something? Did I?
Yes,
It's
the
really
fishmen are
grotesque
building
chemicals.
They're
something
pulling
out
things
of the
off our
plank in the
boat and
back.
building something in the
In
water, or the...
on the back of
On
the boat.
Oh.
Okay,
As
alright.
the scourge figure comes closer from the front, you guys can get a better look at it now, but somehow you're still unable to grasp any definitive features outside of those you've noted. It really does look like a permanently deteriorating mass of shambling, not as wet as they should be for being in the Schuylkill, seedy-looking mounds, but the thing that stays consistent is that crescent moon-shaped face with that one foreboding eye. Ever
Is this the
closer.
Return the Slab dude from Courage the Cowardly Dog?
No!
I'm picturing the moon
Alright.
from Mac Tonight at the moment.
I was thinking the same thing.
It's Mac
like doing
Tonight.
Oh my god. Does anyone have any actions
Okay.
they would like to take that aren't hitting the hands?
It's not-
I'm trying to.
I'm gonna try and take another photo of the big scary one.
All right,
I mean,
make a
unless I
regular
can, like,
photography
someone
check for
talk.
me.
Tell me that's not the man described.
It's not that. It's not the Return the Slab guy.
Oh, I failed even worse this time.
Again, you get an even blurrier picture, but with that one foreboding
Damn
green
it.
dot. The creature is getting closer now. It's a few feet from the front of the boat, and in the back, you can see these hands are starting to complete their work. It's a very simple construction, and if you were more given to fantasy, you might think that it was a plank on the back of a pirate ship.
Why?
So it's not so much they built something rather than just put a plank on the back
It's
of
more
the
of a
boat
setup.
and fixed it.
Tie it on, you gotta make it look nice. It's a whole thing.
Sure.
Does anyone else
Okay.
have anything? Because if not, I'm gonna try something insane.
Do it.
No,
Please
speaking
do.
my
Hold
language,
on,
young
wait.
man.
I want rational ideas first.
I don't even have a weapon. I've got fuck
Cool.
all.
Yeah, me
so,
neither. Go for it.
I've
Colonel,
got-
do you smoke?
Obviously, I'm a...
Matches.
Jeeves, give the man your matches.
Jeeves is
Jeeves is with us?
Yeah, Jeeves never
God,
leaves my
poor
side.
Jeeves.
He's there
Very good,
24/7.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. I'll turn to Lexi. It's like you've got bulbs, flash bulbs for your camera.
Yes? Yes.
Okay, break those. Inside there should be a combustible powder that's been it's
Magnesium?
magnesium. Yes,
Really? How interesting. All right.
yes. Towards that creature. My suggestion is just smash the bulb where they're building the thing, and then I'm just gonna throw a match on there.
I'm gonna remind you that the boat that we're on is also flammable, yes?
I told you it was a crazy idea.
Professor?
I like it.
Magnesium burns so hot and fast that I don't think it'll catch it on fire. I think it'll just maybe spook them.
Oh yeah, is that how
Because it's
fire
gonna burn
works?
white.
When it burns
it's-
hot and fast, it doesn't set other things on fire?
No, it's a thing. Flash
Yeah.
paper is used with magnesium because
Oh,
it goes
yeah,
up
that's
so
true.
fast. It
Yeah.
burns so fast it doesn't catch. So I'm hoping to just white sparks freak these things out.
Well, I'll
Maybe
do
if it's hot and they're amphibious, it'll upset their skin.
Okay.
Anyway, that's what I'm gonna try. I'm sure that's got a low odds of success.
That's badass.
It's a pretty
and
heroic
I
move.
like it a lot. I'm gonna say, ooh.
Science? Roll science.
Blinded me with science.
Austin, I'm so attracted to you right now.
Lexi-
That was fucking fantastic.
This
Lexi-
painfully average man has never been hotter.
Lexi, make a regular dexterity check, and the professor, if you could make me just a regular intelligence check, just to see if both of you have the
Okay.
skills to pull this off, because
Okay.
I think
Come
this is
on.
cool as hell, and I like it a lot.
This is
Okay,
good.
come on.
My dex is good.
Intelligence
This can
65.
happen.
Come on, come on, come on. Come on.
Oh, yes, good. 20.
I rolled a 70. I'll spend 5 more luck. I'm burning through it. I'm at 19 luck points left, but I'll spend 5 luck points to make it work.
I rolled
Awesome.
a 25 and my dex is 60, baby. Even
Nice.
if this were half, I'd succeed.
As you guys start to put this plan together, Felix does come up like, let it get closer.
What?
Let it get closer, and then maybe if the eye, grab the
Someone push the boy overboard.
No, we're not doing
No,
that.
no one's
Yeah.
pushing anybody over.
You've
Really
murdered
nice,
children
Jeeves.
before?
Jeeves
Jesus
grabs onto
Christ.
Felix.
Oh man,
All right,
I
are you
don't
guys
want to know.
doing this?
Are we doing the magnesium thingy at the...
Yeah, do it.
We're letting the thing in front get closer, right? But we're stopping the stuff at the back of the boat?
Yeah, let's stop the stuff at the back. That
Okay.
feels
Yeah.
way more accomplishable to me.
All right, sounds
Okay,
good.
all right.
So I'll yeet the magnesium bulb.
And then I'm just gonna put my head down behind the stern of the boat and light the match and drop it in that motherfucker.
Yeah, you guys with your successful checks are able to do so. You see as the reaction, this chemical reaction happens, there's a brilliant bright flash refracting off of all of the dust around you, illuminating the entire space in which you and this boat occupy. There's this deep, grumbling roar from the shambling mound in front as this light illuminates to the point where even the glowing green of its eye is just part of the whitewash, and all from around the water you can hear these smaller, tinier shrieks as you
I forgot to say, no one look at it.
I'm already blind.
Colonel, no!
It's so beautiful.
The light continues to last for longer than you expect it to. And the whole space around you gets warm for a minute and muggy, and suddenly as the light fades away you realize that mugginess is because it's appropriately humid for the river that you're on now, as the dust has started to dissipate, and the shambling mound in front of you is no longer this mountainous creature, and instead there's just the faintest bit of fabric and this crescent face and this green eye slowly dimming as it continues to scream until it eventually lands at the prow of the boat, fading into itself until only the eye is left, a single tiger's eye stone, matching those of the amulet. You've successfully defeated the scourge of the Schuylkill.
Wow.
Yay.
Good work, team.
Yay.
I gotta get
How far are we from
Alright.
the original boathouse?
Yeah, looking
I
at
throw
the
up.
boathouse, you're still attached to the dock.
Wow. Okay.
Oh.
Okay, how much opium did we
I'm gonna-
do? Because it's not the first time.
I'm gonna go grab
Alan
the
Quartermain,
gem,
motherfucker.
and I'm gonna
Yes,
give it to
good idea.
Felix.
Yeah, Felix
We believe you
takes
now.
out the amulet and holds it out for you to put the gem in.
Yeah, I'm gonna slot it in. Like, just how does it just like fly out of my? I don't know.
It just slides into the divot and it becomes a tight fit. You think you could probably pry it out with a lot of time, but it wouldn't be easy. It's not popping out there anytime soon.
And we got to get 6 more of these.
Yeah, well, there's a few other locations that I know of. The railway, the theater. I think some of them might be, other key locations in the city of Philadelphia. Reading Terminal Market, Independence Hall, that sort of thing.
All
I
right,
need to get
all
my
right.
flash bulbs.
And you heard those voices,
Yeah,
right?
sorry about that.
You guys heard the voices, right? I
What
have no idea what they were
I
saying.
heard our yelling.
Yes, but I forgot what they said.
Yes, I'm
Some-
gonna say both.
The
A lot
scourge
just
is horny or something. Something like that. I don't know.
Pretty sure it wasn't that, but
No.
who knows in this city?
I
Might as
don't
well be.
I don't hold that you should address these creatures. If they're talking to you, I wouldn't talk back.
All right, yeah, probably for the best.
Is this your first encounter with one of these such creatures? Because it seems like you've only just described the roaches so far.
I've only experienced the roaches definitively, but
Those were not roaches. Those
No.
were
No. But
The-
you've seen visions of others.
well, I've heard stories, accounts, the little research I could do. They seem to be all over the world. Often many of them appear in one city at a time. It's tied to some sort of event some night, but I can't tell you what that is. They've been tormenting me all week. I
you're
only know from
sure?
secondhand accounts.
it's gonna go
Only
away.
one per city, and you're saying that there's 9 of them here, or 7 of them here?
6 more.
6 more.
Well, yes, 6 more.
Wait, the whole they hit cities and it happens on a certain night is new information, right?
Yes, this
you
is
didn't
new
share that
information.
originally.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Could I do? I'm not very good at it, but could I make an occult since I write about some legends and stuff in my own
I'll say make
doctoral
a
research?
You're a professor type.
I
I'm just
also?
gonna make a regular occult. Actually, you know
I
what?
don't know.
Cecil, make a difficult occult. Alistair, you should make a regular occult check.
Every time something like that emerges, I see Red just make like the most inquisitive face ever, and
I want to
don't-
know everyone's
Very high.
backstory forever.
Very high.
High is bad, so.
That's
High
a
is bad.
4.
Very bad.
Yes.
I got a 4.
Ooh.
I succeed.
So, Cecil, this is outside of your area of expertise. Nothing about this is hitting with anything you're particularly aware of. It's all just sort of like a weird, bizarro version of stuff that you know to be true about the natural world. But Alistair, this hits on a legend you heard once. A particular moon rising and bringing with it these series of creatures that would torment a city. Any particular location. It's happened in the past, as far as you are aware from your research, in Berlin, in Shanghai, in London. It seems to have no particular claim on any one location, one time, one place. But if you were to put the pieces together, all of the stories that you've heard line up with the events that are happening now. And in the past, sometimes the city has been successful at keeping these creatures at bay through the efforts of particularly devoted occultists, sometimes through sheer luck. But sometimes you know that they have all gathered. All these creatures have succeeded in whatever their individual aims were, and it usually precedes some sort of horrific event. Think the Great Fire of Chicago, for example.
Do I remember an amulet at all being mentioned in these stories?
You know that there is some way to stop the events from continuing, to dispel the creatures until they next appear. You don't know the specific object or ritual involved, but an amulet with stones associated with each creature does line up with how these occult events typically do unfold, so it's not outside the realm of possibility. It doesn't strike you as strange.
I go and tell the group, there have been stories in the past, some more recent than others, of a particularly auspicious night in which otherworldly creatures would come and terrorize one city on this night. I've heard stories in China, in England, and apparently now it's come here to Philadelphia.
Of all cities. So what heralds it? Is there any way of knowing it's coming?
It's always been associated with the moon, whether that means that we have a time limit or the moon is just when it comes, this particular moon. I don't know too many details beyond that, unfortunately.
Okay, DM, where's the moon at?
Yeah, so you look up, the sun has fully set at this point, but the moon is just starting to rise. Lexi, make me a spot hidden check, just regular difficulty.
Certainly. Would it help if I had my binoculars out?
Sure. You can add the way that like advantage, disadvantage kind of boon work in this is you add an extra d10, and then you get to use the lower number in that slot when you roll. So I can say take one of those now.
So
you roll 2d10, and then also your
2d10.
percentile, and then whichever
I
the
see.
lower d10 number is, you use that in your tens place.
Oh, cute.
It's not 2 percentile 1d10? Did I have that backwards?
Wait, you use it in the
think you're at
use
the-
it in the tens place or the
Sorry.
ones place?
I-
You use it in the tens place, which I guess
Okay,
means you would
so-
roll the
there you go, yeah.
percentile.
So 2
but-
percentiles.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
You're rolling for an extra tens place, basically, whichever one of the dice you're using for that.
Good. 58. My spot hidden is 60. I just
Nice.
succeed. The higher was an 88.
The moon is where you'd expect it to be. It is particularly luminous and round tonight. It is a full moon, but as far as you can tell, it is doing normal things, and it does not wink at you.
Okay, thanks.
You there,
Interesting.
adult newsy lady. You've been looking at the moon since before it was mentioned. What's up with that?
Well, I mean, it's quite pretty tonight. That's all. I expect.
Or she's a werewolf.
I wish. I friggin' wish.
Well, says what?
I'm so sorry to interject, but we have more of these stones to find.
Right. Yes.
You guys believe me now, right?
Felix?
Yeah. After all
I believe
that.
we're high as
Yeah.
balls, but alternatively,
Well,
Yeah.
the two I know for sure. There's the railway and the theater.
Well, both sound horrible, so
Yes.
flip a
Yes.
coin.
railway onwards.
Sure. Yeah.
It's better to make a bad decision and stick with it and make no decision at all.
On the way, I'm gonna note down.
I feel like
the
there are
line
other
in the
choices
notebook.
we can make.
I should let you know that on trains, I do occasionally get motion sick.
Well, hopefully
course
we
you
aren't
do.
going to be on any trains tonight.
They could be stationary.
You all pile out of the
What's
house.
wrong with you?
There's little
it an
piles of dust
elevation
left
thing?
around the house as you move through it, but it does seem to have returned to its regular disheveled state. And you go back to your cars where your respective butlers are waiting, and head down to the PTC, Pennsylvania Transit Company, train railway storage section. It's about 11:30 now. By the time you get into the train, you're looking closer to like 11:39. There is a train waiting at the station to go collect some cargo for the night.
Is this the midnight train to Georgia I've heard so much about?
I'd be careful about that one.
You don't see any conductors around. You don't see any people boarding or exiting the train. It's just there waiting, doors open.
So this is the spooky train that's going to take us to the next gem.
I don't think I have any more flash bulbs on my camera. I don't tend
Anyone
to
have a
take
bag for the professor?
I'll be fine.
Let's be safer than sorrier, huh?
I kind of pull out like 2 baseballs. Worst
Where
case
did you
scenario
have those?
in the gym bag. It's a
Yeah,
big. It's
in
like
the
It's
It's
a gym bag of holding.
yeah.
What do you,
I give one to the professor, one to the journalist Lexi, and like, okay, great. Anything scary, you could just throw this at their face and run the other way. Okay? All right, don't
Oh
touch
my god,
anything.
I hope I get a chance to throw
That's
this
very creative.
baseball.
Thank you.
anything for me?
I look at the fancy rich boy in front of me. I'm like, just holler. I'll do it.
I am good at hollering. All
I
right.
do have a pocket knife. It does have stats in the game. I just think to put them in there. And
I have money. Now, if I can throw money at them, that'd be a different story.
How
Maybe you
flammable
could
is
buy us
money?
train tickets.
Ooh, good point. Do we need tickets for this one? It's a
Yeah,
cargo
there are no
train, right?
conductors.
I don't know, it feels polite.
Is there anyone like around?
We just did a breaking and entering. Not 20
Oh,
minutes
now we're
ago.
worried
It's
about-
not breaking and
Now
entering
an
if
open
nobody's
train.
home.
I have a lot of respect for the Pennsylvania Transit Company. I don't know what to tell you. Precursor to
If there's-
SEPTA Regional Rail.
If there's
Fair
anything
enough.
being an old white man has taught me is that do it with confidence and they won't stop you. Come on, let's board the train.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'll go after everyone else.
Yeah, are you guys making any attempt to stay quiet as you board the train?
No.
Well, I don't think the colonel is.
God save
Yeah.
our gracious king. God
Yeah,
save
you guys
our
all
holy
step
king.
into one of the passenger cars on this train, about like 2 or 3 cars down from the engine. It's not particularly long, there's maybe 5 cars total, just regular train size. As you step on board, all of you entering, including your butlers and Felix, and the colonel singing his song, you hear what sounds at first like a distant whistle and soon much closer, of a train starting up. The doors slam shut, and you can see that you have just left the station. No one else is on board. Nothing about this train reads as unusual, except that it is, of course, leaving now at 11:42.
This can't be right. Trains are never on time.
Apparently, they are in
Alright.
Philadelphia.
Is it moving? Is the train moving?
The train's moving.
Yeah,
It's
we're
going.
Oh,
we're going.
nice.
We're going
Oh,
somewhere.
God.
Well,
All right.
I
On
guess
second
that's-
thought, that bag.
Ooh, I need mine. Let's start
Having a
looking
motion
around, I
sick
guess.
character in this particular one shot is a very funny move, Austin. I'm going to give you 5 luck points for it. Just add those to your total.
Back up to 26.
All right.
Yeah.
I guess let's start investigating. Let's see if there's anything hinky in this train car. If we need to go up closer.
Go
to
ahead
the
and
engine or
make me a
something.
spot hidden check.
I'll follow Lexi. She seemed to find
I'm
the
just gonna
last
sit
thing
down and
last
put my
time.
head between my knees.
I rolled badly, so I didn't see anything probably.
I'm looking for. Can I look for like luggage, like
Yeah.
that might be in and around, or like containers where the next gem might be?
Absolutely.
All right, here we go. Spot hidden. Oh, nope.
Yeah, that doesn't
like a
seem.
90.
Nothing on this train strikes you as particularly unusual or indicative of like storing a gem. There is luggage on board, but there's no passengers. All of the luggage is perfectly stowed in the overheads. You don't see anything out of place. Everything is impeccably organized and run for this train. There is not a moment of it that indicates a human has ever been on it, and yet it seems to be perfectly, being perfectly ridden, perfectly politely occupied. It
And it's,
is
like going
picking up
to
speed.
each
Cargo
compartment.
train, so it's not. There's not like seats or anything.
You're in
Or
like a
there's
passenger car. There is a
Yeah.
cargo car at the back of the train. I misspoke on that part, but
All right.
Is there a dining cart?
possibly you'd have to walk through the other cars to find out.
Let's go find
I
some
want to
bourbon.
open some of this luggage. I want to see what's in the
Yeah.
luggage.
Are you splitting up?
In that same vein, I want to go to the cargo car.
No one's going
Do
anywhere.
it. No,
Hold on,
do
hold
it.
on,
Do
hold
it.
on, hold
Do
on.
it.
Let's just open some of the luggage in this car first before anybody leaves.
I'm going
you taking
to
down
like
a bag
each
and
overhead
opening it?
compartment.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I pull one
Yeah,
down.
go ahead.
I'm like, okay, let's see what's in this one.
It's not locked or anything, so you're able to open it. And when you open it, it's just normal traveling equipment as far as you can tell. Could everyone make a spot hidden check for me?
Sure.
Come on.
Every
Usually means
single
that the
case
scary
has a
creatures,
shotgun in it.
yeah.
Ho,
course.
ho, ho. 10.
25.
20.
I would
I
succeed,
did succeed
even
on a
if
45.
fifth. I got the best I could get.
I did in fact succeed, despite that being something I have no points in.
Oh,
So if there's
we're all
any
good this
shotguns
time.
anywhere in this train car, you legally have to tell me.
Everyone who succeeded, the train has been speeding up this whole time to the point where outside the windows you can only see the motion blur of trees passing by. But occasionally, especially when these cases are moved or when the colonel is particularly loud, you see a pair of green eyes whiz by.
As in, like, it's stationary. But
The train is
Oh,
moving
boy.
so quickly that everything outside is appearing in a motion blur, including the eyes as you go past it.
Wait, so it was associated with noise, or was it just like the
And
luggage
opening the
moving?
luggage.
And opening the
And
luggage.
opening the leg.
But is it because we're making noise as we're opening the luggage?
Or maybe
You don't
we're
know.
just being
How
rude.
about we just do both? Like we need the eyes are green, right?
Well,
like
no. If it was, if we want to test this scientifically, we should perform one or the other and have a control so that we understand exactly what the source of the eyes is. So we should either be making noise or opening luggage. But
I burst
we
into an
shouldn't do both.
extremely loud rendition of Rule Britannia.
That will do.
I start
You-
banging on like,
Everyone
the metal
without the
poles.
without the need for a check, you see again these pair of green eyes whiz past, and even at the speed it's going, you can tell that they do not blink, and they are watching you. The train continues to
Scientific
speed
method.
up.
Okay, well,
We're all going to die.
Did we want? Okay, yes. Well,
All right, Professor. So how do we get the train to stop or the eyes to come inside? Is that what we want?
I don't think we want that. I
we
don't
want to
think-
try
want
opening
any
a
of this.
window.
Well,
If
the
I
last thing had the gem in its eyes, right? So I don't know.
Well,
Or we
the
could try
cockroach
that
is.
first.
Train to
It
not
wasn't in an
accelerate.
eye. I think it's just however you stop these creatures is how you stop. You get the gem.
So let's
Okay.
maybe we should head up to the driver's compartment.
Maybe.
Stop the train.
Yeah. Nothing
No,
interesting in
please
any
stop
of this
the train.
luggage? Okay. I'll put it back.
You put the luggage
Traditionally, every train conductor holds a shotgun in the front of the train. So
Yeah, that's the law, actually.
If I was a train conductor, I would. Yeah.
In this town? No kidding.
Well,
back. Can every single
Up to the-
person make me a... What is this?
So, Alistair, you're more well read than your everything would suggest.
how do you mean? What makes you say that?
Oh, that you happen to know about the weird lunar attraction of these legends.
This is the first
Oh,
I've ever heard of any.
Sorry,
Am
I'm
I-
just talking to ignore the nausea.
No, fair enough. I've done a bit of traveling in my time, and with the money that I have to throw around, you meet some pretty weird people, and with it, you hear some pretty weird stories.
As you have this conversation, the eyes continue to bore into you. Everyone, please make me a sanity check.
Ah, damn it.
Oh,
Okay.
Come on,
All right.
baby. 1 in 4 chance.
oh, wow, that's a 7 in the tens place.
I'm gonna burn 10 of my luck points to drive that 35 down to a 25 and succeed.
Oh no.
I don't actually know if you can use luck
Does
on a
luck
sanity
work
check.
on sanity?
Really?
Hold on.
Yeah, I don't.
I
think
rolled a
you
24,
can.
so I succeeded.
Well, okay.
That's an 87. I
Spin.
fail.
I rolled another 100.
Oh no!
Wow.
So you've critically failed again.
Twice in one session.
Oh, I do have to ask, what do the dice read? Is it 0? What? Because the 100 is 0, 0. No, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1.
I'm rolling
So,
digitally, so it just
Digitally,
comes
yeah.
up.
oh, yeah. There's no confusion.
Oh, you gotta reset
Yeah.
the RNG, bro.
Yeah.
Luck
Fine,
may
we should
not
have
be
mirror
spent on
broke.
sanity.
Luck may not be
Okay.
sanity, yeah.
I'll take it then.
Everyone who
Yeah, I failed as well.
failed, you lose 2 2 sanity points. And in your mind, you hear, "He'll know at once if anything has occurred." As you continue to make your way towards the front of the train.
What an obligingly helpful voice.
I'm hearing he'll know at once if anything's occurred. Is that just me, or?
No, I got that too.
You're going
Well.
mad.
Well, thank you, yes.
What else is new? All right. Shall we go to the front of the train?
How about we move quietly? Because we can't have that happen again.
All right. Let's try to be stealthy.
I mean, I'll move as quietly as I'm capable, but
Yeah, what does a critical failure do on a sanity check?
Oh, Dom, please take double the loss of sanity points, so you lose 4.
Yeah, there it is.
thanks,
yeah.
Red. Thanks for reminding us.
Oh,
You're
I was hoping he
welcome.
would get a compulsion. That
Teacher,
would-
do we have homework
Yeah,
today?
actually, that's a great.
Austin.
No, it's good. It's good.
Chaos corner.
What's your sanity at?
What are you at,
It's rude to ask a
Colonel?
lady that.
Mine?
for the
I'm
record.
at like
Yes.
76. I was sane as hell.
Okay, I'm guessing because it's so high you don't gain a compulsion
This man
just
has
yet.
seen some shit.
Yeah.
What are you, all the horrors of war?
You eat what body parts I ate in India, and you either come out insane or so sane you can never be touched.
Okay, you all continue to make your way to the front of the train quietly. If everyone could make a stealth check for me.
All right.
And Colonel, as you critically failed that sanity check, although you don't lose any more particular points, you don't gain a compulsion, you do sort of have this nagging feeling in the back of your mind that someone is listening into your thoughts. It's as though your head is not only your own.
Oh no. They're gonna know
God
how.
save the queen, just
Yeah.
blasting on
Yeah. Pity to the
Like
guy
that
reading
one
his
Justice
thoughts.
League episode where Batman
Yeah.
is listening to Frere
Yeah.
Shaka.
Yeah, exactly. I failed bad on the stealth check. I'm still looking through people's luggage.
I did all right. I got a 3, so
I also failed the stealth check. Not critically for once, but.
I just barely failed. But a failure
I failed.
nonetheless.
I rolled an
I failed as well.
86.
It's just me? Okay.
Everyone who failed, you feel the eyes lock onto you. More pairs appearing outside the train, but the motion blur from the speed at which you're going is too great for you to get any sense of the body that the creature might occupy. Bo breaking out the bat already.
And the colonel, the pistol.
It feels as though the train
no,
is
this is a
getting
closed compartment
faster and
space.
faster.
I think we should probably try to stop that.
Alistair, you
Right.
are able to continue moving forward as the only one who did not fail this check. Everyone else, the feeling of these eyes boring into you is causing you to slow and fumble. So you do pull ahead of the group a bit as you guys make it into the next car, and then the one after that, and the one after that is going to be the engine room. If anyone would like to make another sanity check to try and fend off some of this feeling of being watched, of these eyes boring into you, go ahead. Otherwise,
I would love
Alistair
to.
is the only one who can move unimpeded, and you can either wait up for the rest of the crew or continue on your own into the engine.
I passed that one.
Success as well for me on that sanity.
I'm waiting. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm not going ahead.
Also, success for me.
Did these
Okay,
windows
everyone-
open, by the way?
Oh, buddy. Let's not do
I'm-
that.
Don't.
You can try.
They open with a bat.
I was just, I was try my luck taking a pot shot at one out the window.
Please make roll an attack for me at the window.
If I do critical fail again, I'm just going to put the gun in my own
We're all
mouth.
like, okay,
Okay.
stealth to the front, and then this man just pulls out his gun and
So
shoots
anyways,
with it.
I start shooting.
Shoots glass.
Yes, I did in fact shoot successfully.
Roll damage
Do
for
I
me.
roll damage?
Yeah.
I don't know if we can say shoot and successfully in this context.
It is 8 points of damage.
It does go through the window. It shatters the glass. But
Have at you,
at-
swine!
But you watch as the glass, the point where it shatters, it recrystallizes. It grows out from the fractures and it becomes a single pane again. And you feel in your chest as though there has been shards of glass that have hit you, although none appear, and you take 2 points of
bro.
damage.
I'm coming, Wanda!
This man is going to kill himself.
I kind of figured I was going to die first or go
Colonel, the
insane.
eyes lock on you. Although you have broken free of its glare, you feel that all attention is now on you, and the rest of your party is left relatively unwatched in this moment. Lexi, you can't quite shake the feeling of being watched, but if you look at the eyes themselves, they are all now staring at the Colonel. What would you all like to do?
I think we want to get to the front of this fucking train.
Yeah, we gotta
Thanks
get
for
to
taking one
front
for
of
the
this
team,
fucking-
man.
Yeah.
Whereas
Good shot, sir.
once you don't
I'm
succeed,
going.
shoot them again.
Oh, no!
So does everyone but the Colonel proceed into the next car?
Yes, please.
Do we have to leave the colonel behind?
You don't. He can come with you if he wants.
I'm trying to have a
Colonel,
staring
I
match
think-
with these eyes, but I guess okay, I'll come with you.
feel
I
like
think
the
you've
eyes
done
are
enough
gonna
service
follow
for
you.
today. Let's all go together to the car, huh?
You proceed
Let's
into the engine room. It is unoccupied, save for a singular shadowy figure. It has the vaguest outline of a conductor, but you cannot make out face or features. It's just this shadow in the front, this specter. It doesn't even have eyes, and you see all around you outside the train, those green eyes continue to watch you as you enter, and more of them appear in pairs outside as the train continues to speed up. The conductor figure has its hands on the controls. You can see a brake directly next to it, and you can feel now the speed at which you're moving. It's as though the wind has started whipping you violently. What would you like to do?
All right, him, you can shoot. I'll just back up.
Question.
Go ahead and make an attack roll for me.
Keeper, is this the Return the Slab guy?
This is not Return the Slab guy. I promise you there is no Return the Slab guy in here. Okay,
Success.
What are you doing here, then?
just roll a d4 for me, Dom, if you could.
Okay.
Oh no.
No, it's a
It's a
good
1.
D4.
Your bullet goes straight through the shadowy figure. It's just a specter, a placeholder operating this train, and instead you hit some sort of steam gouge, and the chamber is quickly filling with steam.
Shit.
What would you guys like
I
to
know
do?
I brought this, and this is no fun at all.
Okay. I look around for some tools and try to like patch it up?
You want to patch
like-
up the gauge that's like blowing out steam?
Yeah, like is there any bits of metal like on
Yeah, there's
in
a
and
lot of
around
like
this compartment?
appropriate tools for the operation of a train in here. I'm gonna say that this is. Ooh, what check is this? Good question.
Mechanical repair.
You know what? You're
I think
Mechanical-
mechanical repair sounds
mechanical
great.
repair is 5. I'm gonna say this is because
Yes.
you are not an expert in the operation of trains. This is gonna be a
Okay.
difficult check, but go ahead and make that.
Okay. All right.
Now, I may not know anything about trains, but my friend Rube Goldberg has these wonderful machine designs I've seen a lot of.
We should have just pulled the pin between the engine
Okay.
car and this one.
Difficult checks. Is that a half or a fifth?
That's a half.
It's a half? Okay. I rolled a 38. I need a 20 to succeed. So I'm going to pump 18 luck points
All right.
into
Okay.
the check.
You are able to reach out and staunch the steam, but as you are pulling your hand back from around the spectral figure, it reaches out at you with clawed hand and makes an attack. Can you let me know? Make a dodge for me.
Okay.
I'm gonna say half difficulty again because you are in the middle of, leaning over and it's a little exposed.
Okay. No, that's gonna hit me. That's
Yeah.
a 76.
On your arm, these claw marks and these scratches are left. You take 2 points of damage, and it rips through your sleeve.
Okay.
Can I just click my flashlight on at the shadowy figure? I don't know if it's going to do anything. They didn't like light last time.
Sure, it has no shadow itself, and it does not seem to be any more illuminated by the flashlight. Instead, it kind of leaves like an outline in the space around it. Colonel, the eyes are getting closer, and they are still not blinking. You feel
And
as
they're
though
all
they
still
are
looking at
building
me
in
and
and
only
oppressing
me.
you. Only to
Oh, this
you,
is
as you
fun.
are all of their focus. Could you make another sanity check for me?
I try to shoot one mythical being and then never let it go. I'm good.
Okay, you managed to, through your stalwart Britishness, avoid succumbing to their endless, ceaseless glare. Would anyone else have anything they'd like to try?
Okay, who's going to
Well-
bite the bullet and try and pull the brake?
I'm already up there, like in that space. So like I finished patching up the steam, and then I, with my other hand, grab the brake. Give
You
it
want
a
to try
pull.
All right.
shining your light at the shadow?
I did, unfortunately.
Oh.
and,
All right.
Make
seem to
a
Ugh.
regular strength check for me, and then also
hell
give
yeah.
me another difficult dodge check to see if you take any more damage from this creature.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. I rolled 12
Okay.
on the strength,
Nice.
and then the dodge. I'm gonna take damage. That's a 66.
Okay, you take 5 points of damage as this creature claws into your back. But through this pain, you are able to grab the brake and with great effort pull it forward, forcing the train to wrench to a stop. The creature dissipates the conductor figure, and one by one you feel the pairs of eyes outside close. Could I get everyone to make one less sanity check for me?
You know, I'm beginning to think this is nothing like the Okapi story.
Okay, hell yeah. 29.
Oh, fail.
Big fail on mine.
Yeah,
I'm good.
Big fail as well.
Okay, everyone who failed, you are going to lose 5 sanity points.
Oh no.
Hey DM, I'm below 20. What does that mean?
Ooh,
What's your insane?
it's your insane limit. Good point.
God, you were an eggshell of a character, huh?
I rolled like 25 for my
The-
power. It turned into sanity.
The Call of Cthulhu version of a glass cannon.
What are you at specifically?
18.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Do I get another tasty compulsion?
Another.
Give them to me. Yum, 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 yum.
Just
Oh
want to
god,
double
we've
check
only been
because
doing this for 2 hours. There's so much time left.
To be honest, I'm kind of surprised none of us are dead yet, so.
Teehee.
Well, how's Bo doing, Wally?
I'm at
Yeah.
5 hit points.
I was gonna say, because that would have
scratched up.
killed me, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, can we get you some, like, medical care? I've got health stats on my...
I've got band-aids in my bag at the car.
First aid heals 1 hit point, medicine heals 1d3 hit points.
Red, what would a fifth of your sanity, your total
Oh,
sanity?
did
when
I get
you
the 1d3
started?
when I got medical attention before?
When I started out, I had 25 sanity, so a fifth of that would be 5.
Okay, so you're not permanently insane, but you are
Oh,
getting
that's
close.
What?
I'm gonna
wait,
say
what is
that
my threshold for going permanently insane?
5.
5?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a fifth.
it's a fifth of your
your
total
your
insanity.
base.
to
Oh,
start.
I got a ways to go. We're fine.
You do. Everyone who failed this check gains a new compulsion. There is. You are going to try and go as long as you possibly can without blinking. There is something inside of you that is now afraid of the moment when your eyes close and what you can't see in that instance.
Love
You're
it.
scared of blinking from now on?
Yep.
It's not
Well,
scared of blinking. It's scared of what will happen when we do.
I'm not scared of heights. I'm scared of falling off of them, okay?
Yes.
I, too, was a fan of Doctor Who in the 2010s, so I
as
already
this-
know very much how this works.
As the train comes to a stop in this sort of rapid halt, a few of you fall forward a little bit, like when the subway suddenly stops, or more appropriately, when the SEPTA regional rail line comes
No,
to a
don't
sudden
do it.
stop outside of Jefferson Station. And you see, sitting before you, Bo, is another one of those small stones. It's kind of right on the floor where the shadowy specter left. Another shade of green, another tiger's eye.
Oh god.
that was
only
comparatively
one
much
more.
easier. We only had to sacrifice one person.
And at this point, I think it's
Wow.
we're about 2 hours in. This is a good time to take our break. So I'm going to hit stop on the recording in just a moment. We'll be back in a few minutes to return to our spookiest tale and go to a few more locations and meet a few more creatures. Please, everyone.
5 of these left.
How many? We need 5.
Rolling with difficulty.
Hello, I'm Sophia Ricciardi, aka your keeper this fine Halloween night, and you're listening to a very spooky special of Rolling with Difficulty. Now back to the show.
Rolling with difficulty.
And welcome back. So when last we left off, you guys had just stopped a rushing haunted train, and you're all sitting in the conductor's compartment, the front of the train, the engine room,
There we go.
and you find yourselves exactly where you left it, back at the station.
Let's get off this train before anybody starts asking questions.
Agreed.
Yes, I have to go throw up outside.
Yes.
How about we find some medical supplies more than just a few bandages as well to maybe patch some people up.
Yeah.
Do you have
How-
hospitals in this godforsaken country?
Do the wounds
Yeah.
look like regular,
Somewhat.
like claw marks, or is there some weird, crazy stuff going on?
I would say you don't know, but maybe Cecil could make like a natural world check
I would
at
absolutely
difficult.
love-
I'm gonna say
love
make it
to
with
make a natural
difficulty
world
because
check.
you're making it looking at claw marks on a human person's back, but you can make that to see if you can identify any particular trends.
You say that we're rolling with
I got that one in at
Noir.
the beginning. You gotta wake up earlier, Noir.
Step up.
Oh, sorry.
I do not make it at difficulty, unfortunately. It's not, it could be worse. It could be a botfly. Those are nasty.
Okay,
so.
let's not talk about botflies, all right?
You can't identify where the claw marks are from, unfortunately. So, but they do.
They're from that creature, indeed.
Yeah.
All right, Doc. Oh,
Where are you guys going? What are you
I'm
doing?
not a doctor.
Do we get the feeling that we need to find all of these in one night, or would it be possible to, like, take a little break. It's getting quite late, get some medical care for our friend here.
It is 11:42 exactly right now.
Oh. No time at all has passed since we got on the train.
That's still pretty late, and we have like 5 more of these things to get.
Does the prophecy thing we were talking about before, did that mention a time limit?
I don't
I suppose if it
necessarily
is supposed to happen this specific night, that does kind of indicate we need to get
You said
ship
something
going.
to do with the moon, right?
I should say that whenever they appear on this night, they usually appear with a certain goal in mind. So it might not necessarily be the timeline of the night, but the timeline of whatever they're trying to accomplish, which we can't necessarily ask them now, can we? I would say time is of the essence, but maybe there is enough time to patch up our wounds, if only for a little bit.
Alright, well, there's time for sleep later. Let's, anyone here good at first aid? Because I'm not.
I am, but it's on my back, so.
Oh, that's a little inconvenient.
I mean, look, can we literally just go to a doctor? Like,
I'm sure there are hospitals somewhere in the city.
There's many storied hospitals in the city of Philadelphia. You'd have to find an ER open, but
That's true.
Do ERs
It's-
close?
It's pretty.
I don't think so.
Well,
But I
it's
did do a lot of
1920s,
research
they
into
probably-
1920s medical
Oh, yeah,
operations.
they're all off doing their flapper dances or whatever. No
Yeah.
time for help.
I mean, I'll take
is
that
this,
risk.
is this before America went into this wasteland of health insurance?
I don't know.
Yes.
You know what? If we don't ask the question, I don't think they can legally charge us.
So is your next move to go to a hospital? Or do you have a different destination in mind?
I think we should patch up our bets.
No,
with our
let's
friend here.
yeah, I think hospital might
Get
be
some,
the
get some wraps.
most prudent.
Then we
maybe
can
a
reassess
poultice.
a little bit.
If we go to a spooky hospital, we can 2 birds with 1 stone.
Yeah.
True.
Are there any hospitals we think are likely to be haunted by these things?
Who are you asking?
Felix.
Felix.
Felix
Mr.
isn't
Possum.
What?
What?
Felix
What?
isn't there.
What happened to Felix?
Is Felix,
Felix
still on
is
the
gone.
train?
What the
When did
fuck?
Felix disappear?
I never got to ask if his name was actually Possum.
We didn't even roll spot hidden checks.
there? No, you
So-
did not.
Did he?
Wait,
did he?
where's the
wait,
amulet,
what-
right?
Did okay? So
He took the
I've
he
just
took the
realised none
amulet
of us
with him.
specifically said that we were picking up these gems that were dropping. Has anyone actually been doing that, or have we
Oh,
just
yeah,
been?
Bo-
I picked
Well,
up. I
Bo
picked up
did
one of the
the first
first
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
And the one in the train was also yours because you were right there, right?
Yeah.
As you all sort of come to the realization that Felix is no longer with you, Alistair, in your pocket, you feel a lump. And if you pull it out, if you care to, the amulet is now in your
Fucking
pocket.
I do not care to. I'd rather just not think about it. Yeah, I'll pull it out.
Uh-oh.
Is that the amulet in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?
But
Why not both?
Well, it's kind of
Um,
nice of you to kill the NPC first, all things considered.
who
Well,
knows? He could be dead. He's just not with you.
But he doesn't have the amulet
Felix?
anymore either.
How sure? On a scale of 1 to 10, how sure are we that we're not like being manipulated by a demon to do the one thing that's actually going to destroy the city, i.e., collect these gemstones?
oh, we're not sure at all.
I'm
on
not
a scale
certain of anything.
I'm fair certain there's no demon's fault, sir.
I don't know. The thing that hit me felt like demons.
We're not
and
sure at
yet,
all, it's-
natural claws.
All right, can I spot hidden to see
Many
if
a
Felix is
creature
like,
could have,
pop my head back on the train?
done such a thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Make a spot hidden check.
Thank you.
Actually, the train is gone too.
Ah, fuck.
Actually, Philadelphia
And
is
the
gone.
station.
Ghost
Yeah.
train.
You took your sweet time. Philly's been destroyed.
It could be that.
Well, I mean, my spot hidden's really good, but I rolled a 23, which is also really good, so.
Yeah, you don't see any sign of Felix, but you do find on the platform as you step back off the train, that there's this moment, your particularly weakened sanity as you re-enter the location in which you just had this horrific experience. Some words pop into your head. Theater.
Some word, it would seem.
Sorry, my
from
list
beyond the
scrolled
grave.
down.
we all
to me,
wait with bated
spirit.
breath for the second word.
Theater, market, deception. These.
Damn it! If
Illusion.
only we had someone from Philadelphia here to decode these meetings.
You lost me at deception. Deception's not a location we could go to.
Yeah.
No, but you'll see.
All right. Well, theater and market is that 2 locations, or is theater market 1 location?
Those are
This
two
godforsaken
different
city,
locations.
anything could happen.
You've
All right,
lost
well,
Felix.
The way things are named horribly here, not a good strong name like the
Everyone
Hudson.
who is bashing Philadelphia, please take 5 luck points away from yourself.
Either way, we need to get Shoeless Joe to a doctor, so let's move it.
Shoeless Joe.
Wow. Okay.
I assume he has to be wearing shoes.
I am wearing
This
shoes.
city, yeah.
Well, I mean,
All right.
Oh my
currently,
god.
That would feel a little loaded.
I'll go back to the coupe and I'll ask Brant. Brant, do you know any open hospitals in the area that we can get Bo to?
Oh yes, sir. I believe Jefferson is open at this time of night. Or Penn Medicine, perhaps. The illustrious UPenn University.
All right,
Which one
whichever
is
one's
closer?
closest.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll drive you to
All right.
UPenn. I think that was open in the 20s. Don't quote me on that.
All right, Bo.
But you're able
let's go.
to leave without too much fuss. Now that you're down a person, it's even easier to squeeze into the 2 vehicles at your avail, and
don't
you
say it like
arrive
that.
at the 24-hour opening of the University of Pennsylvania's medical center. You're able to enter, go up to the front desk. There's a receptionist there directing folks if you'd like to check yourself in or report what you're looking for.
Yeah, we just need someone to help patch up my friend's wounds here.
A terrible bear attack has occurred. We must patch him up.
Band-Aids or something.
She looks a little bit put off by the size and complexity of your group, but agrees to your request nonetheless and asks you, please just take a seat for a few minutes. We'll call you in when there's an available
few
room.
minutes.
I'll pull out my
Do you
wallet.
Do you see this?
I'll pull out my wallet and I'll start just taking 20s out one at a time, and I'll say, if there was any way that we could possibly speed that process up, and maybe I can add in another 20, a little extra for your indiscretion.
Absolutely. Alistair, if you could go
Money
ahead
bags
and
over
make
here.
me, let's say a persuade check.
I could also do a fast talk if you so desire.
If you would rather make fast talk, I'll allow fast talk.
I would.
Is
I'm
there any
better
way
at
for
fast
me to
talk.
like help him on fast talk? Because my fast talk's real good, but like 50% good.
Let's see how he does in the check, and if he fails it, you can maybe back him up.
All right, I succeed. I have an 80 for fast talk, and I got a 67.
Yeah, you are promptly, your whole group is shown to a room and asked, like, oh, in just a moment, the doctor will be with you. The receptionist, the nurse takes her exit, and you guys are all alone in this, when you go to the doctor's for a physical, and there's just like a room that's not the
6
waiting
of us.
room, but you
5
left.
of us.
All
Five
five
of
of you. All
You
five
know,
of you.
immediate
in the corner.
family are allowed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
The colonel immediately starts stripping down to his underpants. Let's get this started.
There is like band-aids and things in the room, and a few minutes go by as you guys wait for the doctor. Then a few more. And then you start to lose sense of how long you've been in this room. The fluorescence,
Not again.
obnoxiously bright.
Not again.
Did we stumble into another haunting?
I'll open the door and I'll look down the hall either direction to see if there's just any hubbub going on.
Normal hospital activity. There's some nurses that pass by. It doesn't seem particularly busy. Doesn't seem particularly slow.
I'll flag their attention. No, pardon me. We were told that there would be a doctor who would come in to see us. I don't mean to pry, but the matter is rather urgent.
No response from the nurse.
Sorry, like
bloody
she
hell.
registers that they register I'm talking, and
Nope.
Try
Just
touching
blank.
her on the shoulder.
yes, I will go and I will very politely
Oh, yeah,
just
who-
tap tap.
Your
I
hand
will
goes
keep
right
the door
through her
open.
shoulder.
I knew it! I knew it!
Ah.
Okay,
Dang it,
all
we
right.
passed.
never left the train.
Okay, who's got actual first aid skills? Let's get Bo patched up at least a little before we deal with whatever.
I mean, we can
I'm
try.
gonna
I mean,
try patching myself up.
I've got a minimum.
Good idea.
yeah, we all
Are
have
there
a
any?
base.
I'm guessing the room we're in actually has medical supplies as well, because
It
got
does.
those
There's
1920s
some-
giant
there's some
syringes made of
gauze.
brass.
Yeah,
Good.
there's some like cotton balls, like
You want
Yeah,
some-
I-
figured
I
out
like
germ
thermite
theory by
kind of
this time, right? Like everyone's washing their hands. All right, we should be good.
I'm just like muttering to myself. Of course, this shit's gonna happen in the fucking hospital. And I'm just gonna patch my. wrap some
Alistair,
gauze
can you make
around
a
it.
sanity check for me?
Just-
Probably not.
Yeah, I'll do a
I
sanity
was
check.
also injured. Can I try throwing a band-aid on my chest?
Yeah,
or
the two
something?
folks who are injured and are trying to help themselves, go ahead and make, I'll say, an easy medicine check because your wounds are
Yeah,
So my-
roughly
glass
superficial.
and-
Superficial, yeah.
Yeah.
My new sanity is
Oh, no
the
problem.
current
20.
sanity that I'm at, right?
Yes.
That's the one. Okay.
Could someone with like any points in medical help me? Because I have nothing.
I mean,
also
I
have
have
nothing.
I have a 30 like everyone else. I'll give it a shot.
Alistair, what did you get?
You know what? What am I going to
keep,
make it
I
worse?
keep rolling 80s, and they fail.
I rolled a
All right,
24 on
kinda.
my medicine. On my
Alistair, go
first
ahead
aid.
and take 4 points off of your sanity. And in your mind, you hear, "Never was there so clever a creature," reverberating throughout the hallways, and you feel a compulsion to go deeper into the hospital.
And they all say...
As the
Yeah, that's what I was
magical
thinking.
mister. Is this? I don't mean to blow this case wide open, but is this a cats-themed Call of Cthulhu?
No.
Someone
I-
please
None of the-
explain to me.
I don't think
Skimble
Because there
Shark's
is-
the railway
there is
track
a-
cut.
There is we have done to the railway, which I noticed, and also the theater is
Growl
upcoming.
Tiger
Also,
on
those
the
claws
Thames.
retracting
And
on the amphibious
the
creatures that
claws-
were building a plank.
I
And,
have a reference text for this session. Would you like to see it?
No, I'm good.
Don't they walk the? I've only seen the horrible movie, but don't they walk the plank in that?
It is! It
That's-
is!
You
Fuck
bastard.
you! God damn it! For the audience, she's holding up T.S. Eliot's book of practical cats or whatever,
Old
yada yada.
Possum Cat.
Book of practical cats.
Old Possum!
Anyway.
Felix Possum! We're blowing
Okay.
this case wide open!
Oh no.
Okay. Yeah, this is. You would pull
How
some
could
more
you?
shit like
The author
this.
of that book was so fucking weird, we're all gonna die.
Alright,
I wondered how
Alistair-
long it would take you guys to catch on to
Blew
the
this case
thematic.
wide, fucking open.
I didn't want to believe it.
Philly and
I assumed you would
cats.
make a joke when we got to the
Yeah.
train, and when you didn't,
This
I thought
really
that's
is a
suspicious.
nightmare.
I didn't want to speak anything into existence because Dom already said the fucking Rebel Wilson thing.
What was the boat
I
one?
thought you guys got it like minute 0. I was so scared. Growl Tiger.
Yeah,
Growl
Growl
Tiger?
Tiger.
Yeah,
That, like,
walking
the
the
cavities
plank.
like move.
The,
Yeah.
the terror of the Thames.
No, technically
Well, that would make me
it's
mad when this
The Thames,
kills me.
Sophia.
Thames. Technically
Oh,
You're in my
eventually,
accent
huh?
now.
Alright.
Anyway, I'm gonna heal this idiot. I'm gonna roll medicine on this.
Yeah.
this-
Everyone roll medicine.
This
Alistair, you
old
feel a
fool.
compulsion to go further into the hospital as you hear in your mind, "Never was there so clever a creature."
Colonel, I got your back.
Pretty
24 is a success.
No, Bo's back is the one that needs help.
Yeah.
No, Bo's doing
Colonel's-
it himself. The Colonel's
Yeah.
also messed up.
Funny enough,
Oh.
I did roll a 24 as well on my.
Hey.
How much do you get health do you
Twins.
get back?
You guys both get 4 points back. Okay.
Hey.
I'm
Can
back
someone
full health.
please...
And I'll say your wounds are no longer like bleeding or anything. You managed to like staunch them.
I will never die.
Can someone
We
please
killed
retrieve me?
Stifle.
I mean, the
Yeah, I'm,
evidence
I'm going
might
after
support so
Alistair.
far.
Like, I was already probably gonna do that, but like, especially if he's meandering into
Yeah,
the
yeah,
spooky
yeah.
haunted
Yeah.
hospital.
Split
Anyone
the
who steps
party.
into
Hey,
the
So
Yeah.
we're up against magical Mr. Mistopheles now, so
Is that the hospital cat?
I
Tiger's cat size! God damn it!
it's the one that matches
Yeah.
like
Fuck you.
because it's the one that matches up with the lyrics she just quoted. So
Wait,
You know,
Mr.
that
Mistopheles.
explains
So
Yeah.
many
There's nine-
listeners have been onto the game for so long, and
The
they're
There's
expression
so
on your
mad.
face when
There's
when
9
Noir made
gems
the
in the-
reference to like the cats that have been haunting us because Dom's cats have been adorably meowing in the background. I noticed that you didn't react like, haha, funny joke. You had this moment of like, can't believe you do this to me.
I've never hated
So,
you more.
Lexi, as you step into the
Alright.
hallway, could you make me a sanity check? And everyone who's back in the room, you have managed to heal your wounds. And as you do, when you look at the other person, you see your wounds on them.
I'm sorry, what?
You don't feel them, but you see them.
I
Lexi,
see
well,
what
I
them.
did you roll?
succeeded with a 4.
So I see them with no wounds because I'm all good.
Yes. Cecil, you're
Oh,
just
wow,
sitting in a
that is-
hospital waiting room thinking that it's taking an awfully long time for this doctor to show up. Lexi, you see Alistair walking further and further down the hallway. You run and grab his arm, and both of you stop in the middle of the hall for a moment. Around you, the hospital continues as normal.
We should probably get the others.
Yes, I agree. Can you guide me back?
Yeah, of course.
When you turn around,
might-
the hallway no longer looks the same as it did.
Yeah, of course.
The door
yeah.
that you entered from seems to be missing, and instead it curves away in a different direction.
Yeah.
I'll have you know that T.S. Eliot's Book of Practical Cats, or whatever it's called, was written in 1939, so this is very anachronistic.
Old
Are you telling
Possum's
me
Book
the
of
Jellicle
Practical
Ball
Cats.
burned down Chicago?
The Jellicle Moon is rising, guys. You have
I
to
also
stop
like
it.
I also like the theory that T.S. Eliot wrote this book through like great old one divine intervention.
It absolutely doesn't surprise me that Andrew
Yep.
Lloyd Webber is a fucking Cthulhu monster because he's
I'm not just any Cinderella. I'm bad Cinderella.
Oh my god.
Alright.
Okay, you two find yourselves in what looks to be a normal hallway, a normal hospital hallway, but it is not the one that you believed you were in previously. Back in the room, you guys are seeing wounds on each other that you had yourself. They don't feel anything. And Cecil, again, you are just hanging out in a doctor's office.
Yay.
So who's seeing wounds on
I
what?
thought Cecil was the one who healed me.
I did. I patched you up, but now I
So
imagine I step back and you look good because I don't see
Yeah.
any wounds on anyone. I'm like, oh, they're not so deep.
Who's seeing
I'm a
wounds
really
on
good
people?
doctor, actually. This is my
Bo
calling.
I should have been a
and-
doctor. I mean, a doctor, not that kind of doctor. The other.
Cecil's
Oh.
got
He's
a bullet
still
wound and an
ER.
old man face.
Okay.
I'm
Does
sorry.
that count as an injury?
Oh.
Okay. Wait, what's happening?
Yes.
So Bo and Victor see their wounds on each other?
Yes, so the
Yes.
wounds that they previously had and that they've healed, they see on each other, but they don't feel them on themselves, so there's no indication that they've taken any further damage. They just are seeing
so-
something that may not
Okay.
be
So
there.
Bo sees the Colonel all clawed up, and the Colonel sees Bo with like the
Yes.
shrapnel wound and the. And we're
The
not there
gout.
because we're out in the,
And we're
the
not there.
magical hallway.
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
Well, I'm going to charge into the hallway.
Are we going?
They left.
Colonel,
We
you,
Time's
gotta
wasting.
make sure we stay together.
Colonel, you go charging into the hallway. You do not see Alistair and Lexi anywhere.
Lexi, you said you had a pocket knife?
I do. I have several.
May I
weapons.
borrow it, please?
Certainly.
Oh wait, I go back into the room and put my clothes back on.
You enter the room and it's a different room than you just.
Well,
Helmet and the boxer shorts.
it's basically that. No,
He's gonna have the socks with the garters on it too.
yes, with the little things that hold it up. But he's
the
wearing the
guards.
tightiest of whiteys. Like he's.
You know, Sophia, when you told us we weren't ready for this game, I assumed it was
God.
because it was going to be really scary.
No,
I do still have my pistol and cane though, because I never put those down.
This is pure fun.
Where are you gonna-
Okay.
Is that Bo's
Okay.
amulet, or you just happen to see me?
Okay. Oh my goodness. All right.
Oh god. But yes, pocket
Okay.
knife.
I'm gonna cut my thumb with it and just see what happens.
Your thumb bleeds.
Okay.
Work
Obviously.
team.
Glad we got that one solved.
I don't
This case
know.
wide open.
I don't know. We magnesium the sea people. We stopped the brakes on the train. I thought that it was thematic as to what to the setting that we're in. Sue me.
Blood sacrifice?
I don't know.
I'm not seeing the pattern, but that's okay.
You still see
injuring
nurses and
oneself.
patients occasionally pass by you. Alistair, you remember that your hand went right through them.
Yes.
Back in the room, Bo and Cecil, the Colonel's left. He's exited.
All right.
Let's just look at him. You're the one who said we should be a team.
And nobody listened to me. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna pick him up. It's like, I'm not listening. It's like, all right.
He weighs
not going.
135 pounds.
I have a 70 strength.
He's like a bunch
Pick
of
him up.
dish rags.
And I'm like, okay, let's go find. Oh, and I'm gonna pick up the Colonel's clothes. Is
very kind of you.
Yeah, I'll hold those. Hold on.
and I need you to hold on to this as well. And I give him my bat. And I'm like, okay, is that everything? Yeah, let's go. And I walk out the room. And I look into the hallway. Is anyone there?
You do not see the Colonel, and you do not see Lexi or Alistair.
DM tip. If your party isn't
Hello?
willing to split them yourselves.
Hello.
Do you hear anything?
You see no one. Could I have everyone make a spot hidden check for me?
Glad.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
No.
Big success.
Big success.
That is.
Oh,
yes.
I did in fact succeed. That was unexpected.
I say.
I failed.
I can't see anything with
See
the
if you can find a
professor
paper hospital
in
gown
my
so
hands.
you look less naked and more like you belong in a hospital.
No, you all have to deal with this now. I'm sorry about the
Colonel.
incredibly inappropriate tattoo. I was drunk.
The tattoo's coming back.
It's what
bear-
did I was? I had
bear with
boobs
tits
tattooed
on
on my
them.
boobs or something. I can't. Yeah.
We negotiated for a big titty mermaid.
That was it. Yeah.
Colonel, you do find a hospital gown that you're able to don, and when you lift it up, you see a small, it looks like a jade cat carving laying underneath where the robe was. It stands out to you as unusual to belong in a hospital and of rather small size, as though it's not a full-grown cat but a kitten.
Interesting. Well, I shall put it in my dressing gown pocket and proceed like Arthur Dent.
You continue onward. Lexi, you too. As you're looking around this hallway, you notice on a nearby cart there are 2 small little kitten figurines that similar Jade make, although you wouldn't know that as the Colonel's in a different location. You can grab them if you'd like.
I'm absolutely grabbing them. These are very cute.
Mm-hmm. And
What,
then
you're just stealing
Cecil,
from the hospital
did you
now?
succeed?
Yes, I
What
did.
self-respecting hospital would leave little statuettes of kittens around? These are clearly some patients.
Also, it's full of ghosts!
It's not any better, Lexi.
Cecil, as
It's
you
much
and
better.
Bo enter the hallway, a hallway that notably does not contain any of your companions, you do find directly in front of you on the ground another one of the kitten statues.
Bo, take 3 steps backwards and scrunch down real far.
You could just get down. Just
Didn't realize that was an option. Sorry. I'll go pick it up.
Great.
Well, that's rather odd. And where did the Colonel find himself at? He just left.
yeah. No, they're all gone. We got to go find them.
Yeah. Is everyone going to continue wandering the halls?
Here,
Might as
have
well.
a bet.
Yeah.
Can
Better in
we
your
find
hands
the
than mine.
exit?
We wanted to go. Well, you wanted to go deeper into the hospital, right?
Not of my own volition, no,
Well,
but
Do you have
We'll find another window to shoot.
direction?
You don't see any visible windows in this hall. It's an interior hallway. The windows are not here. There's no windows to shoot. I'm sure there's something else
Well,
you
if I
can
can
shoot if
re-
you wanted to, but not a window.
oh my goodness.
I'm not enough of a theater kid to have the lyrics to Magical Mr. Mistopheles memorized, so I had to look them up. 7 kittens. Perhaps that is the number of statuettes that we will eventually acquire.
Son of a... And we have to put them back in his hat or something? 'Cause I hate this.
You all
Yeah, I'm gonna
continue
be mad when
wandering
this
down
kills
these
me.
hallways. The further you go into the hospital, the windier it gets. You never seem able to quite recall the location from which you came. When you turn around, the hallways are different. They turn in different directions.
I'm taking notes for the record. I know it won't help, but I still am taking notes of like a left or right, we passed this many doors, stuff like that.
Although you know your notes to be correct, it never has the appearance of having the right track behind you. The hallway always curves in a different direction than your notes go, etc.
Do you want to try doing the opposite direction and seeing if we reverse psychology it?
Why not?
So if we
May
make
as
a right,
well.
you say that you make a left.
We'll be like, and now we're going to take this right, and then we just sprint back along the way we came. Maybe the hospital can't change fast enough.
I like your moxie.
Yeah.
We should put our left hands on the wall and just follow that as far as we can, and then we can backtrack. As long as we have a hand, we'll know that we're not straying anywhere.
Wow, like it's a maze. Yeah, okay.
Yes, a labyrinth.
Yeah.
That's what
so
they
you,
call them, yeah.
Lexi and Alistair, you
Yes,
guys
that's
are
a-
running backwards and then trying to
Same
run in
thing.
the direction you came before it can change.
We're just trying to psych this hospital out.
Yeah.
We're going
Uh,
left. Heads right.
Yeah.
Are you turning around to look at where you came from, or are you just backing up?
Ooh, that's a good question, actually.
Huh.
I think we'll probably initially be doing the like turnaround just because that's
Yeah.
the simplest way to do it. But I do want to try backing up the way we came, like walk past a door and then like back up the 10 steps to see if like the door is still there.
Yeah, you don't have any luck when you're turning around to run. The hallway has always changed the minute you've turned your back. But when you do begin backing up, you notice that you are able to, although the hallways are changing, there's this shadowy creep that seems to be coming out of some of the cracks in the walls, the seams where the corners connect. And it seems to be at its highest and then retract immediately after a hallway has changed. It's as though the walls are being sewn together. It's as though the shadows are creeping in through the tiniest crack in a room.
Like,
I don't remember this happening in the Mr. Mistopheles song.
Creep through the narrowest gap or something like that.
Oh, okay, well.
I'm gonna try just popping a cap into the wall to see what happens.
When is this hospital going to pick any card from a pack?
How many bullets
Yeah.
do you have?
Well, it depends. Is Jeeves with me or not? Because he
Did
carries my
Jeeves
bullets.
and the other butler enter with you?
I
I
assume.
feel like we'd keep them in the car,
They're off
actually.
parking the
I,
cars.
yeah, I
They're-
usually
they're
keep them in
watching
the
the
car.
cars.
Oh, wait,
Yeah.
I have 6 per barrel, but Jeeves carries the reloads, so I guess I have 6 for this particular mission.
Yes. You can go ahead and shoot at the wall. I'm not going to make you roll for it.
It's a wall.
It's a wall. There's like a bullet hole in the wall, and then the shadows creep in and begin to heal the bullet hole as they did the window of the train.
That was my only move. I'm gonna stop.
Colonel, could you make a spot hidden check for me?
I passed the last one. Nothing happened. I know.
That was the
I
cat,
failed.
right?
You don't notice, as you're too preoccupied watching the shadows heal themselves, that those same shadows have been creeping up behind you this time as you took aim at the factory. If you could make a dodge check at extreme difficulty for me.
Ooh. These demon cats just really don't like that you have a gun.
I mean,
Damn it, of course there's 9 of them. You ass!
Yeah.
Oh!
No, I
I'm
also
so
failed
excited.
the dodge.
Yeah, you, as you are standing staring at your handiwork, slowly creeping up your legs, the shadows are growing ever taller and ever farther. If you were to look down, you would think that your legs had transformed into that of some horrifying cat creature, but at this time, all you can feel is this oppressive darkness overtaking you, and you are drawn into the walls of this hospital. For now, I'm going to ask that you don't take any further action. Well, you're not dead yet, but you are severely incapacitated.
Oh Lord. Okay.
Good grief.
And we don't know any of this.
Okay.
No.
All right.
I mean, I definitely would have started screaming at the top of my lungs at some point.
Entirely fair. Everyone
does
make
us-
a...
Oh, yeah, go.
Spot.
This would actually probably be like a listen.
Ah, fuck.
Oh.
I will listen. I'll listen
Yeah,
my
everyone
damn
make
ears off.
a difficult listen check.
I mean, I also just discharged a firearm. That's pretty
25.
noisy.
You did fire off a gun and also
25.
scream.
Nope.
I need to roll below a 4.
70.
I did. I rolled a 90.
I rolled a 15.
Does that succeed?
No, it's not gonna succeed. I could pump some luck into it. Yeah, fuck it. I'll pump some luck into it to get it to the difficulty, which would be.
Is your listen not baseline 20?
It is baseline 20.
But it's extremely difficult, so it's based
Oh,
on
right. Sorry.
Yeah.
Wait, extreme
Forgot
or
my own
just
calls.
difficult?
Extremely difficult.
Extremely.
Oh,
yeah.
oh, yeah, I really
Um,
don't.
So wait, that's what 11 points. Yeah, 11 luck points. And I will succeed.
I think so. That makes Bo the only success, correct?
Yes.
Seems like it.
Yes.
Bo, you hear for just a brief moment a sound that has become all too familiar to you on this evening. The bam of a pistol being discharged, followed by the screech of an elderly British man. Dom, if you could give us your best Colonel screech right now.
I would, but I have some vocal damage, so you'll have to
Okay.
use your
We'll use our
imagination.
imagination.
Okay, can anyone do a good impression?
No.
Could you give us the gunshot instead?
Bang.
Great.
Beautiful.
I wonder if we can impress them.
Could we get impress?
Well, I don't know. I have 40 points in sleight of hand. Maybe. Maybe I can do like the look at my thumb.
Yes.
It's attached.
Bo, for the
I'm
first
just
time in a
look-
while, you have a sense that you know what direction that sound is coming from and that you could follow it.
Okay. I don't know if you heard that, but that was the Colonel's gun. The Colonel
No,
he just shot something. Who knows what? That means either he's in danger or he got bored.
Oh, we're developing such wonderful rapport in this party. It's a shame you're gonna kill all of us soon.
It's a coin flip.
I think it's this way, and I'm going to.
Oh God.
Is there? Is the
I'll grab
direction
his
it's
suspender
coming
as he
from?
runs and follow him.
Is the direction it's coming? Does the do the corridors bend? I know they just bend any which way, but does it look like they're bending towards or away from the noise? Like the nearest one. Like let's say it's coming from the left, but the next corridor turns right.
Yeah, it looks like if you were to continue on, you would eventually reach the source of the noise. You can't, of course, be sure that the road won't try to bend away, but occasionally you do reach forks in the road, and if you were able to decide which direction you wanted to go, you could follow the sound.
Okay.
Do it.
Yeah.
All right,
No.
We'll just keep shrieking.
I'm with you.
Yeah. So I
Can
start bolting it down the door. If
Oh
like,
God, you're so much faster.
I tried not to lose line of sight of the professor though. Because
Oh, I'm gonna
Hold on to
try.
your suspenders.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to hold on to. I mean, we'll see how well that goes. I might very well let go. I never quite
Yeah.
recovered from my brush with malaria.
Oh, of course.
Oh,
after like 10 minutes, do I think I'm getting closer?
Yeah, you get the sense that, like, obviously the sound has stopped, but you do feel like a gut feeling that you're going in the correct direction. And as you continue to run along, you feel as though the shadows are almost moving occasionally in the corner of your vision. Can I get both of you guys who are in this hallway to make a power check, a regular power check?
Okay.
Power.
Your willpower.
I rolled an even 50. I just succeed.
I rolled a 15.
Okay, you are able to ward off the effect of these shadows in your mind to avoid having to make a sanity check because of it. And as you approach the location that you think may be the source of this sound, you find nothing but 2 kitten statues sitting on the ground and the shadows kind of shifting around them.
We've got 2.
You guys have 2.
We've got 3 now.
Bowen also.
Well, I mean, I had 1. I don't know if I've been sucked into the beast now.
So that would be 3.
All right,
So
I'll pick
it's
them up.
had
No
one.
sense in us both dying horrible
5,
deaths.
6. I think there's
I'll go
only
pick
one
up both
left.
of them.
There's either 1 or 2 left, depending on if the one the Colonel had is one of the 2 that you found.
Lexi and Alistair, what are you
Yes.
guys up to?
4, 5,
Well, I think we're not
6.
having all that much luck trying to juke this hospital.
Well, did us going backwards yield anything?
Us
or
going
just-
backwards was doing something. We were like, it's like we were catching the shadows, changing the hallways behind us as we moved because they weren't expecting us to backpedal.
Yeah, can
Yeah.
I get one of you 2 to make an intelligence check, just a regular intelligence check?
I've got 55.
85.
Please do.
Oh,
After you,
dude.
sir.
holy.
Yeah, and I did a 16, so...
Hey!
Alistair, it's almost as though the hallways are being sewn together by the shadow, as though it's not just an absence of space, but in fact there is some way that you could move through it.
Ooh, what about a bright flash of light to destroy the shadows?
I'm pulling out my flashlight again. Just like,
It's
gotta
not
work
bright
one of
enough
these
to
days.
permeate the darkness.
Thanks.
It's supernatural in a
Okay,
way that
okay,
does not
so-
allow the light to pass through.
when
could I
we're
use
walking...
my magnifying glass and my flashlight
how that
to
works.
narrow the beam?
Nope.
So
Science.
us,
Well,
us
I'm having
walking
fun.
backwards, we can see that they are stitching a corridor behind us so that we have something to step on. Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm gonna start. Oh, I know I was noting down in the notebook which way we'd come. I'm gonna start like marking on corners like a little star with my pen, just like we went this way, we passed this corner.
For sewing... Well, I can relay this information to Lexi, but I don't necessarily know what to do with it.
I was never one for sewing myself, so.
As you 2 continue to ponder that, Colonel, you are encased in darkness. There is nothing you can see all around you, except in your hand a small green glowing figure. It illuminates no edges, no walls, no floors, no ceilings, nothing in this void, but it is illuminated itself.
Which offers this chilling challenge.
Am I able to move?
You can walk. You can move.
Oh god.
You just don't get the sense that you're going anywhere. You could make a sanity check for me.
Excuse me, Sir Terry. I passed.
Okay. You do not lose any sanity points this time. And you are still trapped in the void. Everyone
okay,
else...
Could I?
You have like one more round before I try shooting the cat. Not this one, the not my the jade cat.
The jade one.
Yes.
The little kitty.
Could I?
Oh, please.
Sorry, go on. Could I? I mean, okay. So I assume the shadows are still doing the thing around us or like doing the same thing around us, where we just picked up those 2 cats. Mm-hmm. Could I try to like roll the baseball into the shadows and see what happens?
Yeah.
The baseball it gave us.
You
Okay,
roll the
yeah, I'm gonna
baseball
roll
into the
baseball.
shadows, and it disappears into the void.
All right.
Dang it, that was regulation too.
Let's not go into the shadows.
Good call.
I don't have any other plans.
Lexi and Alistair, as you wander the halls, can both of you make a spot hidden check for me?
Please.
Don't eat my headphone cable.
If only I had a light bulb.
Another good one, 13.
Somebody had me
match.
blow mine up. Ugh. I failed. I got an 85.
I got a 13.
Alistair, in the darkness of one of the seams as it closes up, you see the faintest green glow.
I'll tap Lexi's shoulder and point her towards it.
After you guys have eyes on it for just a second, the wall closes up and you can no longer see it.
Oh, okay.
Really
All
don't
right.
want to go through one of those.
All right, the answer is we gotta go through the shadows.
Yeah. I turn to the professors like, well, the only way we were able to pinpoint anything here is when the colonel shut off his gun. So, like, hopefully, drywall's pretty easy to hit through. Let's give it a swing.
God.
So I look at a point in the wall, and I smash my bat through it.
Yeah, your bat connects. The wall is damaged, and you see cracks where the shadows come in to start mending it. You can look a little bit further down the wall to the side where two walls connect. There's that crack of shadow as well. You can see that you did damage. You get the sense that maybe hitting at a different point might provide the opening you're looking for.
Okay. All right. This ain't it. Let's go to the corner then. Give it a whack there.
Yeah, this time bat connects. You're able to make a bigger gap, large enough for both of you to walk through, although it does start to seal up pretty quickly, so you need to move fast if you want to get in.
I grab the professor, throw him in right after.
Just the tie.
Both of you enter the shadow, and behind you it just starts to crackle and seal up, and you're left alone again in that void that the colonel is wandering with just the 3 illuminated dots of the statues in your hands, but very, very far off in what looks like the distance, although it's impossible to gauge distance in this nothingness. There is another glow of green.
I'm gonna shout, Colonel!
Do I hear him?
Nope.
I'm going to start walking towards the dots of light I can see.
All right, you guys start walking towards each other. Lexi and Alistair, as you're examining this corner where the green glow has sealed up, Alistair, at the bottom of the wall where it meets the floor, there's a little figurine that grabs your eye.
I'll go and grab for it.
Yeah, you've now got another small kitten figure.
I think that's 7.
Okay.
Well, these things are very cute.
we
I
have
think
3 now, right?
We have 3, yeah. We picked up 2 before.
Okay.
Okay. Should we try and go through this? I really don't want to, but we're not making any headway in these hallways.
It seems as though whatever is doing this wants us to stay in the corridor, so it seems as though to beat their game, we gotta get out of it, so.
Okay, I say we go fast in this direction, and then really quickly jog backwards and, like, kind of flop back into a corner that's probably still being stitched. That seems like a safe idea.
I was just gonna recommend I hold up your pocket knife, just trying to slice open and gnash at the wall as much as possible.
I figured it was just gonna be a wall, but we can give that a shot.
I mean, we could just kick at it, I suppose.
I will say, for the sake of transparency, either of those methods will get you into the shapeless void behind the walls.
Fantastic.
It is just stitching after all, and I'm gonna go and just kind of slice up.
Clever, clever. You guys step in, and much like the others experienced, there's just blackness around you as the wall seals up, except for the glowing green of the 3 figurines in your hand. And off in the distance, you see 2 specks of green, one much brighter than the other, as it seems to be compounded by several specks, and they're moving towards each other at sort of a random pace.
Well, I suppose those are either our friends or something horrible trying to eat us.
Well, let's either meet them or get the jump on the other.
Good idea. Onwards. Actually, I have binoculars. Do those help? I know it's really dark,
No.
but like, okay.
There is
fine.
no seeing
Sort of
anything in this endless void.
Ugh.
All right, let's go.
Alrighty. Towards the dots.
And
You
we
all-
just keep walking.
Yep.
Forever.
You
The
do
end.
walk for what feels like an impossibly long amount of time. There is no way to
Yes, it
gauge the
does.
distance at which you have crossed You see the dots in the distance, and for what feels like an eternity, they don't seem to get any closer, but eventually you do find yourselves meeting at what you have to guess is the middle, although there's no way for anything to be the middle here. Everywhere is simultaneously is and is not the middle where you are, and the only thing that is illuminating each other and the people that you've encountered are the figurines you see as all of you find your way together in the darkness.
64 bottles
Oh.
of beer in the water.
Good, we're all damned.
64 bottles. Oh, hey!
Ah, hello.
Ah, you
Colonel,
played with some
you're
kittens as
alive.
well.
And
Yes.
naked.
And naked.
Yeah.
Yes,
Nice
I-
tattoo.
Thank you. The breasts are especially large.
Yeah, okay. So we keep finding these little cats. Anybody else?
Oh, yes, 3.
Oh.
Yeah.
How
I found a little
coincidental.
cat.
We also have
3 as well.
So that would be 1, 2, 3,
7 all
4,
told,
6.
then?
Looks like 7
Oh.
if you count the colonels.
Ah. Yes. So.
Is this a 9 lives pun, or were we supposed to have found 2 more?
Smash.
I think we should smash the cats.
Smash the cat. I think
there-
you should try shooting them, Colonel.
You don't have to tell me
Pile-
twice.
Make a little
Nope.
nice pile of them and then just.
Yeah, we'll bowl them over.
Do they
there-
look like they have edges that fit together? Is this like a
No,
weird...
they just
puzzle?
appear to be small figurines. They don't seem to connect in any particular way. Their bases are all the same size and shape, but that's more of a...
Alistair, you say you're well traveled. Is this any ritual or a cult story you've ever heard have anything to do with any precedent of anything you might have experienced before?
Is it?
You can make an
Keeper, is there?
occult roll if you would like.
Sure. Oh, that's a 44, but I will spend 10 luck points in order to make that meet.
All right. So this is not super unusual to you. It's you in your experience fairly common for
Oh, okay.
creatures that need to be summoned or unleashed to have some sort of sacrifice or token that is associated with them. You don't know the specifics of this particular creature's curse, but you assume that there is either something in which you need to insert the tokens or that they must be destroyed in a particular location.
And that's to summon the thing?
To summon,
to summon it, to
seal,
kill it, to
defeat.
get
It's a
the-
common ritual associated
Gotcha.
with these
Literally
creatures.
anything.
It's a phylactery. We can destroy it.
All right, that's all you gotta say.
Do they break if you squeeze them? I squeeze mine really hard.
It is a rock.
It's jade.
It's jade,
Yeah.
so
you
you are squeezing a
Superman?
piece of jade.
I mean, I do have pretty high strength.
If you would like to crush it, try and crush it with your bare hands, you can make an extreme strength check.
I make no
Watch
pretense.
him.
I'm just gonna
Watch
go
him
toss
make
the
this.
one that I have in my
Watch
hand.
him fucking make this.
I made it. I fucking made it.
I told you. I
Your
told you.
fifth value.
Very good.
Yep, I just rolled a 7 on a 13, but I need to get 13 or lower.
My God.
Oh god.
It
But
crumbles
you see
to
the gown
dust in
just
your hand.
explode off him as his wiggling muscles just expand.
The mermaid just like ripples,
Flexes.
flexes. Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like
Style.
she's swimming.
The statue crumbles. From inside of it, you hear these like reverberating yowls and screams, and you could swear there was a puff of green dust that escapes it, and suddenly in the distance you see a pair of green eyes just pop into illumination. You think it's the distance, it could be closer. Again, it's impossible to tell in this void, but you see these eyes light up.
Oh, good. We're all friends.
Around you, you begin to hear throwing voices, throwing sounds, repeating the refrain, "Never was there so clever a creature," but only one word at a time in all different voices. Some of them you swear are your own. If I could get everyone to make a power check for me.
Power check.
Still one thing left.
No.
Yes. 14.
Yes.
Damn it.
Okay, everyone who fails, you lose 4 sanity points.
Ooh, nice.
And you find it
Can
difficult to tear yourself away from the words that you're hearing. It's hard to
can
think
I-
of anything else. If you
Can I
roll
use luck on
any...
these, or
You can use luck on a power check, I believe.
okay, I'll spend 2 luck points to meet that check.
Cool. If you make any checks that are like education or intelligence based, you will have a form of disadvantage on them while you're hearing these voices.
Ooh.
Oh, good.
You have 1 statue destroyed. What would you like to do?
Well,
Destroying one of them unleashed this. Are we destroying all of them?
I think because we want to fight this thing and get this gem, right? So
Do we want to fight it? I mean, okay.
That's how we get out of here. That's how we.
What else is there to do here? What?
No,
You wanna
yeah, that's
eat?
fair. That's fair.
You want to eat one?
No,
The Colonel has also sort of forced our hand, so I say in for a penny, and then
Yeah.
I
Also-
smash the other one.
Also,
To make
Colonel,
a bad
please,
decision, stick with it.
please, you're closed.
I'll put them on later.
I'm gonna drop the 2 kitten statues I have, wince slightly because they are very cute, and then mash them under my heel.
Smash, smash, smash. 3 more statues destroyed. 3 more sets of eyes light up. The cacophony of voices is getting stronger and stronger.
Bo! And I'll toss them at Bo with the bat.
And I'll swing.
Swing home.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, you swing, you connect, it goes wide, the crowd goes wild, the cacophony of voices gets louder and louder, and as the final statue is smashed, the final set of eyes lights up. If I could get everyone to make a sanity check for me.
Oh.
We're down to 41 on this baby.
Yeah, I'm down to 50.
The voices are at a
can't-
cacophony now that's impossible to ignore. There is no way for you to resist hearing them and listening to their words.
I rolled
33, I make it.
I
I
make
rolled a
it.
23. At the beginning of the game, I would have made it, but because I'm at 18 now, I fail.
Ooh.
You rolled a bloody 98. What the
This
The
RNG
Colonel
really
is
hates
immortal. Lexi, you only lose 1 sanity point this time.
Oh, thank
Well,
you.
it's Colonel loses too because you rolled 98, right? You rolled really high.
I thought there was like critical. Does 98
Oh.
count as a critical fail?
I think it might, depending on the ratio of.
Wait, what's your sanity?
What's your
Well,
sanity?
it was 80,
total?
now it's 70, so I'm still fine.
Oh, so
Oh.
you rolled over, so
Isn't rolling over bad?
rolling over
You
is
don't
bad,
make
so
it,
lose
so you
sanity.
lose a sanity
Yeah.
point.
Just the one? Okay, cool.
Just the one.
69.
Why is the Colonel the most sane person here? It's not. That's not how
It's
that
like
He was
works.
so
self-assured.
It's like
insane.
the Gandhi thing. He sort of, the integer flipped and went back around the other
Yeah.
side.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whole
Yes.
horseshoe.
Both of you who took damage there, can I get both of you to make a difficult dodge check for me?
Ugh. Alright.
As you find these voices impossible to ignore, they're filling your brain to the point where you feel nearly paralyzed. All of you feel the shadows begin to claw at you and to grab at you. It's as though there's this sense of trying to keep you here before this ritual can be completed. My failures, what did you roll in your dodge checks?
I succeeded with the use of 1 luck point.
So how bad is a 99?
Ooh.
That's a failure.
Okay.
Colonel, you are able to resist the pull along with your friends, but Lexi, you are finding the pull of these shadows stronger and stronger. The voices are getting louder and louder around you. There's cats' yowls mixed in. There's humans chanting these strange refrains. It's impossible to tell what's real and what's not, and you lose all sense of feeling around you as though the void is everywhere and all the places that it could be and all the shadows and corners, the corners that no longer exist even. And you find yourself getting pulled and pulled and surrounded and surrounded. Can I get everyone else to make a... let's say,
Do I see any of this? I'm right next to
yeah,
her.
just a spot hidden check.
Okay, yeah.
4.
I do succeed at the spot hidden.
Yeah.
Okay,
12.
anyone who succeeds at the spot hidden, you see the form of Lexi begin to slowly disappear into the shadows, and she's standing unmoving and immobilized around them.
Oh, I'm absolutely gonna grab for her.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab.
I'm going to fire a shot off at these shadows, not at her.
Jesus Christ.
No, she's
I
She's
put her
going
out of her
into the
misery
shadows.
so she
She's
can't get caught.
She's going into the shadows. Don't.
Sorry, it's better this way.
I'm a
Old
really
Yeller.
good... I know it doesn't seem like it, but I'm a really good shot, okay?
So
keeps
who is
trying to
attempting to
prove it
pull?
to
I
us.
will allow 2 people maximum to attempt to pull Lexi out of the shadows. Who is making who's reaching for her?
Me and Bo.
Okay, both
Let's
of you. Bo, I want you to make me a strength check, and you know what, Alistair, do the same. And I'm gonna say this is a half difficulty for both of you.
Okay. Ooh.
All right.
Okay.
I'm not all that great at strength, but I'll try.
I'm assuming my shot did nothing then.
No, you shot into darkness and the bullet
tried
is gone.
shooting the
making no
dark
contact.
I attacked the darkness. How
cast
do you guys
magic
not get
missile
that?
at the darkness.
Bo, any
Couldn't
luck?
not.
I rolled a 68.
I rolled a 67.
It's fate.
You struggle and struggle and struggle, but you are unable to pull Lexi back. It's as though the shadows are impossibly powerful compared to your mere mortal strength. The room is beginning to get brighter, but around Lexi it continues to remain dark as this green area fills what you now see could potentially be the waiting room of the hospital. Lexi, this is your last chance. Please make a power check for me. It's difficult.
My power's already 25. So half difficult, 12. 12% chance, baby. Let's see. Can I spend luck?
I will allow it in this instance.
Good, because I rolled a 21. So 9 luck points
that's barely
will take me down
luck.
to 12. So I can survive.
Woo. Lexi, your new friends reaching for you rouses you from the stupor that you find yourself in. Although you are still hearing the voices and fending them off with every call, you feel yourself wrestled from the shadows, and at the last second you aid them by trying with all of the effort in your body to take a single step forward, and you're able to just barely wrestle off the shadows as the room finally settles after the spinning cacophony into the waiting room in which you first entered. Sitting at the receptionist's desk is not a receptionist, but a tiger's eye gem. As all of you come to your senses. Lexi, I'm going to say you've gained a new form of insanity from this experience. You continue to hear these voices in your head throughout your adventure.
It is kind of a banger, though, honestly.
Probably one of the better ones we've heard so far.
I mean, when Judi Dench comes back, it's crazy. But no,
God.
you guys, you have the option to pick up another tiger's eye gem.
Yeah,
we're going to do it.
And I'll install it in the thing.
I say we leave. I'm
Can't
done.
believe we bribed the receptionist that was actually an evil cat demon.
Do I have my money, or was that...
Your money is gone.
No!
We don't get a
All
refund.
right.
You don't, no refund for Spooky House.
This was the second worst service I've ever had in a hospital.
second
We're
worst.
second.
No,
I gotta know what
don't take
worse.
the bait.
You see, back when I was in Africa, was
Yeah,
it?
there it is.
Great. What would you guys like to do?
Theater, market.
I'm gonna turn to Alistair and be like, "You're all right for a rich boy."
Aw.
We're not all
and-
just, money and no substance. Although,
I know I am. Let's go.
okay.
Good grief. Okay.
The
Well,
only
we
New
also-
Yorker in the group, the only other New Yorker in the group. I wasn't gonna lose that. Come on.
Excuse
go.
you. Nah, we're
I'm
here
pretty
for
much
Philly,
from New
baby.
York.
Philadelphia.
Oh,
Would you-
Jersey.
Not New York, my guy.
Right. Well, in the notes, there was the theater and the market. If we write this one off as deception, I suppose we've crossed that one off the list.
Not quite sure, but
Yes.
I mean, I suppose that could apply.
Well,
If only there was someone who knew the city.
Grant, what's closer, the theater or the market?
Oh, very good, sir. I believe Reading Terminal Market is a more central location than the Walnut Street Theater.
All right, let's go.
fantastic.
Jeeves, I need a reload. I shot at so many shadows.
Very good, sir. You
This man walking naked out of the hospital.
All right,
Gun in the
I
air.
put my clothes on.
You get a weird
God for
look
that.
from a student rushing back home after a late night in the nearby street, but you will
It
manage
was
to
the
make it.
1880s. We all make mistakes, all right?
If anything, it's more scandalous now.
It's the Roaring 20s. What's a big-titted mermaid between friends?
So you're all heading for Reading Terminal Market, storied location in Philadelphia's history. A great place to get some pierogies or perhaps a pulled pork sandwich from Nick's. Pork and provolone is my
Is it
personal
open
favorite.
right now?
Nope, it's nighttime. It's,
Like
all
past
closed.
midnight, right?
Thanks for telling us
Yeah.
that.
Past midnight. You can see, Lexi, if you would please make a spot hidden check on the moon for
Yes. Hell yeah. Where are you at, you sneaky bastard?
The moon is hiding?
Trixie. 38. It's a success for me.
me. You spot the moon. Yeah, you spot the moon. It's getting pretty high. It's nearly at the top of the sky now. And it doesn't wink at you. But you could swear the shadows of the moon look a little bit different from the craters. They're starting to form some sort of shape. You can't make it out
Alright.
yet, but it's not
Yeah,
how it
alright.
should be.
I'll note that down in my moon notebook and do a rough sketch of what it looks like it's trying to take the shape of.
Are you
Look
Okay,
at
so
the moon.
to
what
the
is it
moon?
with you
Look
and
at
the
the
moon? What is-
All right, just
You have
because
a
we've
moon
been
notebook?
through 3 life-threatening situations together, I feel halfway comfortable mentioning this. But I've known there's been some shit up with the moon for a very long time. But
It's
that's not the
haunted?
kind of thing you tell people unless you're sure.
Are you suggesting that the moon is haunted?
No, well, I
Moon's
don't know
haunted.
what's wrong with it. It could be haunted. That would certainly explain some of it. When I was a little girl in Kansas, a friend of mine had a telescope. It was very exciting. I borrowed it, pointed it at the moon, and that fucker blinked at me. I know what I saw, but that's not the kind of thing you tell people unless you can prove it. And that's not the kind of thing you can prove, so I've just been taking notes. And sometimes it seems to be in the wrong place, but when I look, it's in the right place again, so it could be anything. But with all that's going on, seems like I've been right this whole time, so.
Hold on, you've had multiple instances where the moon was in the wrong place other than just tonight?
Just out of the corner of my eye. The only time I ever saw it do something I know happened was when it blinked. So, but I check every time.
Do you know what the dates are?
I do have a moon notebook. I probably know what the dates are.
Yeah, you could cross
Well,
reference it if you wanted.
I'm asking because do those align with the dates that I might know that are those auspicious nights that yada yada?
I'm going to say Lexi just has this information available because she's been giving the notebook. So, Alistair, if you want to make a occult check to see if you recognize this event lining up with anything, go ahead.
Sure.
Speaking of blinking, my eyes are so dry. Takes off his glasses and gets some drops.
Oh, yeah, that's
from
neat.
all the not blinking.
I succeed.
Yeah, goodbye, Wally. We'll get back to him in a second.
Our first casualty.
Alistair, these dates do coincide with supernatural events. They're not all necessarily the events you're experiencing tonight, but you do recognize that every time Lexi has noted the moon has done something strange has happened the world over. And in one particular instance, you note that the events in London, which could be correlated with the events now, match up with one of the instances where she noted the moon was a little odd.
All right. Well,
Yes.
I point out that date in particular, and I say that I was told that this was the night that London in particular experienced one of these such attacks. So,
Yes, well. There was something rather comforting in finding out that it was all true, I guess, but
Yeah, for you, not for us.
bit of a Pyrrhic victory, but
yeah, well,
anyway, to the market.
As you have this conversation, I assume you have it while you're driving, you pull up to Reading Terminal Market. Exiting, it's closed for the evening. You can try one of the doors to get in, see if it's unlocked. But it is, as far as you can tell, everything is shut down. The lights of all the stalls are off, and there appears to be no one inside.
If there was anything I was comfortable at the Colonel shooting, this would be it.
Well, before we do that, I can try to pick the lock.
Ah,
Have
okay,
lock
never mind.
picks.
That's much more subtle.
Ruined
The
all my
locksmith
fun.
skill. There's no guarantee of success. You might get your shot.
Do you try the door?
Yes.
The door is open.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, next time, baby.
It is connected to one of the subway stations that services the SEPTA Regional Rail and therefore is usually left open at night. Anyway, you enter Reading Terminal Market in the darkness. It's not a supernatural darkness as you just experienced, although for a few of you it does make you sweat a little bit just from the familiarity. Entering, you see no one else inside, but in the distance you hear some sort of rumbling as though pots and pans are being shuffled about, as though there is some movement deeper in.
Some rumbling, tumbling, tuggering.
I can't believe a Gumby cat ate
Yeah.
Felix's boyfriend. That's so weird.
I know.
I really
All right, we
thought
got-
the game was up when Dom was like, oh!
Tee-hee, dancing cockroaches. How novel.
We'll go to the thing that you just mentioned is
See,
rumbling.
I thought I was being clever, but I was just pointing out the obvious now. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you guys start moving towards the sound?
Yeah, I'll go.
Sure.
Let's get it over with.
Yes.
Carefully.
You start
Let me
heading
keep
in
an eye out
towards.
for anything else.
Yeah, I'll say, Bo, just make a listen check for me. That'll be like your default, like
Okay.
you're keeping an eye out. Everyone else just continue to proceed.
If memory serves, Rumtum Tugger and Mr. Mistopheles were definitely banging in the place, so he's going to be pretty
In
pissed that we just killed
in like
his
the
boyfriend.
80s film stage version, yes, like they like Rum Tum Tugger had like was very enamored of Mr.
The Rum
Mistopheles.
Tugger is a terrible bore.
Which is the monocle?
Meow.
Busterford Jones, I think.
Oh, yeah, Busterford Jones.
Oh, yes. The rotund cat.
Licking through my.
Chunky
Oh, this
boy.
might be him. Market.
That's what I was
eating
thinking, yeah. I
food.
was like, which is the one that eats all the time?
Mm.
Yeah, you guys approach Bo as you continue to listen. You just hear the same sounds coming from the distance. It doesn't seem like there's any particularly wide point of reference. It's just the one. And you pass all these stalls. They're not in operation, but you can see that all the owners have left, their various pieces of equipment and some ingredients laying around. You imagine passing the fishmonger, that maybe not everything in that case is perfectly fresh, and continue on your merry way. As you get closer and closer, the sounds get louder and louder. It's definitely shuffling. Not just shuffling, it's eating, it's consumption. Something is feasting tonight in Reading Terminal Market. You reach the point where all of the shop owners would dump their trash.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
The jig is up, as it were.
I remember James Corden doing this.
And as you round a corner, you see in your eyes upon you a sight, this massive, remarkably fat mound of what could be fur, could be garbage. It's continually pulling food out of stalls and trash can alike and shoving it into what you have to assume is a mouth that appears to have no face. And deep in its stomach, you swear occasionally when its mouth opens, you get a glimpse of green.
Come on.
It doesn't seem to have noticed you yet.
So I can think of a couple options. Either we slice the belly open or we get ourselves in there.
I don't think we want to get eaten by this cat.
Would you like to shoot, Colonel?
I kind of think that even the Colonel has learned his lesson at this point.
We have the element of surprise for once.
Yeah, this is like the first time in 6 years' life and 45-year military career he's ever not shot something on sight, so it's a historic
but I don't
moment.
suppose anybody threw out a sawed-off shotgun or anything.
No, there are no sawed-off shotguns that you can see laying around.
It's just eating everything in sight, right?
Anything that's in front of it, you get the sense it's just putting straight into its voidish mouth.
Does anyone
any
have any
grenades?
explosives? Yes.
We need to get it to
Something to make it sick.
throw up. Yes. It's not a question
But
of
it's eating
getting
garbage.
It is eating garbage already.
Yeah.
There'd have to be something real volatile.
Laxatives.
or something
I was thinking,
delicious.
like,
What if it's the
Oh,
opposite?
yeah,
What if-
gasoline.
You are in a market. There's lots of things around. They sell not only food, but there's other vendors as well. You can explore the space and see if there's anything that would be viable. But keep in mind that this
Sure.
creature is, while unaware of you now, if any movement going forward will require a stealth check.
I'm not good at that.
Me neither.
I know that valid medical equipment in the 1920s includes indigestion medicine and laxatives. So there's also just alcohol, although we'd be kind of hard pressed to find that since it's Prohibition era.
We need like
Is there a speakeasy here?
Could we get some
There's
of
a
that?
speak-
Wait, hold
it's
on.
the
Could we get some
Prohibition
of
era.
that
There's a
poisoned
speakeasy
alcohol
everywhere.
that they did in Prohibition era times to punish people for getting drunk? Like,
The person
Honestly,
who
it
would
might be
know
good
if
stuff.
there is a speakeasy or any sort of distributor secretly in Reading Terminal Market would be Alistair.
Do I
because of
know
your
if
connections to
you're the
wealth
Great
in
Gatsby,
Philadelphia.
basically.
yeah.
Yes. I'll
Would I know them?
say, yeah. You definitely would be the person to know if you would like to make a... Because it's not a spot hidden because you would just know it. I'm going to say make an education check, just a regular education check, to see if you remember where this thing is and, like, have you learned this fact before.
Okay. Can I make the argument for an intelligence since it's not really school based?
Intelligence is more like having an idea
Street
than
smarts.
education is more just like things you know.
All right. 27, I pass.
Okay, you do remember that in one of the back corners there is a little bit of a secret door that you should be able to jimmy your way into, and there is alcohol in there of various kinds. You assume they might have some of the poisoned liquor that
We
which
get
you
some barrels
speak.
of rum, we stick some like flaming rags
Yeah.
in there. We got like the world's biggest Molotov cocktail, yo.
You also remember
agree.
that door is directly where the fastidious black blob is currently consuming. So if you can try and sneak back there, you can try and distract it. You could find some
Not it.
third solution, but you got to do something to get past it.
I'll go. I mean, I know.
I can distract it.
I know where it is. So
I'm not stealthy, but I can pick locks. So if someone distracts it, I can try that.
I don't think there's any locks to pick.
Never mind then.
I just know how to open the door.
Okay, well, I guess I'm gonna take position like in front of it, to be a ready distraction if they catch you.
We
We're
need
going to
to-
sneak back there. Does that sound good?
Is it moving in a direction, or is it
I would appreciate
or
a
is it just like
distraction, yes.
stationary in one place and just like shoveling?
What are you guys gonna do?
Who's the stealthiest? Who's got stealth?
Not
Who needs stealth? We just
Anyone? Are we just the
we just have
noisiest
to distract
group
it.
in all
Why
of
would
D&D
we?
history?
Why would we stealth?
Yeah.
What use do we have
Yep.
for stealthing?
All right,
I just
well, let's
pay
do
people.
this then.
What about fast talk this guy?
All right.
Yeah.
Whenever I see Mr.
Yeah.
Jones is sufficiently distracted, I'll sneak behind and try and get to the alcohol.
all right.
If we survive this, I'd love to write a book of poetry.
I'm gonna
No, you would not.
yeah.
All right, then I smoke rum tum tugger. Let's do this. Well, Mr.
Yeah.
What is his name?
Bustafa
Bustafa.
James
Jones.
Corden
Fuck
Cat.
the
Yeah.
Jones, yeah.
Yeah. All
I
right.
smoke rum tum tugger.
The
Such
Colonel-
a fucking funny turn of phrase.
The Colonel, you're taking a shot at you
Hell
little
yeah.
Bustafer. All right.
Oh goodness.
Fire. Try and roll an
Away from
attack for me.
Man, that's a distraction if ever I've seen one.
I see you like to chew. Why don't you chew on my fist?
Eat lead was right here.
If I can't sneak in a Kung Fu Panda reference, is it even worth it?
Fair. I have hit and I have done a whopping 3 points of damage.
You fire. Alistar and Lexi, I assume you were the two sneaking around to the door.
We're trying.
Okay,
Sure.
if I can get both of you guys to roll stealth checks. So the Colonel fires. It's not difficult to hit this blob, much like the at the end of Akira when the blob is just consuming all. That's sort of the Bustaver situation. It's growing ever larger by the second, and although the bullet seems to lodge itself in there, it just kind of gets absorbed into this mound, but it is enough to grab attention, and the blob turns to look at you with a face that you can't quite make out. It's almost as though it's not there, and you wouldn't know it was there if it weren't for the mouth. At the very bottom, you spot what seem to be, you could even call them white spats. They're just two specks where you think feet might be. Otherwise, this is just a blob of black patches of fur and goo. The two who stealth, did you guys succeed?
I
Do we
failed.
get advantage because he's distracted?
I will say because of the distraction, you're getting advantage.
Okay, so
Okay.
just
You
reroll
add an
or roll a
extra-
second percentile.
You roll a second percentile for the 10
I'm also
column.
screaming. I'm just like, feline obesity is a serious problem.
I succeed on the second go.
I
14.
got the exact same number. Never mind. I fail, but I will use my luck points to succeed.
Okay, so with the distraction, both of you are able to start sneaking around towards the back door. I'm going to say you're going to make it there successfully, but before you reach it, Colonel, in your valiant effort to distract it, where are the other two, Cecil and Beau?
Yes, Cecil, where are
I'm usually behind other people, so I would just assume I'm behind both of them.
I kind of want to do like a flanking maneuver. So like we're gonna have Colonel on one end, and I'm gonna be maybe like 20 feet to his left with a baseball, so that if it starts going to the Colonel, I'm gonna throw a baseball.
I am not fast, so I'm just behind the Colonel.
Okay, it is shambling towards, it's almost like a roll towards the Colonel and Cecil, this black mound heading your way. It seems to have not taken any damage, but it is rapidly approaching on you. Can I get both of you guys to make dex checks for me?
I did not succeed.
I've had 2 musical references beyond Cat so far. People at home start to
Can
count.
I try to redirect him?
I fail by 1, so I will push with luck to succeed.
Okay. Beau, if you would like to try and draw attention to yourself instead, you absolutely can.
Can I roll intimidate?
How are you intimidating the faceless blob that consumes all it?
You're gonna have to
comes
make
across?
really loud dog noises.
You get like big.
Yes.
And you say
going to
in a
make
commanding
dog
tone,
noises.
Yes.
No.
I'm going to make dog noises.
Okay, this is going to be a combined roll because I will let you roll intimidation for that. But I also need you to roll.
Performance isn't a thing here, is it?
No, I'm going to say difficult charm 'cause that's like the closest to it.
Persuade.
No, because you're definitely intimidating. Yeah, roll me a
Okay.
difficult charm check, and if you succeed on that, then you can roll a regular intimidation.
Okay.
Because you are a
okay.
human trying to sound like a dog to an eldritch horror.
I would
rolled a
argue
5.
that makes it easier.
Yeah.
Wally,
I
I am
rolled
going
a
to need
5.
your best dog impression from you right now.
Oh my.
You know what? That's pretty good. Take 5 luck points.
Hey!
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
And yeah, go ahead and roll your intimidation.
Okay. I have 30 intimidate. Okay, fun. And smashed it. 21.
Yeah, you are able to draw attention to yourself with your very convincing wolf, and the blob turns from Cecil and the Colonel to start now shambling towards you. It's rolling, picking up speed. Alistair and...
Rolling?
Yes.
This thing's a
Alistair
fucking
and...
Goron.
Alistair and Lexi, you guys have reached the door. It is locked, so you will need to try and pick the lock.
Oh.
Frack! All right.
Well, after you then, Lexi.
Locksmith. I only have 46 in it. It was a hobby. So, just a regular locksmithing check, I assume? Mm-hmm. But I have lockpicks. Does that give me any sort of advantage, or do I just need those to make this happen?
You just need those to make this happen.
Fantastic. You can't do the old hairpin in the lock thing. Let's go! Shit! Well, that didn't work. Can I try again, or what are we doing?
You can try again in just a second.
bad did you
Bo,
fail?
I failed by like 40. I don't have enough luck points to push it down.
Yeah. Bo, as Lexi makes this first attempt and fails, the creature is getting closer and closer to you. Can you make me a dodge check at the difficult level?
Ooh.
I mean, I'd like to try and do the same thing. Like, if we can get him distracted back to me and then keep
Yeah.
going back and forth.
Yeah, bouncing back and forth, please.
Yeah, could you,
Um,
your gun will hit, essentially, if that's what you're using
Yeah.
to distract it. Can you make an intimidate check to see if you are enough of a nuisance to get him off of Bo?
Sure.
And this one is going to be at regular difficulty, but I'm going to say that it is going to get harder and harder to do this as time goes on.
Fair enough. Well, I did succeed this time.
Okay. So, Bo, still make me that dodge check. What'd you get?
Bow wow, motherfucker!
I did not make that dodge.
Okay, so even it is distracted by the Colonel, and it is going to change its trajectory, but as it's turning around, you do get hit with a glob, and I'm going to say your speed is reduced, so you'll have more difficulty if you try to stealth or run away in the future.
Okay.
Your shoe is just covered in this furry gunk.
Gross.
Cecil and the Colonel, the creature's now rolling back towards you. Lexi, if you'd like to make another attempt to lockpick, you may do so now.
I'm gonna be mad. It's... Come on, man. Oh! 5.
You successfully
Nice.
hear
There we go.
Yeah.
the lock, it clicks open and you're able to enter the liquor area to procure whatever you may want. I'll say Alistair or Lexi, you guys can make a... I guess this would be... I'm going to say this is an intelligence check to kind of like figure out which one of these is going to be the best option in the moment to try and grab
I
the
know
correct liquor.
booze.
I'll still give it a shot.
Booze
but-
check. Is there an
Booze check.
alcohol check? I don't think there is, but there should be.
There
There should be.
Should
I
be.
rolled a
absolutely.
13, so I succeed even with my lower end.
I also succeed.
You are able to grab some bottles of something aged and maybe not great for you, but man, it's probably expensive. But before you can run out of the room, Colonel and Cecil, the creature's bearing down on you. Are you guys attempting this distraction move again?
I'm gonna run around towards the where the Alistair and Lexi are.
Yeah, can you make a
I'm
dodge
just-
check for me? Since to get
I
there
would
you would
love
have to
to.
pass the creature.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna try and give it a wide berth, but I understand a dodge is probably necessary.
It's
All right, there we
very
go.
large,
This
and it's
big
getting
one.
larger by the second.
I got.
Thanks for your support, you steaming pile of wuss.
Ooh, that's a 98.
That's okay. He's getting punished by the narrative for his
Let
cowardice.
me just double check something, because there is a range for critical failure, and I do want to make sure that you
I
haven't
thought
hit
critical
it.
failure was just 100.
See,
I
It
might be
depends
wrong.
on the
You're the only one
level
who has
of the
matches.
shot.
That's why I'm trying to get to you. I was gonna put my tie in with the matches.
Oh, I also have my pocket square.
Yes.
I also thought about that.
Yeah.
Does this thing have a weak spot?
Like a big glowing,
Does it-
like a red
Yes.
X somewhere.
That's
or-
the sort of thing that I should have.
I was
tried to do,
assuming we were
like-
going to throw this giant Molotov cocktail into its gaping maw. Like,
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah, that's
also
what I
thinking.
figured.
Yeah, we're waiting for them to pull it out,
We
though.
could also just get him drunk. Maybe that'll work eventually.
yeah.
It's like it's probably not. an
Was the
emergency.
dice roll required for success 50 or over?
For dodge, my success was 25. I needed.
Yes, so this is something that maybe I should have been paying attention to retroactively. That's my bad. But for a below 50 required success roll, the fumble range, the critical failure range, is 96 to 100. So I believe that is a critical failure in this instance.
Hell yeah! Could I push down 3 with luck? Does luck not change a? No, it's a critical failure. You can't use luck. Never mind.
Yeah.
Critical failure is critical failure.
Okay, if you
there's just a timer on this now. What's up?
I was gonna say, have any of you
Cecil.
guys seen the hit classic movie Pirates of the Caribbean 2? Because we could
Yes.
totally get that exploding barrel bullet thing going on.
I'm in its mouth.
Yes, Cecil, you are unable to dodge the creature, and unlike Bo, you are unable to completely get out of its way, even if you gain some. So, yeah, can you just make that noise for me? And then as soon as my hand closes, I'd like you to muffle it. The creature eats Cecil.
Okay, all right.
Cecil,
Maybe the
you
Molotov
have...
is not the best idea now.
Cecil, the way we're going to do this, because you are inside a voidless creature, there's no air. I'm going to have you roll Constitution checks, and as long as you succeed, you are able to breathe.
I have a 35 Constitution.
So you make one for me now.
Operation Blow the Cat Up from Inside just got a lot more complicated.
Or a lot
Yes.
simpler,
Yeah.
depending on our
Okay,
thoughts on heroic
17.
sacrifices.
So you
go.
haven't passed
start.
out from a lack of
I made a
oxygen
hard
yet.
success on that
You see a
one.
little snorkel come out of its nose.
As Cecil gets eaten, the creature is still bearing down on you, Colonel. Bo, are you trying to distract it again, or are we just running?
Yeah, I mean it's still on the kernel, right?
Yep. Just watch
fuck.
Cecil
Is everyone
get
aware
eaten.
that Cecil got eaten? Like
He got eaten in like the
I think
middle
we
of
were
the
on the way
room.
out with our armloads of alcohol, and we just
Okay, is this the?
I'm guessing it's throwing trash everywhere. What is the most dangerous thing that I could throw at this thing?
Any object thrown with enough force will maybe get its attention, but again, it's going to be a more difficult intimidation check in order to do so.
Okay. I have an 80 throw.
Do
Just
it.
let you know.
fastball special.
Do it.
I will say if you would like to make a compound throw check to see regular difficulty to see if you hit, then you could then take the intimidation check after that. If you'd like that to make this a event.
Okay. All right. Let's roll a throw first. That is a 62.
Okay, it hits, and please make a difficult intimidation check. You guys have been doing this for a minute, and the creature's starting to get wise to the various things
Okay,
hitting it and
so-
care more about taking you out.
Okay, this is gonna be tough. I got 20-ish luck points left. Come on. Ooh, I dropped that. Give me another 45. Roll enough. How many luck points do I have to use to hit this? I don't have enough luck points. That's a miss.
Unfortunately, the object you've thrown is not powerful enough to gain the attention of the creature, and it continues bearing down on the Colonel. Colonel, I'm going to have you make a dodge, so if you could roll that at a difficult for me. But meanwhile, Lexi and Alistair, you've emerged from the room holding your bottles. What's your next move?
Is this the explodey ones or the throwy up ones?
I think I would have gone for the throwy up ones if I could find them.
Okay.
There's no way I could.
What's up?
I've rolled another 100. There's got to be something wrong with this website.
I think the RNG's screwing you over.
Yeah,
let me
there
try
is
this.
such thing as pseudo
3 in one
randomness.
session.
That can't be right. Let me try this again.
DM did,
If this were
I'll let
D&D,
you re-roll
you'd
that
be-
one.
I'm just going to change. I think I'll actually get my physical dice out because fuck this noise.
Yeah,
If you would
good
like to
idea.
switch to physical dice, I'll allow that, but this is going to be the only instance in which I do. I'll make that very clear. Lexi, Alistair, what are your
I
moves?
do want.
That was much better. That was 11. So I succeeded on that one.
I say let's make him throw up. So
I agree.
Let's
So
get the barrels
So
out
wait.
and
Is throwing up going to save Cecil in the end?
I hope so.
Maybe.
it's better than exploding him.
I feel like
The man who couldn't stop vomiting will be saved by.
So
It's
Vomiting.
so
do we
thematic.
Yes.
roll a barrel out, or are
Poetic.
we like throwing like individual glass?
There
like,
is
filters?
I don't know if it was there in 1920, but there's a pickle stand where the Amish community comes to sell pickles every day except for Sunday in the Reading Terminal Market. If you want a barrel, they're accessible, but you do have to run and grab them before the creature turns his attention to you. It is currently bearing down on the Colonel, so you have a little bit of an opening.
I'll go sprint and get the nearest barrel, I guess.
I'll
Saved
just run
by
to
the
Colonel.
Amish again.
I'll just run to the Colonel and I'll just hold. It's a bottle, right? It's not like a keg or anything like that.
Yeah.
Just,
that's the-
yep, it's a bottle.
Yeah, I'll go to the Colonel, and when he bears down, I'll take the opportunity to aim and
Okay,
throw.
can you make a dex check for me just to see if you're able to navigate the space in which this creature is kind of gooping around? And meanwhile, if I could have Cecil, could you make another Constitution check?
I succeed.
Yeah!
He's still breathing.
33! As long as the screaming keeps up, you know he's alive.
The lungs on that man.
Cecil holding on for dear life. Alistair does like a full juke getting over the piles of goop. You get a little bit on your shoe. That's going to be a real pain for your butler to clean up later. But you're able to get over to the Colonel as the creature is craning over with its mouth about to consume an attempt to eat you. What do you do with the bottle?
If I see an open target, I'm gonna try and no,
Give that
Colonel,
shit to
please. Is Bo with me?
Bo is.
I'll toss it to Bo.
Bo,
Yeah.
So if you're
No,
gonna
but
make,
see,
if you're
Bo,
throwing
his
it to
mouth
Bo, if you're throwing it to Bo, you do have to make a throw check.
Yeah,
wait, no,
you're
is
just passing on the.
Bo
Yeah,
is
I'm doing
not
a throw
with-
check so we
The
can do a
Colonel
throw
and
check. might as
Bo
well.
are not in the same location.
Oh,
Yeah, we're on the
okay.
we're on
Yeah,
opposite
we're-
sides of this
I think
subway.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
Don't,
ran
you're gonna have to throw
to
yourself.
I ran to the Colonel because it was the most immediate target. So I will attempt to throw myself.
Okay, so you're trying to get eaten?
No,
No,
just trying
I'm
to throw
trying
the
to
bottle.
throw the
He's
bottle.
Throw
attempting
it
to throw.
myself. Yeah, not
Gotcha.
throw myself, throw
Gotcha.
it myself.
Gotcha. And
Yeah.
you're throwing to Bo.
No, into the cat.
the
Oh,
mouth
it's-
of the cat.
He's trying to force feed the cat alcohol. It's a very
Yes.
Okay.
This is a good thing
Yes.
to do.
Make a
This
throw.
is good for cats.
What is
I'm
this
going to say
session?
that this is a difficult throw because it is a moving target that is constantly changing shape.
But he is coming to eat us, so I thought his mouth was
Yeah,
like
the
open
mouth
over
is-
us. Like this
yeah.
this would be the opportune time to throw alcohol into his mouth.
It's the opportune
is why I
time, but
ran
it
to
is
the
still a difficult action to take.
fair enough.
All right.
And especially if you are
Well-
not a baseballer, as only one of you is.
Man, I really hope I had the forethought to get more than one bottle, but here we go.
I grabbed a few. I don't know about you.
Well, that's already a 50-something, so I fail.
You throw the bottle and
Yeah.
it just barely misses. It hits the side of its face and shatters and leaves a little bit of like a singed area on impact.
Can I shoot the alcohol to set it on fire? Burning cat. Burning
Burning
cat.
cat. Burning cat.
Make a shot.
Cecil's in there, you guys.
Cecil, make another Constitution check. Colonel,
Oh,
you can go ahead and make
Sorry,
a shot.
Cecil. I did. That was a hit.
Good. Come on, Cecil.
I rolled a 9.
Yeah!
Cecil will not
The
die.
universe loves him too much to let him die.
Cecil, it's been a minute.
I
You've
cannot
been
express how bad my constitution is.
It's been a minute. You've been screaming. I do have to say that from this point, it's now going to be difficult checks because you've been using up quite a bit of air in this cat with your screams.
No!
Well, so
Can
far,
he-
so good.
Can Cecil do any? Can he cut himself out?
I don't have a
Wait,
knife,
wait,
but
yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, can
Anything
I?
sharp?
Can I attempt a Hail Mary strength just one time? Just
If
I
you
feel
would
like
like
if I'm
to
screaming
attempt
this long,
an
that I should
extreme
at least be able
strength
to
check,
scream
I will
out.
allow
Yeah.
you to attempt an extreme one. This is a feat of like superhuman ability to the point where
Oh,
I
wait, well,
hesitate
okay.
to even allow it.
All right, I need to roll an 8.
Adrenaline. Lift
Hang on,
that
do it
car.
for an extreme, right? An extreme
It's
is
the fifth.
Is the 5th? Yeah.
Can we throw something in there to him?
You don't know what you
Well-
throw in there, what will happen necessarily. You can try.
88.
Oh.
Yeah, you're Cecil. You are a
only
small
80
man
away.
inside of a large void. You are unable to do anything physically to escape, and your air is rapidly running out. Crew outside, what is your attempt? Are you shooting at the alcohol in this cat's skin? Are you trying to throw another bottle in? What are you doing?
Have I
Well,
reached the
I
barrel?
attempted to shoot the alcohol in the cat's skin.
Lexi,
Yeah,
I'll
I'll
say
let-
you could have reached a barrel by now if you'd like. Colonel,
Alright, I don't
did you
remember what exactly our
fire off
plan
a
was
shot?
for this.
Did it hit?
I did.
I think
and it did
putting
succeed.
the alcohol in the barrel.
You
so-
shoot
Putting
the
the
alcohol. It does not ignite. Unfortunately, that is not a strong enough reaction.
Bullets? I was gonna say, do bullets that pass through alcohol just cause them to combust?
They do in TV. The general theory being that
Yeah,
moving
true,
fast
yeah.
to generate
I'm
I'm
electric
just gonna
friction.
smash
but-
the bottles I have inside the barrel because it's the fastest way of getting the alcohol out.
Sure.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I don't particularly care that there's glass in it when we're feeding it to this death cat.
All right. How are you feeding it to the death cat? It continues to bear down on you. If I could have the Colonel and Alistair both make dodge checks for me.
All right.
I'd also like to, I know I just did the strength, but if I've doing all those con checks, so I assume it's been if I could one last attempt to use my brain for something. When physicality
What would you like
doesn't
to
work.
do?
I would like to see, now that I'm so up close and personal with it, I'm sure it'll be either hard or difficult or extreme, but use natural world to try and like learn anything about it I can. Just anything, like maybe I don't know if God, this is so desperate, but like something chemical about it that might be useful, or does it have a gut? Am I in the gut? Like something like that. I don't know.
I would
like,
say
just
make
slide
an
all the way
extreme
down.
natural world check, because a creature
Alright.
of the supernatural, technically this should probably be an occult, but since this is your Hail Mary, and immediately after this I do need you to make another Constitution check.
Cool.
At the
Cool.
hard difficulty.
Yep, so I need a 16 on natural world, which I don't get.
No.
And then other dice, here we go. Constitution.
Cross everything.
95, I'm pretty sure that's a critical fail, right?
No, 96 is the
Dang
cutoff, so you don't critically
Okay.
fail, but I do
Oh,
believe you
alright.
you fail.
Okay, so, yep.
Meanwhile,
Cecil-
I've failed to jump out of its way.
The screaming stops.
Cecil,
I
your screams cease. You feel this like oppressive weight and darkness all around you of this creature's gut as your mind races in your last desperate attempt to hold on to anything that could possibly save you from this creature. As Cecil has done all his life, he thinks until the very end, and as you feel your final breath leave you, you are suffocating inside of the belly of this cat.
Cool. Well, I'm sure I can hold my breath at least 30 seconds.
You've been holding your breath, kind of. You're fully suffocating now. There's no more breath in
Well,
you.
I'm sure someone might maybe you can resuscitate me.
We're
Let's find
trying,
out.
man.
Okay,
Colonel, you said you
that's-
failed your dodge check?
This is the worst
I
day of
did
my
fail
life.
my dodge check.
You are smashed into by the creature. How badly did you fail?
By at least 20 points.
You don't get eaten, but you do take 3 points of just bludgeoning damage as like
my
massive cat
old
waits into you.
bones.
I don't want to move this barrel. I want to get the cat over to this barrel. I want to fast talk the cat. Oh, it's delicious! Oh man! I bet you haven't had alcohol like this before. It's been locked up in that thing. You know how we are. It's Prohibition era.
Please make a difficult fast talk check for me.
Difficult.
You're
Oh, that's-
trying
is
to
that
fast
half?
talk a cat.
I
Also,
figure
its
if I'm just
attention
making
is
noise-
not on you.
Well, that's the thing. I'm new and exciting. It hasn't seen me before. I'm not just one of these guys like batting baseballs at it.
Still difficult.
Well, I still failed. So
All right, you're unable to wrestle its attention away from the quarry that it feels it has in hand.
just run over here towards the barrel full of alcohol.
The rest of you, what would you like to do? In a few minutes, I'm going to ask you to make another dodge check if you're still in its radius. So please tell me
Gonna
what your
run
plan
towards
is.
the barrel of alcohol, I guess.
Thank you.
Yeah, same here.
I'm gonna hit it.
You're going to hit it?
I'm gonna hit
With
it.
what?
Gonna hit
I'm gonna hit it. My bat as hard as I
Probably,
can.
Okay,
As hard as I
Bo,
can.
make an attack. Alistair and Colonel, you said you guys are running towards the barrel.
Yeah, running to the barrel.
If I could have both of you make a...
Okay.
doo-doo.
That's a hit.
I'm going to say if you
Just shovel
succeed
my
on a
hair.
dodge check, you've disengaged and you can kind of get over to it. So please make me like a dodge, just a regular dodge check to see if you're able to get out of its space.
Okay.
And Bo, what was that?
I hit, but it's minimum damage. It's 2.
Okay, you draw its attention for a brief moment, and I'm going to say that gives the other two advantage on their dodge to get out of your space. So if you two would like to roll another tens place.
Went from a 16 to a 15.
That's
I succeed. Huzzah!
Okay,
Yeah,
both
I
of you are
succeed.
able to
Yes.
disengage from the creature with the assistance of Bo, who is still in its range, and start sprinting towards the barrel. Its attention is on Bo at the moment because that's what hit it most recently, but if you guys would like to try and draw its attention, you may certainly do so.
Colonel, shoot it.
Don't have to tell me twice.
Please roll to see if
I'm
you hit.
gonna. Okay.
Get ready to jaw.
I
get
do
ready
in
to
fact
dodge,
shoot the cat
gents.
again. Although I believe that was my last bullet for this particular gun.
oh Jesus.
Barrel, yeah.
Yeah, you hit the creature. I'm gonna say that's enough to draw its attention because it is again a gun firing at it, even though you've been peppering it this whole time. It starts lumbering towards you guys. You reach the barrel with Lexi. How do you prep it? How are you getting this creature to eat this barrel?
My plan.
We're just gonna.
My
I was thinking we were gonna.
I rip my shirt off in a dramatic way, stuff it in the barrel, and then Jeeves, my lighter.
Jeeves is here.
Jeeves is always here. Jeeves never leaves.
Very good, sir. And he flicks it
He
open.
doesn't do much until I tell him to, but he's here.
Oh, thank you, Jeeves.
Colonel, you better be paying this man. Like
do I
more
pay you,
than
Jude?
more
I
than
don't-
he's
okay,
worth.
I thought I inherited him. I can't
Oh
remember.
goodness.
Good God. All right, so now
A lot
it's,
to unpack
it's
there.
a flaming barrel of alcohol.
Flaming battle of
Yes.
alcohol. It is still on the ground. The creature is closer now. It's only a few feet away. It's going to just bite down.
Babe Ruth, you're good at
Yeah, I
throwing
was- I was-
things.
It's a full
It's
barrel.
a barrel full of
It's a
alcohol.
full
I don't
I
barrel.
was gonna
think
stand in
throw
front
it.
of it. I was gonna stand in front of it and dodge in the last
I
moment.
was thinking something
so-
similar.
I wanted to write it
I wanted to ride the
Why?
so that I could, because if someone needs to throw the barrel, the only person who could throw it is me,
No,
and I'm not there.
We're not throwing
So-
it.
You
can't
though.
throw the barrel anyway. It's
Bo,
big,
I'll
open
say
top,
it's
full of
not
alcohol.
difficult for you to grab a hold of this creature, but the way that it moves
Okay.
is not that it runs. It like
God.
rolls and shambles, and there is a. What you would need to do is essentially make a check that I need to determine right now to see if you could survive
ride.
the folds of its skin and make sure you don't get crushed or consumed in the trip over to the barrel.
I put 15 points into ride.
I
by
don't
the
think
way.
this
Just
counts as the ride skill.
I
Just-
don't know if this counts as the ride skill either. Let's see. So is all of your plan to basically have someone stand in front of the barrel and dodge at the last second?
I was thinking of lobbing it at him, but like,
It's a little bit
big
big to
barrel.
throw. You would need some sort of like catapult-like device in order to really get it going, or like a combined effort of several successes.
even
Jeez,
with
my
my big old
trebuchet.
man muscles, I mean,
You and Bo together could maybe throw it, but it would still be very difficult.
Actually, my strength is
I'll-
50. I might be able to help the Colonel lob it.
I'm coming. I'm on my way. Just.
The creature is getting closer and closer. Bo, I'm gonna say first succeed on a climb check and then a extreme ride check in order to make it to the other side. The climb is to
I
see if you
also-
grab any purchase, and then the ride is to see if you survive the trip over.
I also put points in climb. Let's go.
I know it's a dramatic moment, but I have to use the bathroom, so don't die for the next 15 seconds.
It's a really
die.
fast bathroom trip.
Yeah.
Okay, that's 42 on climb. Doesn't quite
Okay.
make it, so I'm going to pump 12 points of luck.
You successfully
get-
make it onto the creature. You hold these patches of black fur where you see them, and as you grab them, they're covered almost immediately by the folds of its skin, and you feel this disgusting, slimy
Yeah.
texture, despite the fact that it should be soft.
Okay. Now a ride check.
Yes, I believe I said an extreme ride check, so
unfortunately.
you're using your 5th value.
Okay. It's literally 3. Yeah. Come on. That fell. No, it's like 72.
Unfortunately, although you were able to find purchase, this creature is impossible to really mount. It's unlike any animal you've ever encountered. It's unlike any vehicle. This is not something that you can just hop onto a saddle. It's constantly shifting its form, ever changing. You swear you see a second mouth at one point, and as you're struggling
there
to
it is.
hold purchase, the folds come and you feel yourself almost consumed into it. It's not like you've been eaten, you've just been absorbed into the folds of its skin. I need you to make a con check right now to see how long, see if you've still got air in you. You've been battered a bit, so you're starting at difficult because you are being under much more pressure than Cecil, who was just eaten.
I'm back. Did we live?
Well, we're not
I
dead
got swallowed.
yet, but
Yeah, so make a
going back to
difficult
Alright.
constitution check for me.
All right. I got that's a 30 for me. Here we go. Yeah. Okay. 20.
Okay, you're not dead yet, but you are under extreme pressure and you're going to be making those checks at a difficult rate. Everyone else, the creature has just about reached you. It's going for all of you clumped together in the barrel as well. What are you doing?
On the count of 3.
Yeah, we're dodging.
One.
I'm just gonna break.
Yeah.
Yeah, just sprint in every direction while it hopefully closes on the barrel. Which
Yeah.
is in the middle of us, I guess.
That's what we're gonna do.
Okay,
are we rolling,
if I
DM?
could get all of you to make a difficult dodge check.
Oh my god.
It's gonna eat all 3 of you.
Yeah.
But as long as it also gets
Statistically,
the
one
barrel.
of you should succeed.
If you all die to Bustifer Jones, dear God.
Well, I failed. I rolled a 77.
With the expenditure of most of my luck, I did succeed.
Good.
Okay.
Where you at, Alistair?
I have a 39. I will dump however many luck points I need to meet an 11.
Do you have enough luck points left?
You
I
got
do.
20.
Was
I
that
have-
28 luck points?
I have 32 luck points.
Oh
so
boy.
yeah, I'll
All right. With the
Yeah.
exception of Lexi, all of you are able to dodge out just in time as the creature's mouth comes down
Hang
and
on.
surrounds.
I'm going to do a heroic Colonel moment and push Lexi out instead of dodging myself.
Oh my god, no!
Yes!
I'll allow it. Lexi, you find yourself pushed out of the way as the mouth comes down and consumes the Colonel and Beryl alike. Bo, I need Bo, I need you to
my
make
God.
a Constitution check for me at difficult as the creature moves and you struggle not to be crushed.
Come on.
Colonel, you
He really
find
is an
yourself
Englishman.
inside the creature. Now this barrel, just
21.
for clarity, 21, so that's success?
Yes.
Okay, you're not dead yet.
Yes.
Colonel, you are inside of the creature now with the barrel right next to you. You see the alcohol start to seep into its system. Colonel, would you like to go out with a bang?
I would indeed like to go out with a bang, and I'm going to put my gun right next to the barrel, and I'm desperately trying to think of a final line
Cecil's
here.
in there! What are you doing?
So is he. Do it, man.
Dramatic one-liner! Bang!
Bang! And there's an explosion. The goo of this creature goes every which way. Bo, you fall free. You've taken 4 points of damage just from the pressure, but you are still alive. There's bits of garbage and food and hair and goo every which way, and at the center of it is what remains of the barrel, the Colonel, and Cecil, and in the middle of all of them is a small green tiger's eye stone. Unfortunately, at the cost of 2 of your party, one of whom went down
Jesus.
in a heroic sacrifice, and the other
Just
in what is
eaten.
only the appropriate way for Cecil to go, vomited up, as it were. You have defeated Bustopher Jones.
He died as he lived, being absolutely
Naked.
useless.
The 3 of you are left standing in empty Reading Terminal. What would you like to do?
Oh my god, this is awful.
I'll take the gem and I'll put it in the amulet and
I
I'll
guess.
say weekly.
If my
3
cane
more to
survives,
go,
grab that.
guys.
It's got a sword in it.
Oh,
Sure, we'll loot Bustopher Jones for the remains of our friends.
How many scimitars do we get?
I'm going to say the only thing that is remaining in the ruins of Bustopher Jones that you can find is the cane that the Colonel held at one point. Everything else has been covered in so much goo that you're unable to find it.
It's got one hand in the muck, flicking the V.
doing the Terminator thumbs up.
Wow.
We're all coping with our grief in different ways.
Yeah.
I'll go and take the cane and I'll turn to Jeeves and I'll say, well, I'm not really sure what to go do from here. I'm not really sure what your relation
Jeeves actually
outside
running off
of
yelling,
work-
I'm free!
Yeah, you just turn. Jeeves is full on sprinting out. He's like, I'm
Oh,
out
alright,
of here.
alright.
Jeeves is
Alright.
gone. The cane
Alright.
is yours to keep.
Okay, I'll take my pocket square and I'll clean off the muck and I guess it's ours. Theater,
Yeah.
how's everyone feel?
Yeah.
That's not the last one even, is it?
It's
No,
Well, I
there's
don't know.
Pulling
Was,
back the
was
curtain.
deception?
pulling back the curtain. The theater is the last location that you would need to go to in this game.
Oh, good.
Just because
Oh,
I know we're getting up
okay.
at time, I don't want anyone to feel like they have to go somewhere in order to, like,
well,
they
we're
need to, like,
unlikely
rush.
to survive anyway. I'm gonna take
Yeah.
off both my earrings and I'm going to leave them in the trash goop as like a
Little tribute.
little tribute.
Evidence of the crime that's been committed here.
I'll take off my tie. I'll take off my tie and do the same.
I'm gonna say
But
because
we
of
only
the
look
Colonel's
suitably disheveled by the end.
the Colonel's like amazing sacrifice moment, and because R.I.P. Cecil, everyone who is still alive take 5 luck points as this Colonel's
Aw.
last stand grants you a little bit of a boon. And also Cecil died. Rip Cecil. He was gone too soon.
Honestly, though, like,
Oh god.
if I gotten eaten, I don't have a fire starter. I wouldn't have been able to go out with a bang.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that might be what happened, is because I had the matches, but
I
I was
we
already
lost
pretty much
both of our
dead.
people who have fire things.
Yes.
Oh,
So you guys are
no.
heading to the theater next for your last
Yeah,
last
sure.
location
Walnut,
provided to
Walnut
you.
Theater, whatever it's
The
called.
Walnut Street
Brant.
Theater is the oldest operating theater in the continental United States.
The Colonel,
Yes, thank you,
so
Brant.
gallant, such a cracking tattoo.
Yes. Oh, yes, you see bits of mermaid boobs everywhere.
Everyone fits now.
God.
We must honor his legacy.
We only need one car.
Everyone
If I
fits
survive,
into
I'm
one
getting the
car.
nastiest
You get in. It's
tattoo.
a short drive to the Walnut Street Theater, just a few blocks away. You exit the show. The last show of the evening has already come to a close. You look up to the sky, Lexi, and the moon is nearly at its peak. It'll likely reach the center of the sky while you're in this show. And if you try the theater doors, they're open, although it's eerily quiet in only a way that a theater can be. An appropriate occasion for all of this to come to a head.
One way or another, it ends tonight.
Dessert is served. That's what I should have said. Damn it!
All right.
My
We
ghost
know-
is
You know
so
what?
pissed off.
I hear
It
this
was-
stuff will
it-
kill ya.
To be fair, it was your thing was still better last words than
Yeah, that's true.
And Cecil's last depressing thought, hey, somebody might still save me.
The power of friendship will.
And this gun I found.
Do you enter
All right.
the Walnut
no pomp,
Street
no
Theater?
circumstance. Yeah.
No pomp, no circumstance.
Let's go in.
You
Let's
throw
do
open
it.
the doors, they're left unlocked, and as you enter, you see these spectral forms all around you. It seems that this time there is no wait before the hauntings begin. You hear the faint sounds of music.
It's the fucking Jellicle Ball.
I guess we're not getting Gus the theater cat. We're getting
I sing a
all-
rousing
It's gonna be
rendition of
McCavity.
memory.
Surely it's the final boss.
I figured it had to be
You
McCavity.
still need...
We getting Taylor Swift slowly descending from the ceiling? Cat boobs
Bomb.
on full display?
Confused
Bomb
sensual
ballerina.
feelings.
You have 5
Sorry,
stones,
please
you
go on.
need... You have 6
have
stones,
6
you need
stones.
4 more. Correct. 3 more.
Four-
I
three
can't
more.
count.
No, so-
Sophia can't do math.
3.
That's the real takeaway from this
Yes.
session. You need 3 more. Keep that in
Started
mind.
with 2.
Actually, every one of
Three
those
more,
little
yes.
jade kittens turned into one of things, so
You
we're
wish.
fine. Actually,
Yeah.
we're good.
We're
and
good.
we can totally
Yeah.
go.
Yeah, this is it.
Entering the theater
Yeah.
to the sound of the music, spectral shades attending as though they were an audience, much like the conductor on the train was. And now you can see that these shapes have ears and a tail. It's becoming much more cognizant to you of what they may be emblematic of. You enter the theater, you join the crowd. Would you like to go take your seats?
I guess.
Yeah.
Now and forever.
it's
You enter the theater. You find some empty seats that you are able to squat down in. A shade pokes over and asks you to move over one so they can sit with your husband. They're like, yeah, great, whatever. You take your seat,
Yeah, of
and
course, of
as
course.
the music kind of comes
Yeah.
to a close, the curtains open, and on stage, shabby, thin as a rake, almost if you look at him for too long,
Oh, it is
you
Gus.
can't see him. But this unassuming performance begins. It starts out. It's just this creature. On stage, a voice that almost seems to bewitch you. If I could get everyone to make a power check for me.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I'm
Okay.
still hearing voices from earlier, so I figure they're just harmonizing at this point.
Lexi, please
Oh, I
make
can't
yours
blink,
at
so
a
I'm just,
difficult
like,
level.
Forced to see this.
Well, I failed anyway, so
I'll take those 5 luck points that the Colonel gave me and get mine down to a saving success.
Bo.
Rolled a 47. with,
Okay.
60
Anyone who
power,
failed,
so-
please make a sanity check.
no.
You lose
90.
3 sanity points, and you find yourself enraptured by the performance on stage. It's the greatest thing you've ever seen, and you can't turn your eyes away or think about anything other than taking in this, the greatest of all theatrical events,
I would see this again.
now and
again.
forever.
It's Gandalf doing spoken word rap. Of course, it's amazing.
Just listen to that oboe. Try desperately to follow
But as
along.
Lexi experiences this most rare of theatrical magics, the other two notice that this creature on stage is getting more and more fiendish, and at times it seems to take forms familiar to you, and as the performance continues, it only increases in intensity with flashes of green in the background and echoes of your compatriots. You hear the bang of what you swear is a pistol, the sound of retching on transportation, these moments that call out to you from the night. And as you are all taking all of this in, can I get you two to make a spot hidden check for me?
Everyone
Yeah.
who...
Oh.
So
Not
not
you,
me?
because you are
God.
too engaged
Because
in the
my-
performance.
yeah. Oh, he's a chameleon.
God damn it.
No.
It's like he's
failed.
played in his time every
It's way too
possible
high.
part.
It's a-
Yeah. I don't have
86.
enough- I don't have enough luck for that.
You don't see any other creatures approach.
Approach.
Yeah, they go out into the stage and
Yeah.
On stage, this small creature is joined by another. It seems to almost be a wisp of what once was. You can see that this creature looks like the others, but is now more of a shambling mound, almost a memory of the creature that
shut
All
up.
alone in the moonlight.
it smiles at the older creature doing its performance on stage, now fully in its fire for fiddle rage. It begins to turn and it looks directly at both of you, and you feel trapped once again. Can I get both of you to make sanity checks for me? As you were unprepared to gaze upon the visage of what may or may not be Grisabella the Glamour Cat.
Running nose.
No.
This is revenge for Movie Struck.
No.
This is just
80.
This is you making the most of your captive audience, and I can
76.
I see what you're doing.
Anyone who fails, you lose 4 sanity points, and you find yourself enraptured in the performance. But it's not the first one that you're watching, although it is growing more fiendish. Your eyes are trapped on this other shambling mound that is rapidly approaching you. It seems to almost hover over the seats of the rest of the theater as it comes closer and closer. Bo, I believe you're the only one who is not enraptured with the performance. Is there anything you would like to do?
Oh.
Yeah.
Can I get up? Out of my... I don't want to... I can't leave them there. I'm not sure what to do here.
Slap him.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, if... Yeah. Kind of... I'll give him
You
a
ever seen
punch.
Aeroplane?
Oh god.
I'm going to say with your slap, you give them both the opportunity to make another power check to see if they can pull themselves out of their stupor.
My power is so bad. Let me roll anything else. Please, DM, have mercy. I can't listen to
I'm
memory
sorry,
again.
did you say mercy? That's not one of the
I
cats.
failed again.
I
That
fail
doesn't.
again.
Your slap seemed
Oh, no.
ineffectual and unable to rouse them from their stupor of enjoying good theater.
Wow, it's so impactful. It's almost like I really feel pain.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna pick them. I'm
I'm gonna say both of them is a
Go for
difficult
it. Okay,
task
okay,
for
okay.
you. So if you would like to make a difficult strength check to pick up both of them, otherwise you're gonna have some severe movement.
Difficult strength. Difficult strength.
You're a
Alright, here
strong
we go.
boy, so I'm gonna
Here we
let
go.
you be able to pull this off. Like Lexi couldn't do this, or like not Civil. Cecil could do this.
He's only been
Cecil.
dead for like 5 minutes.
That is a 28.
You sound just like his mom.
All right. Yeah,
Which
you were
is-
able to pick up both of your compatriots, although their faces always feel retched straight towards the stage. Where do you go?
Back to the theater. I gotta get them away.
As you guys enter the lobby, the vision of the performance breaks, and you're able to wrestle back to both of your sane states. You're in control of your mind again. You come to on both shoulders, but you can hear the music of the performance continuing inside, and you can see through a skylight in the theater that the moon has almost reached its peak, and it seems as though the guests inside the theater are getting more and more frantic.
I need both y'all right here.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah, okay.
This is it. We got no more time left. You see that goddamn moon? You hear that shit?
It's now or never. Okay.
What
we
are
gotta make.
What are we
We
doing?
need to find the other 3 pieces. They're probably somewhere in that theater. There's a fuck ton of monsters. So
Okay.
we get in there, find them, grab them, dip.
I mean, I see the theater cat and the glamour cat over there.
Yeah.
But where's isn't there?
Exactly.
Wouldn't
Is
there be
there
a
like a
third?
tech crew cat? Is there some form
there
of
a-
authorial
Sophia, the producer
perhaps?
cat? No.
Is there a?
Sophia,
Is
the
there
light tech.
is there a way for us
Is there an
in the
indigo
theater
cat?
to go to like around, so we don't have to like enter the actual theater, like go around into
Yeah,
the
you can access the
backstage
wings.
area?
I will say that Alistair, as a debonair theatrical attendee, and Lexi, as someone who's good at sneaking into places, are capable of putting their brains together and spotting a door that probably leads to the backstage area or maybe the wings.
Fantastic. Through we go.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if the way we break this is we mess up their big performance. Like, get the spotlights wrong,
That'd be
fall
fun.
on stage, drop the
Oh, I was
curtain
just gonna-
early.
You gotta pull a producers.
Drop the
You
curtain
gotta make the
early.
thing fail.
Drop the curtain.
All right.
Let's give it a shot.
That-
if we
that
can find where
sounds-
the curtains.
That sounds like a
controls
good idea.
are. It's better than nothing. My
Controls,
first idea
it's
was
like-
get on the stage, and I feel like that's
It's like-
a terrible plan.
It's the 1920s.
perhaps
It's
a
like
priceless
levers and weighted
chandelier.
sandbags. Is
Yeah,
what
yeah,
this
like
is.
a sandbag we can cut the rope on, or
Yeah.
like, theaters are death traps.
If you guys
want to
go backstage, go ahead.
We're going
Yeah.
backstage.
All right,
baby.
you
All right, looking for
You
anything
head to the
that
wings.
might
You have to start. You go through this sort of
control-
like almost underground area before you find a staircase that starts leading up into
Yeah.
the wings. You imagine this is how actors would get from side to side during the performances, and you see that the way that this theater is set up, it's a system of ropes and pulleys holding everything to the ceiling. It's still a very old system. It hasn't been updated in many years, and actually they still operate on a lot of the old rope systems today. And you can see that there's very little space in the wings, but there is enough for you guys to kind of sneak. And it's these split levels. There's a walkway, a catwalk up top that you could go through. That was not meant to be a pun. That's just what it's called. Or you can stay lower to the ground and try and mess with things from there. But to get any one thing to go off, you're going to have to either split up and try different things, or put all of your energy into a single problem. As you do this, the shambling visage on stage turns to face you, no longer concerned with the audience. As you watch, this actor takes the form of Cecil.
I hate this fuckery.
He's weaker. We can take him now.
As you watch, Cecil shifts into the Colonel.
Never mind.
We can't take him.
No.
Into Jeeves.
I'm back, baby.
Into Felix.
Oh,
Jeeves!
that guy.
Jeeves is dead?
He sprinted
What
off
happened
into the night of the haunted cats, of course.
Lexi,
Jeeves
you find
died.
yourself face to
Oh,
face with
man.
yourself,
Jeeves.
but something is just a little bit off. Bo, you're looking at your own visage. Alistair, it's you. You're on stage, you're performing. And this visage is constantly shifting. If I could get all of you guys to make sanity checks again for me.
Oy.
Oh, great. That's
Sun's
getting real
This
low.
ain't looking good,
How
guys.
spooky can this be? Ooh, big failure. 87.
18. I succeed.
Everyone who
6.
failed, Lexi, you
Okay.
lose 1 sanity point. And you once again find yourself in rapture with the performance. It's finding it hard to look away, and you're compelled to walk onto the stage.
Okay,
Oh, boy.
so this confirms that this was a bad idea, but that's okay. I've been hearing this music potentially off and on my entire life ever since that first moved winged to me, so I think...
Who's playing the music? Is it just like
You're just hearing
magically...
it. You don't see a pit orchestra. There's shade sitting in the audience, but other than that,
Okay.
who's to say?
Is there any way that I can track like the curtain, the rope that is holding the curtain back or up, and track like where it is being, like what might control it, or what might either a lever
Yeah,
to,
I'll say
to
this is
shut
more
it,
of
or
like
a
trying to
pulley
figure out
system
which
to shut
rope
it?
attaches to which object, because you can see all the places where they're tied off and all the pulleys that are related to them, so I don't think it's too hard for you to put together where to pull. It's just a matter of picking the correct rope for whatever you're trying to accomplish. So for that,
Right.
I'm going to say that is an intelligence check, because it's just you had an idea and you're trying to suss it out.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah. Can I upstage Grisabella?
If you would like to make an extremely difficult charm check for me, you can absolutely try to upstage Grisabella.
Well, I don't
But yeah.
have any points in charm. But I'll, on the off chance
I'm
I
going
roll
to
a
warn
3
you
or
that if
lower.
you fail this, there are going to be consequences.
You don't upstage
How loudly
Grisabella,
can you
man.
Is that the
sing
consequences
Moonlight?
for my actions?
I'm just wondering if there's anything else I can...
I succeed, by
Yeah.
the way.
Yeah, it sucks,
Alistair,
doesn't
you
it?
see, because, the theater is held up with many sandbags and ropes, that there are a few different things you could pull to drop a curtain or drop a heavy beam or a catwalk or a light. So it's really up to you what kind of chaos you would like to cause, but you think you have a pretty good grasp on what all of these ropes do. Or at least enough of a grasp
Okay,
to
I
cause
don't want to
problems.
harm. I don't want to harm Lexi, so dropping things on stage is probably out. So I'll take the cane, unsheath the sword, and I'll thwack at the rope that controls the curtains opening and closing.
I like that.
You thwack at it. As you reach back, you feel a hand grab your arm.
The
You
theater
turn
tech
around,
cat.
and you see Felix.
Oh,
I don't trust you.
Nope, this is not Felix. It ain't Felix.
it could be Felix. Let's
Why are you
hear
stopping
that.
me, Felix?
As you
We're trying to stop this, right, Felix?
Please. Call me the Hidden Paul. And you watch as Felix, or what you thought was Felix,
Yeah.
drops the visage and turns into a creature that resembles the others. It's tall and thin with a domed head and sunken pits surrounding its green eyes. As the creature's visage drops, gravity breaks, and you feel as though now you're floating. All around the stage, this performance shifts as though the laws of gravity themselves have been broken, as every human law has been and ever will
Shut
be.
up. Of course it can control the laws of gravity.
Yeah.
Bo, you feel yourself start to float off of the stage. Lexi, you are still on trying to pursue Grisabella, and maybe not Grisabella for IP reasons, I don't know, but the glamorous creature towards the center of the stage.
Well, I was drawn out
Really
onto
distinct
stage.
singing
Yes.
cat.
I feel like I've had very little luck trying to actively brute force my way away from this stuff, and it wanted to draw me on stage. So I figure there's got to be something I can do from here to fuck this up.
You are enraptured with the performance right now, so I will say that if you would like to try and take any actions, you would first need to succeed on a difficult power check.
Well, I would like to argue that if I'm enraptured with the performance, I would probably do what about 30% of all obnoxious theater goers would do in such a case, and to try to sing along.
Again, if you would like to do that, it's going to be an
That's what I would do.
extremely difficult charm check.
Really? It's hard to sing along to stuff? It's hard to start humming along to the tune that's been playing in my head since I was but a wee child in
I'm saying
Kansas?
because I don't think your intent in this moment would be to disrupt. If it was trying to disrupt, the difficulty would be lower. But because you are enraptured with the performance, you're trying to go along with it. This is more of a genuine attempt that is extremely difficult to do.
I see what you mean. I would probably try still.
Go nuts.
Yeah. Can I make an argument for any of these things that aren't just a raw, what is it, charm you said?
Yes. What are the...
Yeah, raw
Pitch
charm.
me what
extreme
check you would like
difficulty.
to make, and I'll let you know if you can make it.
Basically, my only options would be fast talk or sleight of hand.
It's definitely not sleight of hand. I don't really
That's what I
think
was
it's fast talk either.
It's the wrong skill set for singing. I do have 20 points in English, but I don't think that'll help either. I mean, the thing is, we're right in the end game. I think I'll try to do the raw charm, see if I succeed my 3% chance, and then take whatever consequences you throw at me afterwards. when I
Okay,
fuck it
go
up.
nuts. Yep,
Sounds good?
I respect it.
Let's go, folks! Well, I rolled a 42, which is a cool number for other reasons, but not a 3.
Do you have enough luck to change it?
I have 23 points of luck. I couldn't get it below to 3.
You start singing, but and in your mind, your voice is coming out beautifully. You're harmonizing with these creatures. But to anyone who's listening outside of the rapture of the song, it's not quite harmonious. If anything, everything is sounding even more discordant than before.
And that's not fucking it up. That's just part of
Nope,
the
that's
madness.
just part of the madness. You don't succeed in throwing off the performance necessarily, and you find yourself closer and closer to the center of the stage where these two creatures are waiting. If I could get you to make one last power check for me.
25 or lower, unless it's an excess difficulty. Don't make it excess difficulty. 25 or lower.
I'm just
already
making it a
sucks.
regular check.
Nope. 67.
You are fully a part of the performance now. You will not be able to be broken out of it by a simple impact or anything else. You have been taken by the madness of these creatures and are around now with the intent of helping this performance continue. The rest of you guys.
I feel the lycra creeping.
What
up.
are the rest of you
All
doing?
right.
Theater kids, yeah.
Yeah.
We're floating like up towards like
Yeah,
this,
you have control
this,
over your motion slightly. It's a little bit more difficult to move, but I'll say for the sake of things, you can still go in whatever direction you'd like. But you are experiencing laws of gravity breaking. Felix, aka McCavity, is there. You still have the other two cats to contend with. The curtain has begun to close because of the way you stopped the rope, but you would need to give it a little bit. It's on a pulley system. You need to put a little bit more heft behind it to get it to fully close.
Okay. I'm zero G,
Swimming.
so yeah. How do I make my way over to the rope that Alistair was trying to cut down?
You can make your way over to it without making any sort of check. You can just kind of start that, but it's going to be pretty slow goings for a little bit, so there's a chance that someone might move to intercept. Alistair, I do want to know what you are doing in this time too.
I mean, I'm right next to the rope, right? So I can grab onto it and start thwacking
Yes, you do
again.
have
Point blank.
the hidden Paul
I know
there with
there's
you.
McCavity.
In that case,
You want to tackle McCavity? Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make me. I'm gonna say this is a fighting brawl check, and I'm gonna say it's difficult because
Let's
you're in
go.
0
Let's
Gs.
go.
That's fine. Let's go. Oh no.
It's the scene of Prime McCavity's not there. You ass.
Oh my god. I don't have enough luck points. That's a fail.
You go to dodge him, and much like his namesake, as though he was an illusion, you pass right through, and instead you run right into Alistair, who is still standing there. You see up in the rafters the visage of McCavity has reappeared, this fiend, as this performance on stage is getting more and more intense, building up to the final reveal of the performance. The moon is now center in the sky, and the moonlight begins to fill this theater. You can swear you see particles of dust and little green glimmers coming from eyes of the audience. What would you like to do?
I'll take the rope. I'm sorry, Lexi.
Oh, we're both here.
Okay.
We're both here.
What?
So, no, I'll help.
Yeah.
Do it.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, yeah. Let's both thwack at the curtain and.
I'd say the two of you together are able to pull the rope
Like-
and pull the curtain closed with little difficulty by your combined strength.
Okay, that doesn't do anything though. Does
Well,
it?
you is that what you're doing? Lock in your action and it'll tell you the result.
Yeah. Yes, we are closing the curtain because we think that'll take care of at least 2 cats, and then maybe also
You
Lexi.
pull the curtain closed, and with every inch that it closes, you do see the fiendish creature in the center stage who's been performing this whole time sort of feel like it's shrinking, as though its power is being cut off, as the show must go on cannot be true while the curtains are open. You manage to wrestle it closed, and one of the creatures does dissipate, leaving a small tiger's eye stone in the center. Because one of them has fallen, I will say, Lexi, you are able to make another power check now, but there is still another creature exerting influence over you, so you do have to make a check.
Fingers crossed. Like everyone else who's ever performed it, I think I'm absolutely killing it at memory. But 24, exactly under my power
You
score.
do, with
Hell yeah.
the
There we
close
go.
of
Snap
the
out of it.
curtain, when you hit that high note in memory, you realize that you have just been screeching this whole time, and you come to, and you are directly next to one of the creatures, but you are in control of your senses once more. There are 2 creatures remaining. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna punch
Are
him.
there?
Roll a brawl check for me.
Yes, I don't have any points in fighting
That's
brawl.
okay.
So it's
What do you
just
mean?
25%, but my strength is pretty good.
What do you mean, Keith? Are there no sawed-off shotguns in this theater?
I know, right? You never gave me a sawed-off shotgun. I failed. I rolled
You
very
go to
badly.
hit, but you just hit wisps of fabric and fur and nothing solid. You can't quite make contact with it. You see in the rafters, everyone, that this ringleader, this former friend Felix, is now running about the top of the theater, clearly irritated with the defeat that has been brought upon it, but untying sandbags and things to send them plummeting below. If I could get everyone to make a dodge check for me.
Oh, beans.
Oh, great.
Can't believe you're gonna Looney Tunes us.
Ooh.
It's not a critical failure because it's only a 93.
Hey, I also rolled a 93.
Hey!
I rolled an 11, which is...
All right, Bo. You're the best of us.
Bo, with expert
hit that home
athletic
run.
and
Just one
precision,
person's got to make it out.
Swing
precision
home.
manages to dodge it. The rest of you are going to take 6 points of bludgeoning damage as a sandbag falls on you, either on your
Ow.
ankle or your side. It doesn't quite get a head-on hit. You're aware enough of it to dodge, but you do take
Holy.
quite a bit of damage.
This thing's full of.
It's full of
rocks.
sand.
That's a major wound, unfortunately.
It's a sand
Yeah,
bag.
That's
little
more
rocks.
than half
We call them
my-
More than half
sand.
a major wound. Lexi,
same.
you break
More
a
than
leg.
half.
Yeah.
Literally.
No!
Oh damn!
Oh,
I
I've always
also
If
wanted
that
receive
would have
a-
hit me,
Yeah.
that would have hit me, I would have been down to 0.
But wait, that means good luck in the
Well,
theater.
Oh yeah, it feels fantastic.
I also receive a major injury
Yep,
if that's how that
I'm going to
works.
say
Concussion. Concussion.
No, no.
Concussion.
He needs to
Concussion.
use his brain.
Concussion.
He has like occult
my
shit
good
or something.
bitch, you are concussed.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that's going to be disadvantage on
Um,
intellectual checks, for the time being. And Lexi, you have disadvantage on physical checks that involve any sort of leg movement, and also your movement is halved effectively, so you're slower.
Yeah, that sounds fair.
How are we gonna get? How are we gonna do this, Bo?
I'll take another swing at this one, but I don't see it.
The fiendish cat has dissipated, the theatrical one, but you are still left, Lexi, right next to this shambling cat creature. You find yourself unable to look away from it, but you sense a deep sadness from it as well. This creature doesn't seem to be making any moves to attack you necessarily, but I do need you to make another power check for me.
Okay.
If it is Grisabella, like, she just wanted to be touched.
I did try punching her, but I rolled a 90, so I failed on the power check.
Okay, you lose 1 sanity point as you find yourself taken over by a deep depression. But you are still in control of your faculties. You're just very, very sad.
Like, accept her back into the Jellicle clan and she'll just be satisfied.
I mean, I genuinely, I think I am going to. Like, I just got my leg broken. It's been a very bad day. It's late. I am going to reach out a hand towards the very sad cat lady mound thingy, just to see what happens.
You reach out a hand towards this shambling mound, and you touch what you have to assume is skin, but again, with these creatures, it's impossible to tell. At this moment of contact, it's not that she dissipates necessarily, but you do feel like you understand a deeper wave of sadness and morosity. If you could make another power check for me, and then follow it up with a listen check.
Well, I failed the power check. 74. This die's not rolling very well for me, and I don't have any points in listen, but I'll still give it a shot. It's a, 20, 1 and 5. I rolled a 1.
That's a critical success.
Hey.
0, 0, 1. It sure is, baby.
Well, you
What do we
lose
got
4
for
points
me?
of sanity.
That's
Because you
insane.
failed your power check.
Ouch.
I do need you to make a sanity
Thank
check
you.
for me. But you...
Okay, well, my current sanity is 8, but I'm not permanently insane yet. My threshold is 5.
That's so close to insanity.
I know. I succeeded my sanity check.
You're not
I rolled
insane,
a 4.
and instead you
That's
just
amazing.
kind of get this whole creature's deal. It is subservient to Felix, and will act in accordance with that creature, and seems to be wailing constantly in a melody that is quite famous for its particular performance, but oddly a banger, well performed by Jennifer Hudson, but deeply, deeply sad. And had insanity taken you in this moment, you think you would have been trapped by these feelings of depression and just given up. But you are able to push through it with a final resound, locking in your willpower. You're still next to it. You get the sense that maybe you can't do too much about it at this moment, but at least you're not taken by insanity. The other two, what are you doing?
I'm gonna call that this thing is subservient to Felix, so if we beat Felix, this might
Yeah.
solve itself.
Okay.
Man, how I wish I had that gun right now. I'll go ahead.
No,
and-
but you got the sword.
I know. I'll float up to the rafters and I'll just.
Don't all
Just try
theaters
it.
have sawed-off shotguns
No!
in the back?
For dealing with the rats.
Yeah,
Oh my
Yeah.
god. Yeah, you were able to float up to the top. I'm gonna say, if you could... Yeah, I'll just let you do it. We're getting into the weeds here. You float up to the top. Felix is not just gonna hold still and let you hit them.
Yes.
They're still attempting to
What are
pull
we
off all
considering
sorts of villainy to throw you off, and it's at this point that you kind of get a better look at the creature that they've become. I do need you to make a sanity check for me.
They're the bane of Scotland.
So they've broken
Okay.
every human law.
Yeah.
12.
Very impressive.
Okay,
succeed.
you don't.
Nice.
You remain
Mhm.
steadfast in
Nice.
your goal.
Jaywalking.
I'm gonna have.
Jaywalking.
We're gonna do a contested roll, so Felix is gonna make a dodge roll, and you're gonna make an attack, and then whichever one, if both succeeds. So
Okay. How?
Can I try to tackle him again? I need to give Alistair a clear
I will
shot.
say, if you would like to
How do
first
attack rolls
attempt
work?
to do a fighting brawl check, I'm gonna say this is going to be difficult because you are trying to finagle, like, floating. You can, and then that will make this just a straight fighting check for Alistair. Normally, I think this would be a sword skill. I don't know if you have that, so we'll just use the ratio for brawl otherwise.
Okay.
That's a critical fail. It's exactly 100.
No!
We've so many crits tonight.
And all of them failures. There's been 1-1.
Well, no, we had one crit
One
success.
success.
one crit
five
success.
fails.
Red,
One success.
Red succeeded.
Bo, you throw yourself up towards the rafters, up towards the hidden pall, and you think you've got this. You in your mind. In your mind. I'm sorry, Dom's cat meowed really loud when I said hidden pall. In your mind, you're like, I've nailed this, I've got this, I have it within my sights, and you miss the clawed hand that reaches up to stop you, digging into your chest. You take 6 points of damage as it digs into your skin.
Disease.
Down to 6.
No!
Bo falls limp and is left just floating in midair. Desperate.
Oh.
Last stand
jeez.
made. Alistair, I will say, because of his sacrifice, though, you will have advantage on your fighting check to avenge your fallen comrade if you would like to try and swipe at the hidden paw.
All right.
Focus. You got this.
It's on you,
All
boy.
right, well,
Buddy.
that's a 42. So
Avenge
we'll
us
re-roll
all.
that.
Does,
Huh?
That's a 22.
Yes.
all right.
Under my 25, I think that succeeds, unless it was a difficult, in which case I don't.
No,
Say
you're fine.
it's a regular
fine.
one. Yeah, with although it did cost your friend's life, you see eyes filled with rage that in that moment of distraction you're able to reach out and swipe across this creature. It has a purchase that none of the other ones have had. How much damage does the cane sword do, Dom?
1d6, I think.
1d6 plus 1d4.
All right, if you could roll that for me, Alistair.
1d4. Oh, okay, yeah.
Also, DM, I can't help but notice that if you reach 0 HP with a major wound, you are only dying, not dead.
Bo is dying,
Maybe
not
she's going to
dead.
dramatically reveal that
Floating
later.
above the stage,
5?
dying.
5?
5? Okay.
5?
This one has purchase. Unlike previously when this cat was illusory, you find that there is connection. The blade hits something. You see for a moment this creature resume the face of Felix and look at you at horror, the helpless kid you had found earlier in the day.
Oh, rotten hell.
And with that, the eyes glow, it dissipates, and a single tiger's eye stone bounces and hits the stage. You find yourself falling and landing feet first on one of the catwalks up top. Bo, you are unconscious and dying, tangled up in some ropes, kind of lowering towards the ground. Lexi, you are watching this happen as the gravity recurs, and in front of you, this creature just dissipates into shreds of fabric and looseness, and there's another tiger's eye gem that falls and hits the ground.
I really liked your song. I'm grabbing the tiger's eye gems and sort of like scooching over to, if I can get to where Bo is, I want to try and stabilize him. If
He's
I
sort of
can
like
with just
still
first aid.
falling a little bit through, like getting tangled up in curtains and ropes, so you would need to catch him first.
God, horrifying.
I have a broken leg, but I'll try.
This is how she dies, she just gets crushed underneath.
I'm gonna say
no!
make the,
I've survived.
what would this be? Just a difficult strength
How do I
check.
get down from here?
Is that half or fifth? No. 93.
Bo, unfortunately,
sorry.
does not get caught by Lexi. You do continue to tumble down, until you do hit the ground. We'll return to that in a bit. Lexi and Alistair, what are you doing? The moon is still high. It's still
well, I'm
rising.
good.
The specters are starting to dissipate.
We've got 1, 2, 3 gems. Do we put them in the amulet?
Well, Felix did give us this, which makes me think that maybe we shouldn't have been doing the thing that he's been saying, but I don't know if we have the time to really contemplate
I
this.
don't know if we have that time either.
All right. In for a
let's-
penny.
Yeah, I guess. Let's do it.
I'll offer up the amulet for her
And
to
I'll
put
put the 3 that we've accumulated. Well, you had 1 and then the 2 from the stage.
Yes.
Put them home.
Chunk.
You put the gems into the amulet. You see them all begin to glow, this green hue emanating from each of them. The moonlight outside seems to be pouring through the curtains, through the ceiling. It's though there's no skylight. It's just open air, glowing in the same frequency as this amulet. You hear, you swear, the yowls of all of the creatures who have gone before, and including Felix and his friend. And in a moment, it almost seems like the heavens themselves open up. There's this this layer of clouds surrounding everything. Shut up, Noir.
Let her have this. It's her big moment.
A clawed hand, distinctly human and yet somehow covered in fur with what you swear is a wedding band, reaches down and grabs at the amulet, and you hear this tone, this words in your eyes, my sight may be falling, but yet I confess. And you feel all of the spirits of these creatures, and this amulet just dissolves into air into silver and green wisps as everything closes up, rising into the sky. And just as rapidly as it began, the ceiling is closed over again. The moonlight is gone. Lexi, you swear in this moment you see the moon wink at you before it is once again obscured by
All right, you cheeky fucker.
the ceiling. And Lexi, if you could make a sanity check for me.
Fine.
Oh no, this is how she dies.
I succeeded! I rolled a 6!
You do not
Amazing.
You can't take me this
lose
time,
any
fucker.
sanity points, and you are able to retain it staring at this. Though we return to you, I'm going to let you make one last constitution check difficulty to see if you are able to survive this fall.
Come on. Let us get him to a hospital.
All right, here we go.
It's what we deserve.
Not you've had.
Is that
28.
enough?
That
Do you have any luck?
just enough.
Bo is severely
Yeah.
I needed a
injured,
30.
unconscious, but alive. Alistair, please make a sanity check for me.
All right.
You succeed.
I
You are
succeed.
also able to retain your personhood in this moment. Everything becomes still around you. The lights of the theater slowly dim. You have no amulet. Your friends who have died do not come back. But you find your senses your own once more. You feel the night is continuing on. The Jellicle Ball has come to a close.
Let's go to a hospital.
And that is the end.
Not UPenn though. Jefferson, whatever the other
That
one
is
is.
the end of this session.
Holy shit.
Thank you guys.
Yeah.
Surviving such a harrowing
For-
experience really
Hey.
makes me want to write a book of poetry about this.
You do realize that now you've made us intrinsically associate Philadelphia with cats, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
You were the one who insisted on
that's-
setting the scene.
I just didn't want to learn any geography.
You know,
Now we can never go there.
3 out of 5 ain't bad.
Honestly, no.
Thank you guys so much for joining us. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Got most of you rotten kids.
Got less than half of us.
I mean, I was
We're
gonna
getting
say
Bo to a
there was some
hospital.
close though between Bo
Yeah.
and Red, and yeah, it was
I
you-
fully
sanity
expected
and
to
the
join the
body.
choir invisible and
I-
become a backup cat dancer for the rest of
The
my
rich
life.
are invincible.
I can't believe Jay Gatsby
Yes.
survived this. There were complete green
But
lights
just for reference
everywhere.
to the audience, I
There
do
really
have
were.
Old Possum's book of practical cats here. It is heavily marked up. This is how I've been doing prep for the last few weeks. Thank you
My
guys so much for
goodness.
playing along with this. I hope you all enjoyed it as much as I did. The regular season of Rolling with Difficulty will resume in January. Season 3 will pick up with our startling adventures of the crew of the Paraspora. But this was just a fun little one-shot. Hopefully we'll do a few more of them to get through some of our fun, get some of these other systems and other game masters out of our system, or keeper, I should say. Dom, thank you so much for joining us. This was a blast.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun.
My
Thanks
pleasure.
for
lot
Your
of
the
fun.
heroic
Personally.
sacrifice will
Yep.
forever be
Yeah,
remembered.
thanks. Good stuff.
The Colonel went
Austin,
down
thanks for
with
being there,
honor,
too.
way more honor than I expected him to have, to be honest. So
And enough honor that Cecil gets some just by proxy.
Thanks. Yeah.
yeah, sorry about that,
And-
Cecil.
It worked out with the
Yeah.
cane and everything.
Yeah.
Hand was
Yeah.
a
But
lovable hand.
yeah, thank you guys so much. We'll catch you all in January, and that closes this theatrical experience and Call of Cthulhu one shot. Don't sue me, Andrew Lloyd Webber. Thanks so much for listening to this special Halloween edition of Rolling with Difficulty. The adventures of the Paraspora and her crew will resume in January of 2023, but if you're missing us before then, be sure to check out Rolling with Difficulty on YouTube and all fine podcast platforms, and follow us on Twitter for updates and occasional funny business and all sorts of fun fan art and fan creations that we love to retweet and share on there. We've got new merchandise in the Redbubble store. Check out the link in the show notes for Planescape travel posters of all the locations we've been to in seasons 1 and 2, character art stickers, character logo designs, and so much more. And if you enjoyed the show, please rate us and leave a review on your preferred podcast platform. Thank you all for listening, and we'll catch you on season 3. And I hope you all have a very spooky Halloween season. Bye-bye.